Hello.
Hey up!
How are you doing, Nige? You all right?
I'm not so bad, mate. How are you?
I'm not too bad at all. Bit of a sore throat, but we'll get through it. And this is going to be the last part. It's part 4 in section 1.
I'm going to miss them.
I know, actually, I think it's been, when you look through them all and you think to yourself, I could really watch all of these now. I've had a really good vibe with them, the whole of, what we've looked through for the last 3 parts. I think it's been great to revisit these.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the next parts, the section 2 and the section 3. So still plenty of life in this old...
oh, definitely.
This old rotten zombie corpse.
It's just there. It's like now we're at the end of the section 1. It's like the end of an era.
That's it, yeah. I might have to do section 1 revisited down the line.
Yeah.
Replay. So yes, so welcome along to the last part. And we've got, we haven't got all of the titles in this section. We've got 9 to show tonight, or 9 to talk about. We haven't got them all, unfortunately, but we've got quite a few of them. And we've got quite a lot of knowledge about most of them. We've got a few insights into some of them and what we hope to see in some of them. But first, I'll tell you what, we'll get through a couple of comments here, see where we're at with that. Richard Vausen, keep on saying to yourself, it's only a live stream. It's only a live stream. It's only a live stream. Now I can see the live stream. So Liam F says, can't wait. Neither can we, actually, Liam.
No, I know.
It seems like it's been ages since the last one.
It does.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think it's been too long, this one, but it always seems to be longer than we thought it was going to be.
Always does, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I'm not excited. I think I've soiled my briefs.
Mind your Ferox, though.
No.
So Chickster777 says, good evening, Jon and Nige. Hope you are both well.
Hope you are as well, sir.
That's true. Bogey Cat Productions, Michael says, hi, everybody. Hi, Michael.
Hello, Michael, and thank you again for the goodies. Packet. Have you seen the package he sent me?
I haven't, no.
I'll show you that. It's amazing.
Right. So if you've
I'm sure you're on here at the end if you like when all this is... He didn't just send me the soundtrack.
Oh, right. It was a bit more.
Yeah. Oh, he did good.
It's amazing, isn't it, when someone says, I'll send you something, and there's other stuff inside, and you just think, wow.
I said, like, it's me first subscriber mail, and I didn't expect it.
I've seen the thumbnail for that one. Trev says, Double Bill Movies, good evening, lads. How the devil are you? Oh, all right.
And a good evening to you, sir.
And Trev says, I'm just here for the first hour as I want to watch one horror film a night. I'll see the rest on catch up. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's...
You know what? I started that as well, and I've missed last night, so I think I want to pack in.
To be honest, I don't know how anybody could do that. Take me heart off to anybody doing that, but it's, to me...
Things get in the way, you do stuff, you get busy, and I was like... I missed last night, and I was like, shall I catch up and do 2 tonight? And I thought, well, I can't, I'm doing this, so this is going to be 2 I've missed. I've give up. I've failed dismally.
Watch 3 Herschel Gordon Lewis films. They're only about 10 minutes long, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, never thought. Do you know I was going to watch Blood Feast as well?
It's only an hour, so,
You just reminded me as well, I want to do a video of that box set, those box sets.
Liam, good evening, Jon and Nige. Hope you're both well. Yes, we're well. Not too bad.
Good evening, Squire.
Bad Lieutenant, hello. Where's Jon and Nige gone? Looks like we've got a couple of celeb hosts tonight. Richard O'Brien and Ricky Tomlinson. That's terrible. That.
If one more person tells me I look like Ricky Tomlinson, I will get a contract out on them. I'm far too good looking.
I thought it was me that looked like Rich.
I don't have a nose like a bulbous bell end and like a bloody all full of dimples. I'm younger than him.
He's got a hell of a beak on him. A schnoz.
And I don't talk like that.
So Joe says, evening, John, and and all this fine evening, Joe in London.
Good
It's
evening.
not too bad an evening, actually, if I'm honest. Pete, Playtendo guy, says, hey, John and Nige, hope you're both doing well. Yes, not so bad. Pete. Lots of people talking to each other and saying hello and everything. Niels or Nels, Johansson, evening, sirs. Evening, Niels.
Good evening, sir. That sounds good, that, sir.
Very, very, very posh. Really weird. Thanks, Nige, for your feedback the other day about buying. I've even got my glasses on, I say that.
Bullying a multi-region.
What?
Play this just now and I want to put a hammer in you.
About buying a multi-region DVD, there is so much more choice buying overseas, especially when it comes to Nasty titles. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad I could have been assistance. I'm glad you finally got one and you can start and build the old collection up now. The world is your oyster.
It is, mine, isn't it? It feels like you've opened Pandora's box when you get your first multi-region. Just think, I can get everything I want. It's absolutely great.
Yeah.
And you don't worry if someone comes and you can't play it. It overplays. It's great.
Exactly.
Go for everything, can't you? So there's Mark Norwood.
Good evening, sir. My finger's a little bit sore, but not as bad as last week. That's what she said.
I was waiting for that one. So I've got, just going to take care of some of it here. Nice one. Right. Well, so Paul Mahon says, good evening, gents. And Paul, as you know, is the guy who gave me Fight for Your Life.
Oh, excellent.
So I'm indebted to Paul. I watched it.
Such a fantastic film that is.
I watched it twice. I watched it straight away. I watched it with the commentary on straight away, which I never do. I had such a good time in that movie. Absolutely brilliant.
You watched it what? Twice?
Yeah, I watched it straight away, loved it, and then I put it straight away on with the commentary and watched it with the commentary fully.
I need to watch it with the commentary. I've watched it, I think, 3 times since I got it. Amazing film.
Such a good movie. I knew it was good, and but I just really enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I was going to enjoy it, but I thought I really enjoyed it. And the commentary as well was really good. Found out a lot of stuff. Found out how much they didn't really, a few people distanced themselves from the film because of the content. It just like moved on and didn't really associate themselves with it, which you can see people doing that, can't you?
Excellent thing for it to send you. I think that's a really generous thing to send that one, because it's not the easiest to get hold of.
You saw my reaction on the video, didn't you?
So, yeah, and I knew what it was by your reaction. I thought, if I'm wrong here now, I shall strip off to my pants and go and skip around outside. I thought, got to be Fight for Your Life, and I thought, yes, thought it was. I was over the moon for your mind.
It's funny because
I'm glad you've got it.
And I was looking at it, you could see the back of it. That's why I cut it. So I didn't show anyone the back of it. That's why you see me, it jumps till I say,
right,
I'm not going to show that one. I didn't know until I was cutting it that you could see the back of it, and I thought, I'll give the game away. So I had to take that little bit out. But yeah, it was a blinder, Paul, and I really do appreciate that, as well as the other stuff you give us. So here's Bumpers Movies, Craig. All right, evening, gents. It's nasty time. You better believe it.
Certainly is.
Right, these comments are jumping around a little bit at the minute, but we'll have a few more. Liam, I'm surprised not watched any horror films yet this month. Wow. I watched a few.
Should be ashamed of you, Sen.
Darren Hartley says, evening, John and Nige from Costa del Blackpool.
Costa del Blackpool.
Yeah. Must be nice this time of year. Forgotten World of Movies. Andy says, even guys, hope you're doing well. Yes, doing well.
Yes, thank you very much. Hope you are.
And Charlie Bronson, evening, lads. Evening, Charlie.
Evening, Charlie.
And Gary Hedger, hi, thanks for the content. Yeah, well, as you know, I keep saying all the time, but me and Nige really enjoy doing this. It's a bit of a highlight for us.
And thank you for watching.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we get like such good feedback, such good watches. such good comments.
Blows me away every time. It really does.
Yeah, we really have been blown away by this series, haven't we?
Yeah.
Genuinely. And every time I talk about it behind the scenes, we just think, did you see what happened last night? And did you see how many people come over? And you feel, this thing's just like a bit of a snowball. It's brilliant. It really is.
Like last time when we finished, and you were like, well, yeah, that's it. We've done them all now. And the first question was like, when's the next one? I thought, bloody yeah, must be going well.
No, it is. I think it's hit a nerve with some people. So I'm glad that it's something that people would like to delve more into. And I'm pretty sure that people are getting tips as well from us to say what's good. And to be honest, most of these Section 1 movies are pretty decent.
Yeah, they are.
I think they've. I wouldn't say that anyone's are just absolute rubbish that you shouldn't touch with a barge pole, if I'm honest.
Even like I know I always go on about Blood Rights, which is the ghastly ones in America. Yeah. I know I go on about that one, but I wouldn't say don't see it. You've got to see it, and you can judge for yourself. Because I think you will like it more than me, to be honest, because of the stuff that you that you call them the comedies you watch. You might like it more. I don't know. It's just a bit too dull for me. I'll give it another go. I will give it another go.
I do like them movies. I do like the ones that are just so awful, not just so bad they're good, so awful that they're good. I'm going to blast down, as you know. So Carl M79 says, "Evening, gents. Looking forward to tonight's reviews from Bolton's #1 Nasty."
Excellent.
And what David Dane Film Bloke. Hi, David Dane Film Bloke.
Hey,
also, check this one, Nige. Did John get an Iron Maiden ticket today, or is he going to miss out? Haha. Well, to be honest, I didn't even know about it.
I was talking to Michael earlier.
Yeah.
Because I got tickets for Leeds, and he's come on and he's got them. Because he's obviously I'm in the fan club because it's a fan club pre-sale. Didn't realise Michael's in the fan club as well. He's going to Wembley.
All right.
So today's like fan club pre-sale for 24 hours, and then it goes to other little bits. I think certain outlets and that, and then they go on general sale on Friday. So we're sorted.
Brilliant. I wonder if they're coming up to the northeast. Probably are.
If I win the lottery, John, I'll get you on. You can come with us.
Well, thanks. Thanks. Yeah.
I have to play the lottery first to win it, though.
Well, there is that kind of snag, isn't there? The little snag that you need. So, right, we'll have a couple more comments, then we'll get on to our first title tonight. So, Charlie Bronson says, just turned off Halloween Kills on Steelbook 4K to tune in here. Oh, wow.
Wow.
I was going to watch that the other day, actually, if I'm honest.
Brilliant film, love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, even though I heard a few bad things about it. I think it was a really decent watch.
Took you a couple of watches to warm to it, didn't it?
No.
Didn't you like the 2018 one better?
No, I thought I was going to like the 2018 better because I heard that many bad things about Halloween Kills. I watched Halloween Kills and loved it. And then I went back
Brilliant,
Halloween 2018 and I didn't care for it as much as I did previously. Although I don't mind this trilogy. I haven't seen a new one, but obviously, yeah. I
really like Halloween 2018, but I think the fact it was that overhyped, I was just a bit disappointed when I seen it. I enjoyed it a lot at the cinema, and I thought, yeah, but it still wasn't what people were saying it was. And then when I got the Blu-ray, I enjoyed it a lot more. But Halloween Kills, I loved it from first view.
Yeah, that was really good. I just liked everything about it, actually. So David Ian Bloke says, I finally watched my first Section 1 video nasty, Blood Feast, which was really entertaining. I don't get why it got in the Section 1 since even by the early 80s it's pretty tame. Yeah, it is a bit of a head scratcher, that one, man, isn't it?
It's gory, but it is so entertaining. It's only about an hour and 10, is it? Hour and 10 minutes, something like that.
If that.
And then like the acting. But it's I got engrossed in the story as well. But the bad acting was meant, and we both love that shop. Oh man, that shop.
The shop.
But like, it's one of them. It's so bad, it's funny as well. But I think Gordon Herschel Lewis knew that he just made them because he loved doing them.
What do you see the interviews with Herschel Gordon-Lewis? He doesn't care less, does he?
No.
Doesn't give
And he
one.
seems such a lovely fella.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Such a good laugh. Yeah.
I think, to be honest, then, if you enjoy Blood Feast, you're going to like a lot of them.
Yeah, I think that they're all similar. There's only a few that I didn't really care for, but I still thought they were all right. But there's a few that you just think they're not that good or not that daft. But some of them are just really amazing, I find.
Need to get you to watch. I need to get you Toxic Zombies. I really do.
I'd love to say that.
What was it called over here? Forest of Fear.
Yeah.
What a film.
Yeah. No, it sounds pretty good, doesn't it? So
I'd love to watch it with you. I'd just love to see your face.
Like have a watch along. I know.
Oh, man.
So, right, we're going to go for our first nasty of the night.
Which is this one.
Which is definitely this one. The one that nobody's got in the world at this minute, by the looks of it. It's Mardi Gras Massacre. And it was made in 1978, directed by Jack Weiss. 97 minutes. It's a remake. Did you know this? It's a remake of Blood Feast.
Do you know, I think I read that. I thought, can't be.
Well, I can see.
But I haven't said that on the front of that slipcover that 88 made.
It's the Egyptian.
It had some sort of a weird Egyptian thing on it, didn't it?
I would love to see it to figure out if that's the case. But it's got no alternative titles. And of course, it reckons you can rent it off Amazon Prime. Believe it or not.
How's that?
I don't know. Basically, I haven't got a clue. So you get some really crazy things on Amazon Prime, you know.
Because Severin did release it. I wish I'd have got it when it first got released. I thought, no, I'm waiting for the 88. So the Severin one got withdrawn, and the 88 films just hasn't seen the light of day anyway.
No. And apparently the big problem with it is the music rights. And I was just talking to the Nige before the stream. And there's two people who are in the music, they've done the music for it, Dennis Coffey and Mike Theodore. Now, I can't understand for the life of me why, all right, if it was someone like ABBA or somebody who'd had a disco hit, and you thought, yeah, I can understand them wanting, you know, sometimes you get these daft bands that put like music on old horror films.
Yeah.
But I just don't get this whole music rights thing. It's really odd to me, if I'm honest.
I mean, I was saying to you earlier on, I doubt they've either written or published anything else that should be bloody flattered that somebody wants to use it.
I know.
If that was me and I had them two songs, yeah, get it out there. As bad as it is, I don't care.
Yeah, no, obviously they released it before, unless the people who have released it before haven't even given them any credence on it. And they might have thought it was a bit like public domain, possibly. And maybe these people have kicked off. I just don't know. Really don't know.
Code Red got away with it. I think that's where it stems from. I think Code Red have released it.
Yeah.
Without asking them, because they probably thought they've just faded into obscurity. I mean, Jesus, how old's that film? 78. Whoever wrote that music, they must be about 156-year-old by now.
Oh, getting that way, yes, you're right.
Yeah, so I thought, well, if they've released it, because Code Red only do like very limited releases, don't they? Like they'll do a batch, and then once they're gone, they're gone. And they've obviously thought, hey, look at that, that sold that. And then when somebody else has wanted to release it, I think they thought, hey, hang on a minute.
Maybe there's another film in here that had a bit of a history with Code Red as well, a bit further down the line. And so I could see Code Red being a bit like that, because I know that the fella who owns Code Red, the man who owns it, who apparently what he does is he'll release some, say he releases 50, he makes them, releases them. And if he can be bothered, he'll make some more. I think that's how they get so limited. No, that's true. I think this fella, he gets loads of bothers with, you know, the people who release stuff through him. They've got no time for this fella, because I'm sure I heard this one as well. I think John Hall told us this one, that he had to stop production in his of the movies that he was producing because he fell off his ladders, getting the movies down from a shelf or something. He fell off the ladder, so he had to stop producing because he was obviously laid up with a broken leg or something. So,
and this is the one who can't be bothered.
this is code red. He can't be bothered. Sometimes he just thinks, I'll make some when I want some. So I don't know.
There's the batch of them films. It's sold out within a week. Do you want to get some more done? Nah, can't be asked.
I think that's what it is. I honestly think.
Idiot.
So,
Sir, from Code Red, if you're watching, you are a dick.
So maybe he's got something to do with this. I can see, there's a lot of people don't have a good word for him. His production sort of ways that he does things. I think he's not a bit of a snake, but he does things like behind people's backs, releases stuff and they don't know about it.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Obviously, yeah, maybe that's what he's done. He's released Mardi Gras Massacre and not even bothered to try and get the rights to the music. I
don't think he does. I don't think that's top of his list. I think he just is one of these very much fly-by-night fellas. From what I can gather, I mean, I might be completely wrong, but I hear it that many times. It's got to be a little bit true, hasn't it?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
So I haven't really got many thoughts on Mardi Gras Massacre because really we've got no idea what it's all about. We just know it's kind of a lot.
Can't really give you a rating because we've not seen it.
No, so it's kind of in rights hell somewhere. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll be coming out in some shape or form at the end of the year.
Well, I think I said on the last stream, Amazon.com have got is it Vinegar Syndrome or Severin? It was Vinegar Syndrome, wasn't it? No, it was Severin.
Severin, yes.
They've got it back up for pre-order, with a release date now arriving. It says January.
Oh, January.
So I'm just fingers crossed. And I don't care now. I'm at that stage. I just want it. It did have a slipcover. If it doesn't have a slipcover, I don't care as long as I get it.
I do think somewhere along the line, 88 will get the hands on it eventually. I do.
Yeah, I think they will.
Yeah.
Especially if Severin get their rights sorted, surely it'll go for them as well.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But
gotta. If anybody has seen it, just put a comment to say if they think it's any good or
definitely. Someone they've got to have seen this movie.
Somebody watching this now has got one person's got to have seen it.
I don't know anyone who's seen it, if I'm honest. It's Turn the Blue Iris, evening. And St. John, evening fellows, just got in. Evening, St. John.
Good evening, sir.
Peter Hill. Good evening, fellas. Been watching for a couple of times now, but I thought I'd say hello and thanks for keeping me company tonight. Well, thanks for coming along.
Bless you, sir. You're very welcome.
Yes, and I'm glad that sometimes people do watch streams and don't really comment, but everyone's welcome to comments. We're going to try and get through as many comments as we can tonight, as we always try and do. Don't know how many we will get through, but we're going to try and a conscious.
We loves us some comments. We loves us some comments.
We do, don't we? But thanks, Peter. Gary Hedger, is Cannibal Holocaust Apocalypse worth a watch? Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good film. John Saxon's in it.
He is. He's in quite a lot of these sort of like really sort of, sort of like sensationalist Italian movies, I find.
Yeah. Your man's in it as well, isn't he? Who gets killed in every film he's in?
What's his name?
Giovanni. You know his English name?
John Morgan.
That's him.
And Giovanni Lamberto Radici.
I think we'll just call him Mr. Video Nasty because he's in about 90% of them anyway.
Yes, meaning. Yeah, but Cannibal Apocalypse, yeah, definitely. It's not a cannibal film, though. Not at all.
No, don't think it's going to be anything like Holocaust or Ferret because it's not. Absolutely nothing like it.
Yeah. Liam says, yes, Gary, for sure, one of the better cannibal films for me.
Yeah.
And a few people saying, yes, Balaton, the decent movies, so yeah.
See, it's not just us.
So Michael says, Nigel, if you do continue with 31 Days of Horror, I recommend Baxi Zara.
Never thought of that. I might watch that tomorrow anyway, to tell you the truth. And I'll let you know what I think of it. It's the Bollywood remake of The Evil Dead.
When you're talking about that. So can you believe it? That there is one.
I can't wait. Honestly, I cannot wait to see it.
So Lewis Tinoko, hey man, and also he also says, how are you? Yeah, we're doing right. Doing all right. Lewis, thanks for coming in. So Trev says, John, I remember you wanted to do some kind of video nasty series by yourself. Did you ever dream it would be like this? Proud of you, mate. Well, to be honest, I think the video nasty thing I was going to do, the series was going to be just videos, and they were going to be, this was way back when, I think this was maybe the start of the year. And when me and Nige got talking about changing it to like a live stream, I thought, hey, you know, it was one of them things where I thought, well, when Nige knowing everything, having all that stuff he's got, and also knowing so much about live streams, I thought, yep, it would have been, this is much better than anything I would have done myself. So
I think you said to me that I'd said to you, didn't I? We should do a live stream about it, because we were on about it. And then after I'd said it, I thought, what'd you say that for, you idiot? I was crapping myself.
I know, well, that was
but I couldn't very well turn around and say, no, I've changed my mind now, I don't want to.
Well, you were locked into it when we decided to do it. I said, yeah, great idea, let's do it. And then you were saying, oh, hang on a minute, I'll have to do it. And say, well, you'll do it. And
hang on, I was only kidding.
But to be honest, though, it's worked out well, hasn't it?
Oh, I've absolutely loved everyone we've done. And I really look forward to them as well. Me
too. And I think, well, section 2, which is coming up down the line, we're going to do, after this one, we're going to do a one, which is going to be like a separate live stream, just with us talking just about everything, anything really, not really live video nasties, and then we'll go on to section 2 after that. We'll have a little bit of not a break from it, so it'll still be coming every couple of weeks. But we'll do a
get you more excited for section 2 then, something to look forward to.
Yeah, so we'll have a little bit of a sort of nasties break for one stream, then we'll go back then the thing. But no, thanks for that, Trev. I do enjoy this, and I like the fact that I think we've seemed to hit the ground running with it, and we'll just enjoy it. And to be honest, at the end of the day, that's what it's about. If you do something you enjoy, wow, absolutely. Psycho Puppet says, Blood Rights is at least fun in a so bad it in a good type of way. Frozen Scream, on the other hand, it feels like torture trying to get through. That's another one I've never seen. I've heard of that one. It's one of the ones that I'm quite interested in it, but I've heard really bad things about it. Nice one, Nige, up the irons. Cheers, mate. Lewis says, have you got the 4K Arrow video of RoboCop? I have, and it's surprisingly good. I didn't think it was going to be as good as it was, but it was absolutely brilliant. I've got the Blu-ray, but I don't have the 4K. 4K is really nice. I thought when I first put it on, I thought that's not that good. It's a bit soft, but there's some of the scenes in it is just absolutely brilliant. Really stunning. Not all the way through, but most of it. So I do think it's the Blu-ray looks great though as well, doesn't it? It's like, well, I've never seen the Blu-ray, believe it or not. I got it cheap. I got it in HMV. There was one left. It was the box one, like the full mains bifter with all the stuff in. Aye. And it was 15 quid. I thought, I'll have that while it's there. I hadn't seen it for years. I knew I liked it, but I have honestly, I've not seen it since the 80s and 90s. And I tell you what, when I watched it, I couldn't believe how good it was. It was so much better than I even remembered it to be. I loved it. I think I watched it again the next night. I enjoyed it that much. I've never seen the sequels though. They're all right. 2's all right. 3's it's all right, but it's not as half as good. Different fella. So it's not that good. So Joe says, meant to ask you, John, if you mentioned Beast and Heats. Yeah, we'll have. In the past video nasties reviews. Oh, yes. I missed that one if you did. Yes, we did. Yeah, we both got it. We both talked about it. We both liked it, don't we? Yeah. We're going through these titles as they are on the list, which is alphabetical order. So if you're thinking, have we done this, that, the other, if you just look what we're up to sort of N now. Anything before N we've done. Yeah, so just go and all the live streams are there. So just go and check through. Yeah, they're all there if you want to watch. Just if you want to watch a certain movie, just kind of just fast forward to that bit. And see Beast and Heat. Oh, I love it. What a film. So bad. Yeah. Exactly. So Paul Mahan says, fingers crossed Mardi Gras Massacre gets released on December 22nd. It's on pre-order. So you're saying it's been moved to January now?
It's moved to January, yeah. They haven't took it down, which is a good sign. And it's only January. It's less than a month, like the date.
But it's just getting moved because it's supposed to be June, and it's just been moved and moved. And you think, why? It's got to be these rights. They've got to be arguing a toss with these rights.
Yeah. Having said that, though, it says in my orders arrive in January, so maybe December is still. But I think it was the 27th of December when I seen it. Fingers crossed.
It's just bizarre. Of all the movies that you think,
you want you'll get it, and I swear to God, we're going to hate it. So
I'll have one more question before we go into the next one. So, good evening, guys. What's a question for both of you from Mark Stewart? What's your favorite Iron Maiden album? For me, it's the first album. Is always my favorite.
What's yours?
Well, is the first album just called Iron Maiden?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. I'll give you 3 guesses as to what my favorite Iron Maiden album is. I bet you don't get it.
Brave New World. Is it early or later?
Yeah, I can't say that because it's too much of a help.
It's not Fear of the Dark.
Nope.
Power Slave.
I do like Power Slave. Summer in Time.
Oh, God. Do you know the new tour next year? They're splitting it. Like it's going to be half Senjutsu and half Somewhere in Time, stage themed, and apparently they're going to be playing stuff of Somewhere in Time they've never played before.
Wow.
So all these whinges, Alexander the Great, you might get it. I hope not, because I'm not overly fond of it. Having said that, I'll welcome it if they stop playing Fear of the Dark. That song gets on my wick because it's been overplayed and everybody whoa. So I'll have Alexander the Great for a change. But the new artwork's fantastic. I want it as a tattoo.
Yeah.
My favourite after all that. I think it's The Number of the Beast, which was the first one with Bruce.
Yeah.
It always like the very, very, very close one that almost sometimes overtakes it is Seventh Son of a Seventh Son.
Yeah.
And then I think my third one is Killers, the second one. That was the first one I ever owned. But I'm definitely gonna say it's because I always go back to it. It's Number of the Beast, which is getting a cracking re-release next month, triple vinyl. You get the album, the original album, but Gangland's not on it. They've took Gangland off and put Total Eclipse on instead. And then the other 2 LPs are the live concert, The Beast over Hammersmith.
Oh yes, done some good live
stuff. The artwork and everything on it looks gorgeous. I can't wait.
There was a live video they did around about that time. It was brilliant. Used to watch it all the time.
Live After Death.
Yeah, that was it. Great live concert. One of the best ones, I think, out there.
That was the Power Slave tour, and I think his voice is ropey as hell because that tour was ridiculous. That was the biggest tour they'd ever done, and his voice was going. Right. But I think his voice is mint now.
Yeah, he's
in his 60s, and he can get that. Still get their notes up there.
Yeah, but operatic, isn't he?
Yeah.
Right, so we'll go on to the next title. So the next title is... Yes, because I haven't got it.
Have you seen it?
I've seen the trailer. So the blurb on that is Night of the Bloody Apes, 1969, 83 minutes by Rennie Cardona, directed. The other titles are Gomar, the Human Gorilla, Horror and Sex Monsters.
Horror and Sex?
Yeah. I forgot to say that Mardi Gras Massacre was 3.8 on the Internet Movie Database.
Oh.
That's the lowest score. It's not the lowest one on here, but it's a low one. And so, yeah, so this one is a 4.9 on Internet Movie Database. So I'll have to let Nige continue with this one now.
Right. I'm hoping that Mardi Gras Massacre gets higher than this, because the trailer is the best thing about it. And if anybody's ever seen the trailer and never noticed, I want you all to go back and watch the trailer and listen to the voice of the fella trying to be dramatic. He sings, "In Night of the Bloody Apes." He does like an opera. Bloody.
He does, you're right.
Myself every time I watch it. And I've only seen this once. I was going to watch it again, and I just could not be bothered yet. I will again, but not yet. I wouldn't care. This is such a nice set as well.
So what is that?
The transplant, I think it's the heart of a monkey or a gorilla into this surgeon's son who's going to die. And he starts growing hairs and all this. I don't know why it's called Night of the Bloody Apes, because there's only the one in it, it's him, and he looks nothing like an ape. And on the trailer as well, when he transforms, he starts going out and killing people and stuff. But if you watch the trailer, when it shows you, all you can hear is this like leopard noise in the background going, "Wow, wow, 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 wow." Yes, that's not even in the film. That's not in it. But yeah, so that's, I don't know whether that's the original poster art, but there's another disc in this as well, DVD, where you get the two films on one. It's like a double feature. I haven't watched the other film because I haven't recovered from this yet. There's actual footage of open heart surgery in it as well. I think that was what the dodgy thing about this was. But yeah, it's nice slipcase.
Very nice.
I don't like that artwork. That's another thing as well, because that's the first time I've seen it. I didn't know this, but I read somebody's review and they were annoyed about it. And then when I watched it, so was I. It looks terrible. But on the original version, apparently when the titles come up, that's how the title is wrote on the film.
Yeah.
But for some reason, this release, it's like that. It looks so cheap.
Yeah. Aye.
And there's reversible art as well, which is very similar to the slip cover, but I think I like that one better.
Oh yeah.
So I shall turn that over now, actually. And then there's another little weird thing in it. Don't know what it is like. Oh, it's liner notes. It's a booklet. I thought it was a card. And there's the discs. The DVD is the one with the decent hat on, and the Blu-ray got the short straw there.
Yeah, the sort of artwork that doesn't really go with the film.
Yeah, exactly. That's in there. That's what he looks like in the film. If you think that's supposed to be an ape. Look at the clip of that.
Must be a lot of plasticine involved with that special effect.
It's what it looks like. Just
yeah, doesn't it? Someone's just took a bit of plasticine on and just went, right, there you go. Job done.
I think, wasn't this Mexican or something?
No. No, you know, heating. You done heating now. Well done.
Sure, this was made in Mexico.
I think it was. Yes.
Doctor of Doom is the other film you get.
Yeah. Never heard of that one, mind.
No, I haven't.
It looks good.
It looks better than Night of the Bloody Apes if you look at that art.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Night of the Bloody Apes doesn't look like on the other the new artwork. It looks great, but it's not like that at all, is it? Unfortunately, there's a lot of them like that, isn't it?
So yeah, it's really slow. 83 minutes.
But it's a slow 83 minutes.
Yeah. Maybe if I watch it in a better frame of mind when I'm ready for it, I don't know. But I was that eager to watch it because I'd heard a lot of good things about this. Like, it's that bad, it's good, one of them type of thing. But when I watch it, I was like, no, it's that bad, it's bad. I don't know whether the fact that it was like filmed in Mexico or I don't know what it was. I mean, it's not foreign language. It's I don't know if it's dubbed or it is in English. And it's an old film as well, 1969.
That's crazy, isn't it? I think at 69,
Gory as hell for a 60s film.
It's in colour though as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
In colour. Yeah.
I think there's a bit in it where he grabs this little girl and he takes her up to the roof of this place, and the little girl's dad's shouting for her to return. You're thinking, oh God, please don't kill her or don't push her off the roof. That was about the most tense moment in the entire film.
Yeah. I see.
So I personally would from memory would give it a 4.5. I don't think I'm being generous.
I was going to say I thought you went a little bit lower than that from the.
I need to watch it again to get a sort of a more truer thing of it. But if you're like us and you want them all, it's worth getting this one because like I say, the packaging on this is excellent. The only thing I don't like about the actual release itself is the fact that logo, and I don't know why they've done it, but that's missing. And you get that cheap blood splatter font, the cheapest one you can see.
So who's released that one?
It's I don't think it's a one I'm familiar with. VCL.
VCL. I've heard of them.
But then on the side, it doesn't look like VCL. It looks something different. There's the VCL logo there.
Yeah.
Which does look familiar, but when you look at the side, on the top there, it's something totally different. So I wonder if it's like a couple of companies in cahoots. I'll see what it says on the disc, see if that sheds any more light on it.
What year do you think that was released?
MVD visual. What, the Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Oh, it's quite recent. I think it was this year or last year. I'll see if it's got the release date on it. I wish they'd use bigger print. 2021.
Wow. Oh.
It's only come out last year.
I know Shameless released it on DVD, and I had it in my hand, but I think it was cut, so I didn't bother getting it.
I heard it was uncut over here. It's supposed to have been released uncut, but
I was going to buy it, but then of course I didn't. And then when I went back looking for it, it was gone. And I think you can't get it easy.
I think it's DVD only though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But if you want the Blu-ray, it's definitely worth getting.
Yeah, I think I will.
If you're going to collect them all, you know you want it. I'll get the Blu-ray over the DVD. Apart if it just don't let that get you too much like I did when it's coming on the title. You go, what the hell is that? But I got this off that place in Scotland. What they're called again? Strange Vice.
Oh, so are they like mail order?
Are they what? Sorry,
mail order.
Neil order.
Mail order.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're in Scotland. Yeah, they've got a website, but they do have a eBay page as well. But normally, if you go on eBay, I think it's a couple of quid dearer, obviously, because they must get charged. If you go on their website, you normally get it cheaper. I've had a few things off them. They're really good and they're fast at shipping out as well. A really good company to deal with.
I think I'll have to look into that one, actually. That sounds really good. Sometimes you think, well,
remind me on, I'll send you the link to them.
Yeah,
they do Grindhouse stuff when it comes out as well sometimes.
That'd be good. Yeah.
Is that where I got it from? I think that's where I got my thriller, A Cruel Picture, from.
Wow.
Vinegar Syndrome sold out when I finally got the money.
Yeah.
And I thought, I wonder if I went on their website, they had either 2 or 3 left. I went, I'm having that. And next time I went, gone.
It's funny, isn't it? It's these things, they just, like, you got to really pounce, haven't you? This is the thing when you talk about...
it was very expensive, that film as well, that thriller.
Is it?
It was 50 odd quid over here, but if you got it direct from Vinegar Syndrome with all the postage and the tax, it was even more.
I know.
So you're looking at about 70 odd quid.
Yeah, you got to think, is it worth it at the end of the day? And usually sometimes it does that and then it comes out in the UK for about 10 quid, you think.
It's a good film, mind. I'm glad I got that one because it's one of their, the hard boxes that they put in, and both films like 2 different films of
Yeah.
cuts of the film, and both of them have got their own slipcase. But you know what their hard case boxes are like?
Oh yeah,
They're amazing.
No, you're right. It's they're like a next level package.
Yeah.
You just think this is quality.
Yeah.
And you know you've got something that they'll put a bit of time and work into it. And I'm not saying it cost a fortune to make, but definitely you're getting some value for your money.
Yeah,
Just know
definitely.
you are, don't you? So what would you give that one out of? Oh, you've already told us. So I'll tell you what.
4.5. Yeah, I give that
4.5. So all right, but you might change that when you watch it the next time. You might go up and down a little bit.
The trailer I would probably give 6 just for the night of the bloody apes. Watch it near him.
No, I know. As soon as you said it, it came flooding back to us.
I was rolling when I first watched that. But what's bloody? He gets more excited the more he says it as well, the idiot.
Yeah, no, it's a really good trailer, you're right. Valentine says, but don't get so too excited being plagued with problems for ages. I wonder what that would have been with, not too sure.
That's talkies to each other.
Right. So Liam F says, I have to watch that Toxic Zombies. Haha. So
it's amazing.
Here's a question for you. Lewis says, RoboCop was my first R-rated film I saw. What was your first R-rated film you guys saw?
Oh, God.
Mine must have been at the cinema. It was American Werewolf in London. I'm just saying that.
At the cinema, I think mine was A Nightmare on Elm Street. And I was 16. Yeah. On the telly, I used to watch the double bill horrors on the Saturday nights for years. But the first one I actually recall seeing was on the telly, and I didn't sleep for 3 days, was the original Halloween.
All right. Yeah.
And I think I was 13-year-old when I saw that. And I was off school bad with chicken pox. I could not sleep.
Yeah.
Every time I shut my eyes, he's there at the end of my bed. I didn't dare look. And then the next day, my mum and dad were both out at work, and it was a sunny day, and I was on my own in the house. And I kept thinking back to the bit where Jamie Lee Curtis gets in from school, and he's in the garden. That was the first film I think I'd seen like that, where you think, oh, I didn't know murderers came out during the day. And I think that terrified me even more.
The fact he could have been.
I'm sure it was that one on telly/video, but at the cinema it was Nightmare on Elm Street.
Wow, but so it really affected you.
Halloween did, yeah, it terrified me.
So Trev says, "Hey, now he's got my Iron Maiden tickets for the O2."
Hey, excellent, nice one, Trev.
So he must be in the club as well.
Must be, yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, with some of the films, I just want to imagine James Furman watching them. I'm imagining what he'd think of Ricky or the Garbage Day bit in Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. Have you seen that Silent Night, Deadly Night 2?
Yeah, it's
Garbage
terrible,
Day.
isn't it? But not in a bad way.
It's just them shouting his Garbage Day. But yeah, I mean, can you imagine like Ricky O getting through? Well, it didn't get through because I remember at the time when he was around, I was getting Ricky O, but it was from my mate who used to send us all the stuff that you just couldn't get your hands on. Like I said, Necromantic and stuff like that. And Ricky O was one of them. And I know for a fact I would have never got in when he was around, for the simple fact of how violent it was.
I've never seen any of them. I don't know what it is. Those Japanese violent ones. That it's not the fact like, oh, it's too gory for me. I don't know. It's weird. It don't appeal to me.
Not like Ricky O. Have you seen Ricky O?
Never seen it. No, it's never appealed to me. As soon as I say, oh, it's Japanese, I don't want to see it. Can't be bothered. Something I've seen must have put me off. Like, God, this is just ridiculous, and I've never bothered with them ever since.
It's because
I know people go, oh, you're a snob for this and all that, but subtitles get on my nerves. Because by the time you've read at the end, you've missed what's going on above.
It's got an English dub though.
So has it?
English dub it, yeah.
Oh, well, I might watch it if it had that. However, there's one film, there's always an exception. There's one film which doesn't have an English dub, and there's not that many subtitles on it, and it was worth getting because what a fantastic film it is. You've got it as well. Is it The Last Matinee it's called?
Oh, yeah, what a movie.
What a film that is.
Yeah, surprisingly good.
It's like a cross between Demons, Suspiria, and the Burning type of thing.
Aye.
What's the best way I can describe it? It is amazing.
To be honest, you know, when you look at it, you think this movie could have been made in 82 immediately, because it's as if they've taken a movie and haven't made it in 82 and they thought, oh, what about that movie we never made? Let's make it now. Mm-hmm. It's just such a throwback. And
I tell you what, when I was watching it, I was like, I'm sure this is as good as a 4K. You know, the picture on it was amazing.
Yeah, it was really good. It's a stunning release.
I'm due watching that again. I really enjoy it. What a film that is.
Slipcover, the package and everything's good about it, isn't it?
I highly recommend that. Don't let like the subtitles put you off. And if people who on eBay have come on YouTube have come on and reviewed it and said it's crap, do not listen to any negative reviews. It's an amazing film.
Yeah, it really is. And if you're a fan of this type of movies, it's right up there with it. It's like a love letter to an old giallo, isn't it? And the way it looks.
It is. But you're kind of on the edge of your seat a lot, and it's just whack. I bought it from the Metro Centre, HMV. Yeah. And when I got it home, I then read that it was like subtitled. I was like, oh, I wouldn't have bought, and I wouldn't have. If I'd have seen that, I wouldn't have bought it. So I thought, right, I'll give it a go. Blew me away. Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
No, I agree. I knew it was going to be subtitles. I thought you get an English dub, but I wasn't too fussed. But
I did.
I was really impressed by what I saw.
It's not overpowering though, is it? You get like a couple of lines, and then once everything kicks in and that there's not as many coming on, so it's not overpowering, because sometimes it's like reading a bloody novel trying to keep up with them. It's not like that at all.
Yeah, no, it's not that. Don't talk.
That's the last matinee, kiddies. You need to get it.
Yes, highly recommended. You heard it here first. So Paul Conway says, I have the original Forest of Fear on VHS.
Wow.
I'm going to say that's a bit of a...
that's a hard one to get.
Yeah, you're right there. Definitely.
Will you sell me it for 50p?
St. John says, just read your comment, Bad Lieutenant, about Richard O'Brien and Ricky Tomlinson. Had me in bits.
Didn't me?
Yeah, talking about Ricky O, you know, imagine watching it and saying, what the hell am I watching here? I just would love him. I would love him sitting down and make him say, I just watched this movie, give him something really grotesque that he wasn't expecting to be grotesque in it. And then say, oh, you're having a bad time with that.
This is the fella, get this, I could never understand this. Oh, you can't watch this and you can't watch that. It's terrible. It's so violent and violence against women. And then a year later he goes, I tell you what, let's make porn legal.
Yeah, he was very, I don't know, I didn't get him, because he wasn't great across the board, was he? He was like, he was always going, what, he's released this, so he thinks that that's acceptable. And then he'd gone
exactly like a politician. He did what he wanted to do, what suited him, because it'll have benefited him.
Yeah, definitely.
The cheeky bugger used to actually go in and cut the films and edit them and re-edit them himself.
I think it was a bit of a mini Hitler, actually, I think, the way he went on.
Honestly, some of the documentaries, when you read it, you think, Jesus, because he apparently seen himself as a bit of a filmmaker.
Right. Sort of like wannabe filmmaker.
Yeah. I was watching him actually not so long ago, and when he smiles sometimes, he looks like Stewie Griffin, the baby out of Family Guy.
He's got an evil plan. Yeah. I reckon he was a right weirdo. Could imagine like talking to him in real life. I bet he was like such an oddball, I find.
Oh yeah, that's a really good story, that, James. No.
So the pre-cert one might be worth a 10 bob or two.
Oh yeah.
And Rudy Word says, Paul, is that the cover with the graph paper? Yeah,
that's the one.
Yeah,
that's the pre-cert one. Yeah.
Seen a few copies on eBay, Forest of Fear pre-cert recently. Oh, I didn't know that.
Do you know, even that one I've got, the original artwork, when you turn it around, it's got the nasty artwork. They've even left that graph paper on in the background.
Have they?
On the front.
I would like to see it like that. Just I've got a nostalgia for that cover. I don't know why they put the graph paper on, but they did. Wow. So we've got Danny Jukes in here. So Danny Jukes says hi to all. Hi.
All right, Danny.
And
I've had a few comments of Danny lately.
Yeah, he comments on mine all the time. He's a great kid.
Some of your videos, yeah.
It's great to see, see people that you know and you can see on your videos.
Yeah.
You can see in the comments and just when they pop up and it's good to see that they check your stuff out, your content out across the board, which I think is brilliant actually.
All the comments I've had so far have been either nice or positive. So if you're one of the most commented, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. It's like such nice comments, and I think I didn't expect it. I really didn't.
But I think sometimes in your head you have this opinion that it's going to be like a nightmare on here because of what can happen, and then usually it's not. It's brilliant actually. It's the fact that you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's to do with the people we are and the people we're involved with. We don't really, like have. I think we're a good section.
Yeah, definitely.
In section 1. So there's Darren Hartley says Bill Olsen, that's from Code Red, and his brother Walt are legit music rights. Are a commodity now, like movies, and can change hands to the highest bidder. So I'm reading maybe that this whole maybe they've got the rights, maybe they have the music rights to these music songs, and they're not.
I wonder if it's them that's holding it up.
So I'm interested in that with Darren because we're struggling to find out why these whole music rights is a problem. But yes, if Bill does. And I know he's upset a load of people with this mind, not so much music rights, but what's that bloke who had that film out called? He's done quite a few movies, and he cannot stand him, this fella, and he's a director, and he had that Manson family.
Van Beber.
Van Beber. Him and Bill have this massive hatred of each other. Because of the way that he handled his when he released that Manson film, you reckon?
Did he release that on Blu-ray?
I think he did, but I think this fella Van Beber got it stopped or something like that. I knew it was a really big hoo-ha about it between them, and so maybe that's what this is all about. Very interesting.
Okay, I wouldn't hold your breath for it if it is this then.
Well, I know because I know that I'm seeing a worky ticket. He just seems to be having a problem. His name seems to come up a lot of times. So yeah,
probably looks like winding people up because he's probably got the money to do it.
I don't know how he's got the money actually. Well, he probably has got the money if he releases this stuff, but he doesn't. He will not release. He will not supply to the US, the UK at all. He'll only supply at the UK, US. He'll not go over to any other country. So that's a nice thing of him to do. Just won't entertain.
I wonder if that's why if you want a Code Red title, you normally pay through the nose.
Well, you can't get it from him. He won't give it to you. Well, not.
Having said that, I've just thought I do have a Code Red one with a slipcover, but I got it off Amazon.
I've got a couple. But I just know that if you went to, say, Code Red's website and then said, I want to buy some of you, it's like, nah, you'll have to go through a third party.
I think the one I've got is actually a Section 2 title as well.
I know he's done a lot of great titles. I wouldn't say he's done very great jobs on them. Coming up, there's going to be one I'm going to talk about, actually a couple to talk about that he's sort of half involved with. So do you want to do the next one?
Yeah.
So the next one is...
You show the front, I'll show the back.
Right. I hope I'm getting this one right. Wrong? Is that...
Oh, yeah, we have different ones. That's the back of man. That's the front of man. That's why I said you show the front.
All right. Because this is the 88 films one.
You got the 88, now I got the Severin, yeah.
Because it came out at the same time, didn't it?
Yeah. That's why I'm thinking, have they got a thing together?
I think they have, See, I don't know what that cover's all about, mind. It's a bit odd. I like that cover, actually.
It's nice to see the differences, isn't it? Because I've never seen them before, together like this.
That's got a poster in that one.
No, this doesn't.
2 for 15 quid at the minute.
And is it in there?
Sometimes, if you're lucky. I like this as a good little touch there. Can you see that? It's in the cover, Night the Demon, in the box.
What's that? The port? Oh, see, yeah.
Aye.
Oh, I like that.
Nice, isn't it?
I like the discs on this. One's the demon and one's the moon.
Yes, it's. I like
They're
that
2
picture.
Blu-rays, so I think one's feature and extras, and the other one is Bigfoot and video nasty extras.
It's got a booklet in
Has this
here.
got alternative artwork as well? Oh, it does, yeah.
What about that cover, Nige?
I love that.
Yeah.
And that was one of the main reasons I wanted the 88 films for that booklet, because it's got that.
Yeah.
I was hoping that was going to be the reversible art. What was your front of your cover like again? Not the slip, the actual Blu-ray.
The Blu-ray this is the reversible cover. Was this one?
Yeah, that's what's on the other side of this. Same one.
Was it? All right, I've never seen this one before, if I'm honest.
So what's on the other side of that? Same as the slip?
Yeah, same as this cover. Yeah.
But yeah, for me, it should be that one that you've just held the booklet up for there, definitely.
Look at the discs, though. Got some nice stuff on the discs.
Yeah. Yeah, they've done a good job with that, haven't they?
They have, yeah.
It's even got Severin on it, look, on the disc.
Yeah, it has, you're right. So they've definitely been in cahoots with each other with this one.
This is what makes me think if one of them brings Mardi Gras, the other one will.
Yeah, I agree. So you got the poster there of that.
Oh, I like that. I smell these. They've got such a nice smell.
I know.
That's embossed, that there, look.
Is it?
Yeah, that lettering's embossed. It is on the side there.
No, this isn't embossed, actually.
He is all the way around. And that on the other side. But they're covers.
I know you're right. So Night of the Demon hasn't got any other alternative titles.
Oh, doesn't it?
Nah, as far as I know. It's 1980. It's 96 minutes, and it's by James C. Wasson, who released it, who directed it, shall I say. And to be honest, it's 96 minutes. They could have done with it being 86 minutes for the amount of slow motion photography they've got in there.
But that put aside,
yeah,
for me, I think it's a cracking film. I really enjoyed this.
I thought it was brilliant.
The most famous scene in it, I finally got to see it. And it was nowhere near as bad as I expected. I think that was one of the main reasons it was banned as well, wasn't it, for that one scene?
I believe it was. But when you look at it, when you look back at it, you think, is that it? Like, because it's not that much, it's not that graphic at all, is it?
No, but the fact that, I mean, well, obviously it must be false, but you see it hanging out there, but you see they actually grab it.
Yeah. So come here, twisticles off.
But then they go and spoil it by as he's walking along, holding his jeans, squeezing the blood pack to make it bleed. You can see it a mile off.
Yeah, it's not a great effect, is it?
But no, but I mean, since I've got this, I've watched this. Is it 3 or 2 times I've watched it? Thoroughly enjoyed it. And I never got to see this back in the day on video. Did you?
No, it was really hard to get. I remember seeing a copy of it, and the copy was that dark I couldn't see what was happening. Couldn't see anything.
I remember seeing this with that cover that you see on the booklet. It was all over the video shops when I used to go out renting them, but I just never. I was like, before I started watching horror films, oh no.
Yeah.
Then when it got banned, I was like, that must be bad.
Well, you know how when Code Red released this, Code Red were the first ones to put this out on DVD, which I had, and it was adequate. But they had it on a really bad copy off a VHS, and they said that's as good as it's going to get. And of course, this one's come up here.
Oh my God, the cheeky buggers!
Well, I think that's what literally it was, and I think that somebody has found the 35mm negatives for this, and that's why this one came out. They've done such a good job on it because it looks night and day compared to the Code Red one. Looks well, pretty abysmal. It's just like a VHS actually, but I thought that was the only way you could see it.
Do you reckon they both got the same, use the same print?
Yeah, the have I. It's definitely the same print. It's the same everything. It's just
Yeah.
different packaging. I mean, vastly different as well. It's not as if it's like a little bit the same. It's like completely different. So the packaging is
Yeah, mental,
yeah,
innit?
So for me though, I think that this is one of the. It's a funny one as well because I can see a lot of people not liking this, but I can also see a lot of people liking this. It can be slow at times.
Yeah.
The demon fella is great when you see him. You don't really see too much of him at all, but when you actually see him fully, in the fully, he's quite.
Again, percent zero budget. It's quite impressive, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? He looks quite good, but
yeah,
they do a lot of slow motion, a lot of flashbacks. So
and his raw is exactly the same every time.
Yeah, as soon as he gets
and it's in my head now because I can hear him doing it. I think that sounds slowed down as well. I think that's a slow motion-y thing.
Yeah, but it's I think it's a really watchable movie. I thought it was really very enjoyable movie. Yeah, it's got slow parts, but just try and forget about them and know that you're
I was going to say if you're going to watch this and expecting like an all-out gore-fest action film, you're going to be very sadly mistaken. Yeah. It's not so slow that it's dull.
No.
And you can't bear it. Like you think, Jesus, how long's left of this? It's not that bad. It's like you say, it's only certain parts, isn't it, that's slow?
Certain parts. I think this is because they do a lot of slow motion just to pad the runtime out.
Yeah.
They don't have to do it that much, but they did. So just you're going to get some of them, but I don't think it doesn't put me off at all. And I'm so glad that it's come out in a really good uncut version.
Yeah,
in the UK, because it was so hard to get, wasn't it? It was another one of them ones that was really hard to get.
Yeah, on video, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't see this coming. I really didn't. And when they said this was getting released, I was like, whoa, that's one of the ones I want the most. I've been really wanting to see it. And then when I found out like the 88 were doing it as well, because I'd pre-ordered this.
Yeah.
And then 88 announced it, I was like, shit. Do I get them both? When I seen the package, I was like, I would love that as well.
Yeah. No, it's great. I mean, there is two for 15 at the minute. Sometimes they've got it with the slip covers. Sometimes they haven't. Just like, but I urge anybody to get it because it's one of those ones when it does go out of print, it might go for.
Oh, you want it with because you get the poster and stuff, don't you?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Or is the poster inside the actual?
It's inside cover. It's inside the case. The poster.
It's inside the Blu-ray cover.
It's inside the Blu-ray box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in that slipcase, do you get this or do you get a booklet separate as well? Oh, you get that moon one, don't you?
You have a little booklet in here, and you get the double-sided poster, and you also get the fact of that happening. Which
it's just that's a pretty sturdy box, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's.
And I thought with that they might have done like a separate booklet, like with Arrow, you get the booklet separate next to it. I thought it was one of them.
Yeah, it's all in here. I mean, it's good. And it's got the fact that it's got the original art in it as well, which I thought, I would love this to have the original art in it, mind. That would be the best.
I would.
Because I just like that. Even if it was on the cover, I would have still got it.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe these days I've got to do covers like this because people wouldn't really go, too much for the other one, might think, what's that? I don't think they've got, if it's somebody younger, they don't have the nostalgia element that we have. Possibly.
No, but if you get, I mean, there's a couple of people I know that on here have started buying some of the Nasties after watching what we're doing.
Yeah.
And I think they must, before they start buying them, like I said, we've both said you've got to watch that Video Nasties DVD. That's your encyclopedia, basically.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, there's plenty of stuff to find out on the internet and that. I mean, if you're looking for something, you know what it's going to look like. You're going to have seen the original video cover. And I think if anybody's looking for it, they'd see that and go, whoa, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if you're used to seeing that cover, then you see something like this, or the one you got, you might just think, is that the same film or is that different?
Yeah. No.
So it depends, really. But I do think, I mean, some of the younger ones, a lot of people, younger people I've spoken to, and I've said, I've started doing like live streams with like a lad called John, and they're like, oh, what do you do? Is that Video Nasties? and they look at me, I go, you don't know what a video nasty is, do you? And I've got to explain it what they are. They look at me like I'm not right.
Oh, you're lying.
So I think people of that generation probably wouldn't go and buy them anyway.
Yeah. And to be honest, say like if you're just a younger person and you used to watching new horror films and you saw that and you thought, oh, that's a good lighting. You didn't know it was from 1980. You might get a bit of a shock by it, mightn't you? And thinking, whoa, this is... so you've got to kind of have your video nasties head on when you attack most of these movies.
I think a lot of younger people might look at it and go, what a load of crap. But then you do get younger people who have sort of concerning films have more about them. You know, Lauren springs to mind.
Yeah, well, yes, Lauren.
Lauren's collection, yeah.
Yeah, she likes her stuff.
I could see her watching this, really taking it in for what it is, instead of just thinking that was crap. And I kind of think she might like this. But like for me, she's got a different train of thought about them to like what most like young lasses have, type of thing.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Lauren's got great knowledge when it comes to older horror films. Not so much the new stuff. She could have been locked up in the new stuff that's out there. Fair enough, but she seems to go back to some really good old slashers as well, which seems.
She loves Psycho.
Yeah, and sort of, you know, that sort of. And to me, if you said to somebody maybe at Lauren's age and you said, "Oh, do you want to watch a movie like this?" to be like, you would think they wouldn't even go near it. But I think you've got a good chance of Lauren attacking some of these movies, which is great actually, because I think that some people can put these and just say they're just absolute trash and don't see them for what they are, and they might be missing out on a sort of subgenre that they might really like down the line.
I don't really know of any other lass of her age. Lads that could get it would probably give them more thing, but she has got a bit of everything in her. Like she gets Hammer films. She loves Scream Factory stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if she's got any. If you're watching, Lauren, have you got any video nasties? If you haven't, get this. But yeah, she knows some stuff that like other people of her age like wouldn't even know what the hell she was talking about. I mean, what lass of her age do you know's favourite films? The Fly.
I know it's great in it, but I think it's great that to have people not only know that there's some great new horror films out, and that sometimes maybe younger people like the newer style, fair enough, but maybe to go and have a look at the older stuff and be, you know, impressed by it. It's, you know, don't discount it, which is a good thing because Lauren hasn't. She's kind of embraced it, which is brilliant.
And if you are watching, Lauren, will you please get your ass back on YouTube? I miss your videos.
Yeah, as a lot of
I used to love watching her stuff because, like, she was so passionate about it, and like, she would tell you things without giving the plot away and stuff, like too much, no spoilers, and her opinion, and show you the addition she's got. And then one day she'd gone, and that was it. I was like, oh, gone. I'm still subscribed, just waiting for her to come back.
Well, she's on Instagram. I mean, I look at her stuff on Instagram all the time.
It's not the same though. I used to like watching her videos.
I'm sure she'll make a comeback. I really hope she does.
I hope so.
Yeah, definitely. Love to see her back. And
so, what do you rate this bad boy?
Well, Internet Movie Database rate it's at 4.7, which I think is diabolically low.
I do.
I think that I would easily put it up to 7.9 because I think it's such an enjoyable movie. I've always enjoyed it, even when I couldn't really see it, but I enjoy it 10 times more now.
I'll give it 7.
7, yeah. Very watchable.
I think if the acting had been better, or those sort of slow motiony bits had like sped up a little bit, and it didn't go on like those slow bits, it probably would have gone up to an 8. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
it's definitely recommended. You've got to see it.
I mean, I don't mind that if they just speeded them bits up and had them in real time. I think it would have been a better film.
Yeah.
And maybe they were just trying to make it a bit more effective, but I think they just overplayed it just a touch, especially at the end. But I think it's great, and I think if they only showed the fella a bit more, maybe they didn't have more time with him when he's fully dressed up. Because I was surprised at how he looked when you saw him properly. You thought, oh wow, why didn't they show this a lot more?
That bit when it there's a bit where it shows you him having a portion with somebody, the demon. I was laughing. I just found that bit funny.
Yeah, it was a bit.
But it's a proper grindhouse driving type of film, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's definitely one of them.
And it doesn't deserve all the bad stuff it gets, because it's got a bit of a cult following now, you know.
Well, I would like to think it has, because I think it deserves to be out there and not just like, you know, kind of obscurity where it was before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Far, far worse.
Exactly.
Gets bigger releases and stuff. So yeah, it's a good one, that.
I've got a good comment here. Dawn of the Discaholic 66. I have the old DVD release of Mardi Gras Massacre. From what I remember, it was pretty bad. Poor acting and effects. You'll both love it. You know,
maybe want to see even more of that.
I know. I'm just really glad that somebody's seen it. And
I know.
It's becoming a bit of it's one of the most talked about movies. Really, if I'd said to you at the start of all this, what movie do you think we're talking about all the time? You would have never picked that one, would you?
No.
No. But it's become... I think
it seems to be getting more and more elusive, doesn't it?
Well, it's always been hard to get. It's been one of the hardest ones. But
you think you're that close to grabbing it, and then woohoo, see you later. It's off again, you think.
I know. Yeah, you're right. And
we will get it one day, you know.
But it's the same as anything. Because you can't get something, you want it even more, don't you? This is the whole thing about the Nasties. Because someone said to you, you can't watch Night of the Demon. You thought, well, I want to watch Night of the Demon. You didn't just dismiss it. He says, I've got to see it. So you went actively out to seek it out.
And that's exactly what it is with Mardi Gras Massacre. I think we've mentioned that title probably on every stream.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it's becoming an issue. I just want to see it that bad.
We're getting a bit hung up on this one, I tell you. So,
but honestly, we will get it one day.
I'm sure. Paul Conway says Mardi Gras Massacre recycles the same ghost scene over and over again. Yes, I've heard that.
You said that, didn't you, before? And then somebody said, no, they don't.
Well, I've definitely heard that one about that. So Jim Jam Movie, James says, hiya, guys. And
hello, mate.
He also said, John, what's your thoughts on Neverending Story Remake? Well, I think I've mentioned this before, that I haven't got no time for it. I like the first one. I think it's really good and really well done. It's got that great soundtrack with it as well, so why even go there?
If it's not on the section 1, it should be.
And James says, what's your favourite Arrow release? There's that many. There's that many Arrow releases.
Oh, God.
There's actually one on here coming up a bit later. I've got.
Yes, there is, and that's one of my favourites.
Yeah. I'm going to say when now they've done the 4Ks, I would say the Demons 4K. I just liked it. I know it's a bit weird the way it goes in and out. And
I tell you what, it's a pain to try and handle that thing.
Yeah, it's not the nicest ones, but I just like the fact.
Actually, Demons! It just falls apart.
Pink. I'm trying to get the slipcover back on it, and the little.
Do you know what they should have done? They should have put some sort of like a little. I mean, they could have just glued it on, like a little clip lock thing to keep it all together. And when you watch it, you flip it up and then pull them apart.
Well, on the ones when they released them separately, they came out the bottom, which to do with their Battle Royale 4K. It's a great box set, and it comes out the bottom, which I really like them ones, but they seem to just don't do them very often. But I like them because they don't fall out. That's the best thing about it. You'd have to pull them out, which I quite like them.
I was thinking if I'd have known that they were going to do Demons and Demons 2 separately, I think I might have waited for the easiness. But then again, when you think of that pull apart, when you get the gold ticket and everything, don't you?
Yeah, that's
nice touch. That
it's just, to me, I need it for that. If someone said to me, you can have them other two and I can get them for maybe a sensible price, I might do it. But I would never get rid of the other one because of that ticket.
Yeah.
It is just one of the best things I've ever got. So one of the best things, well, probably the best thing I've ever gotten in our release is the ticket from the Metropole Theatre, which got you.
I'm saying, if you don't know what the golden ticket is, go and watch Demons if you've never seen it.
Yeah.
It's different. I enjoyed it.
Don't they? Yeah, they just hand them out. So to get into the thing. But I think I wasn't expecting it at all. I thought, oh, there's a ticket here.
When I opened, I thought, what the hell's this? And when I seen it, I was like, oh, nice touch. But my favourite Arrow release, I don't know, did they do True Romance?
Yeah.
Oh, God, there's that many.
There's loads.
I love all of the Dario Argento 4Ks they've done. And I love all of the Blu-ray versions that they did as well. They both look so good. So it's probably going to be one of them. Or possibly Wild Things. That's a cracking release, that.
I know you said it was really good, and I've never seen it actually on the 4K, but it's in my mind to pick it up one day.
It's amazing. I got the Xavi exclusive, which was like, it's different artwork on the. It's like it's still a painting, but it's like the original cinema. It's like, because the original cinema poster is just a photograph of Nev Campbell and Denise Richards. It's like, and whoever it is has painted that scene.
Yeah.
And the inside steelbook's different to the regular one as well. You get a poster and stuff with that as well. It's a fantastic release. Arrow released some amazing stuff.
Well, they do. You can usually trust them to release something like spectacular. When they do a release, they do it properly. I know they do this whole thing where they regurgitate the 4Ks, which is a bit, but in general, like, I think they've been a solid company, probably the most solid company. They went a bit off the rails at the minute. They're a bit more kind of like less niche than they used to be. But when you look back at the catalogue, they've released some cracking stuff. Yeah.
I don't know. They seem to be sort of getting a little bit back on track, I think.
Well, they are getting a lot more sort of obscure horror at some point, which is good.
My biggest regret, and I think at the time I was like, oh, no. I think I've told you this before. My biggest regret now is not doing what you did and get the Italian collection, all of them.
Yeah, I never thought there would be that many, if I'm honest. And I just started I saw number one. It was on the shelves. I thought, I'll get that. And at the time, they were only £8, you know. When you used to
I remember that.
And they were like next to note, really, when you thought, I thought, I'll get a couple of them. And then it was seemed to release them, you thought. But they released all the like good sort of movies that you would think were like video nasties-ish, like at the start. And they kind of went away from that. But to be honest, the stuff they've got now is still pretty decent, mind. In the ones that you like get and you think, oh, I didn't expect it. What's this one? And you get it, you think, oh, it's brilliant, that. I'm so glad I got it.
I'm really glad I got those Argento 4Ks though. Because I ummed and ahed. Because I thought, well, I've already got Phenomena, Cat o' Nine Tails, Bird with a Crystal Plumage, I think. I'd already got the box Blu-rays of them. I thought, do I really want them? And then when I seen it was you who got me to do them, to be honest, when I saw you show your art original ones off.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh, look at them. And I thought, I'll just get one. And end up getting the 5.
Yeah. Once you see one, you've got to think, yeah, I'm going for them.
I was lucky, very lucky to get Creepers.
Creepers is brilliant. Really nice.
I love that film.
Yeah.
Well, Phenomena.
Yeah, Phenomena. But it's a nice package though, isn't it?
Yeah. But the last one I got, I had to get it off eBay in the end, but it was sealed. And it was the Bird with the Crystal Plumage. But I think the other one now, was that sold out yet? Can't remember. But I did like the artwork on that one. It was the original one I actually liked better. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean, actually.
It's a cracking film, that as well. What a film that is.
Yeah.
Better than I remembered it.
Yeah. I just think it's just for 1970. It's an amazing movie. And if you think...
way above its ahead of its time.
If you put it to 1970, it would have been like nothing else made. It was like a sort of Hitchcock movie on acid, wasn't it? It was like, wow. Yeah. Took it to the next level, which is what he wanted to do, but he succeeded there, didn't he?
All 5 of those films that they're doing them 4Ks, I love them all.
Yeah. You're right. You've done the
absolutely amazing films, all 5 of them.
I wonder, I don't think they'll ever get their hands on Suspiria, but I wonder if they ever will try to do that.
I wish they would.
Yeah.
That Synapse one's expensive.
If they use the Synapse done the best ever restoration of anything I've ever heard of. I think it took them a year to do it. So if they can get licensed to anybody, and you get, you know, if you see them arrow picking that transfer up to run with it, you'll know you're in for something unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like them to do that. What's our other one? Inferno and Opera, which I've never seen.
Oh, it was all right. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not the best one, but it's really good. I think it's an opera that somebody's looking through a keyhole, and then somebody puts a gun to the other side of the keyhole, and you see in slow motion this thing being cocked, and you see the bullets, and you see it actually being shot out with the gun, and it's like slow motion.
Is that Opera?
I think it's Opera, or is it another one? I always get this one mixed up with this effect.
I thought that was Deep Red.
No, I don't think it happens in Deep Red, does it? Does it? Somebody gets...
It's just that scene sounds very familiar.
Because I think what happens is, it might happen to a certain extent in Deep Red, but in this one, it actually, the bullet comes through and goes straight through the person's eye, you know, the back of the head. It's so good. It's one of the ones where you just think, and he's sitting there going like that, looking for the thing, and you just think, wow, you see the whole thing in one go, and you just think, that's really well made. It sticks in my mind.
And what film's that in?
I'm sure it's an opera. I keep getting the mixed up with what that is. But, yeah. Arrow had the rights to that for quite a while, and then it just seemed to just vanished.
Somebody's released it on Blu-ray, but it wasn't them.
It was Cult Epics.
That's them. Yeah.
It's all right. It's quite a good version. It's not bad. It's just it needs to be Arrow good. Well, it needs to be 4K good. But it looks good anyway on the Blu-ray. It's got that kind of look that, you know, would look a bit like Phenomena. It'd look nice. So Paul Conway says, I can't watch them anymore as my player chews at me tapes. Yeah, imagine that, putting Forest of Fear in it and just going out and just decimating it.
You wouldn't dare, would you?
No, you wouldn't. So we've got Noz here, Pro Physical Media. Hello, folks. Sorry I'm late. No problem. That was 7:30. So we're not too bad. We're not too bad at comments. Let's do a few comments now, and then
yeah.
Michael Hewitt, hi John. I remember you saying to me you were doing some video nasties. Yes, that's true, Michael. And we've been doing it for seems like a while now, doesn't it? Would you say definitely a couple of months? Oh
God, yeah. It was right bang in the middle of summer, because I remember like the light nights, and like I didn't put the light on till very late on the first one. It must have been about June, July time.
Yeah, I think it was, because I think we're talking about.
But even though this is only like the 5th one we've done, because obviously we can't do them.
Yeah, because the first
one's regular because
it's just
work and things.
When I can get around work and that, I'm thinking it's a bit. It's just trying to make a plan, and I'd rather not say, oh yes, we're going to do it on October the 29th or something, and then something happened before then and it all gets kibosh.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why sometimes they're not as I don't announce them as soon as I would like to, but to be kind of just letting everyone down at the last minute. So that's why I'll give as much notice as I can, but it's just a case of not doing it too early, or you know exactly what's going to happen. Something will change.
Yeah. Oh yes, I've learned that these last few weeks with you.
Oh yeah. So, but
we've had many a rant, haven't we?
Well, we have, and but the best thing is that we always know it's going to come across. It's not as if we're going to say, oh well, that it just fizzled out. It's not going to fizzle out at all. It's very much something that we'll always plan for the next one. As soon as this one's finished, we'll always plan for the next one.
Yeah.
So James says Halloween Kills is $6.99.
Is that £6.99, or he's rating it 6.99?
I would say $6.99, because that seems to take a while to have come down in price. Because I remember going into HMV, not CX, and looking at it. I think I'll get it cheap on Blu-ray because I got a slip to put it in, and I thought, just having the shelf, and it was always like 10 quid and going up to 12 quid. I thought, no chance. I want to be like 4 quid or something. Have you picked up any titles in the indicator sale? I haven't actually, but I'm really tempted to pick up a few. There's a few Hammer movies that I'm after.
Do you know they had some?
Yeah, they've got, I think it's Revenge of Frankenstein. They've got the Gorgon. You ever seen the Gorgon at all?
When I was a kid, I loved it.
Yeah. So they've got the Gorgon, Revenge of Frankenstein, and another one I think of. I can't think what it is, but
I'm trying to
I
look
do
here
want to,
because I've got one in the post today. Oh, there we are. This one arrived today.
Yeah, great film that.
I watched the video I did where I got that haul for 30 quid off Network. I watched the two Hammer ones, and one of them was Twins of Evil. That's definitely not that one either that I was on about before with the vampire, with the female vampire up the teeth. I still haven't found it. I don't think it's this. But if it is, I'll let you know. I don't think it is. I'm hoping I do come across. I mean, how many vampire films have they got? It's got to be one of them.
Oh yeah. There's. I don't think they did that many. Well, I'm saying that many. They might have done about 10 or something. And
it's definitely none of the Christopher Lee ones because I've got all the Christopher Lee Draculas.
Okay. Be interesting to see what it is. Though. I have got to autograph Ingrid Pitt's autograph. Although I didn't get it, John Hall met her and got it for me. Just
wow.
As I was like, "What's this?" And I goes, "Oh, it's Ingrid Pitt's."
I know her brother Arm and her cousin Cess.
He works on the farm, doesn't he? Aye, Uncle Cess.
Oh, Indicator. I was going to get Irreversible. I've heard that much about it, and I didn't realise it was that one with the frequency noise through it, knocks you sick and stuff.
Yeah.
And then by the time I remembered about it again, it sold out. But then after talking to you about it and what people have said, I don't think I'm bothered, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm very much not into that. I don't know if I'd buy it, if I'm honest. So I think I will get a few actually. And
I might have a look. I mean, not that I'm skint at the minute, so Iron Maiden's skinted me.
Well, but think of what you're going to get for that though, the skintage. And James ordered that Scum Indicator release for $7.99. Well, I wonder
I've got that
the box set, because that's
a cracking set. That
good price.
My only fault with that is they didn't include the BBC Play version.
Yeah.
If they had done, that would have been like the ultimate release of it.
Yeah, I do. I do agree with you there.
It looks great on Blu-ray.
It does, mine, doesn't it? I was like, whoa, this is...
Yeah, it doesn't have.
Sharp as... So Mac Chat says, just joining now, lads. How's everyone's Ferox today?
Shaved and freshly creamed.
It's got to be shaved, hasn't it? Yeah, it's got to be shaved.
No, chafed, not shaved.
Oh, chafed, not shaved.
Chafed.
Right. So you haven't shaved the Ferox, it's you've shaved.
Whole lot of chafing going on.
Lewis says, what movie you guys want to be released from Arrow Video? Well, to be honest, I think that I was talking about this, I think, a while ago, that Arrow released, what's that one that they released? It was a really good release. Don't Go in the House. And that was a sort of like borderline Video Nasty sort of thing. I thought, get some Video Nasties out. So for me, if they do anything like that and put someone out that's like either borderline Video Nasty or a Video Nasty, that's what I'm all about.
If I was to pick Arrow, if it's a Blu-ray, I would like them to release I Miss You, Hugs and Kisses.
Mm.
If it's a 4K, I'm going to go for Suspiria, even though I don't rate it that high. I would love to see it in one of those box sets to go with the others.
I think so as
well. And I want to see what all this fuss is about with all these, like how good the picture and the colours are on it.
I can't speak highly enough about it. I just think I had it on.
I know, everybody's the same.
I thought, I'm just going to check this out again. It looks even better than I remember it before. It just... I
remember in the 80s when it was the Video Nasty rental days. Mm-hmm. My nephew, who was older than me, he was already born when I was born. He's my eldest sister's eldest. He rented it on more than one occasion regularly. I remember him saying to me, "Have you seen Suspiria?" No. He went, "Oh, God's beauty, you've got to see it." And he went on and on about this film. And I never, ever rented it for some reason. Mm-hmm. And for years and years, he kept saying, "Oh, it's amazing, it's brilliant, Suspiria." And then when I watched it, I was like, what the hell have I just... I couldn't make head and tail of it.
Really?
Somebody give me the Blu-ray. I think he was originally moving away and it didn't come through in the end. I hope he doesn't want it back. So anyway, I watched it. I was like, I don't get the fuss, the way people go on about it. It's best film. It's a masterpiece. It's one of the greatest horror films ever made. It really isn't.
I honestly do think it is.
Do you think it's one of the greatest horror films ever made?
Yeah, I certainly do. Love it.
Wow.
Man.
I need to give it another go, don't I?
Well, I think you do. I think the only problem is when someone does like say that it's the best thing you ever see in your whole life, and they build it up so much, then you go and watch it.
It's the whole hype thing again, isn't it?
You never seem to have a good time with it. You've got to go in with like just a fresh mind, just sit there and just say, put it on, just forget all about what you're watching and just see how it goes. Because I've just loved it ever since I saw it.
We've both done that, though, haven't we? We at times we both watched a film and thought, "What a pile of crap," and then give it a rewatch and loved it.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Done it many times. So maybe I will. I don't know. It might blow me away, and it might end up being my favorite Argento film. I don't know. I just can't see it. But we'll see. I will give it another go.
Honestly, if you see the 4K, just put the 4K on. Just watch it. And if you see it on 4K, then you might see it in a different light. Yeah, it's such a good movie. Badly Play Games with Saber Wolf 68. Is that a bottle of Lambrini, John? Yes, it's definitely Lambrini, or it's either that or Meths, one of the two.
You know, depending. I'm telling the world something I've never told you. There's only me and Laura knows. Depending what I'm eating, I'm quite partial to a bottle of Lamprey.
Oh, I see.
But I tell you what, it's only 5%, so you can have a couple of bottles of that. It's just like having a few pints. It's not as strong as wine. I call it posh wine.
I don't think I've ever had it, actually, if I'm honest.
It's like a cross between wine and cider, really. The smell of it makes air bark.
I'm not a fan of cider at all. Never have been, really.
I go through fear. I must admit, I haven't had cider for a long, long time.
So Nas says, hashtag Number of the Beast.
Oh, yeah.
Darren says, we're coming up to my favorite percentage, my favorite percent legends, Ivor Film Services with the letter N. So I think, was this released with Ivor? I think.
Yes. Yes, it was.
That rings a bell, aye.
So was Christmas Evil?
Could have been, actually.
My favourite. Number of the Beast, All Killers. Yeah. Man's Number of the Beast and very, 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 very close Seventh Son, followed by Killers. Power Slave for me. That's so popular, that one. I
know that Saber Wolf 68, who's in the band I'm in. He's the bass player and the singer. Wolfie Warploy. He's a massive fan of Iron Maiden. He used to play him non-stop. That's how I got into. I think he got Somewhere in Time and he played it, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is it's pretty good." I liked, and I bought.
That was the first tour I saw them on.
I've never
Somewhere
seen
in Time.
I don't think he might have seen him. Wolfie might have seen him. I'm not too sure. I've seen a few bands, mate.
You know the first song on it, Caught Somewhere in Time?
Yeah.
The intro music, and then they ran on stage, and Bruce Dickinson had this like flashing, futuristic suit on with a heart there. When Steve Harris ran on, because I was at the front row of the balcony at the City Hall, when Steve Harris ran on, I got a lump in my throat. I was nearly crying. I filled up. I had to physically stop myself from crying. It does it every time I see them now, though. The only time it didn't was like about 2010 when they released that god awful Final Frontier. For me, that's the worst thing they've ever done.
Don't think I've heard enough from that.
But yeah, I mean, even last time we saw them on, I saw them on Book of Souls tour, and then saw them on Legacy of the Beast, and I'm choked up. As soon as they run on, that's it.
It's mad.
It's very emotional. I don't know. People think I'm touched.
Well, you know, you see, if you've listened to an album for thousands of times and you've been seeing them in magazines or seen them on the TV, And then you actually see the real, that person in front of you. And you
Yeah,
say,
it's weird.
That is Bruce Dickinson there, because you're looking at him. I just think it's one of the best feelings you can never have. To actually see the real live person. And if you get a chance to talk to them as well, you just think, because sometimes you're speaking to them, they're going, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. And you think, I'm not really listening to what you're saying. I'm just looking at you talking to me with a disbelief.
I mean, Steve Harris is my absolute idol.
Yeah.
He's probably he's the main reason why I actually continued playing bass, because I always wanted to be a drummer. And then my nephew, the Suspiria fan, he was in a band, he ended up playing bass. I just started prattling about with it, and I thought, I'll never learn out. And then the first song I learned all the way through using all 4 strings was actually Duran Duran Save a Prayer. And I always said, I'd love to learn an Iron Maiden song. And when I did, that was it. And I was watching him, and he was just a massive, massive influence. He was my idol anyway, even before I could play bass. I remember him always being like my favourite member of the band.
Yeah.
But when you meet somebody who you've idolized for that long, you just turn into a gibbering wreck. He's such a nice fella to talk to, though. And and I was on a high for weeks.
But I would imagine that most of these entertainers, they've never really seen the person like you or I, like how we really are, because you're that, like you say, you're that kind of like weird when you're talking to them, and you're not yourself, because you're trying to be, I don't know, you're just going to a different world. So they never really get to know you. I'm not saying they really want to know you. They're just like, hello, mate, you're all right, there's your signature ta-ra. But it's the fact that they must, in their life, some people who are like superstars who never really meet people, maybe like Axl Rose doesn't probably meet anybody in real life as such. And he doesn't really know anybody really. Maybe Michael Jackson, he never knew anybody really in real life, or Elvis Presley, because he just had his yes men around him and stuff like that. But,
everybody in Iron Maiden is so down to earth.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Especially Nico McBrain. He just seems like a right crackerjack.
My favourite one, what I met, actually, the nicest one to talk to, he's an absolute diamond. He's such a lovely fella, was Dave Murray.
That's him with the blonde hair?
And the guitarist with a lot, he's been in since the early stuff,
He doesn't really look
a
like
lovely,
a
lovely fella he is, and he's
he
funny.
Doesn't seem like a rock star. Yeah, I agree that he seems like he's so not like.
Nico McBrain was funny.
Yeah.
Steve Harris is just God. What can I say about him? I was just in absolute awe of him. Blaze Bayley, what a fella he is. He's such a lovely fella, Blaze Bayley.
Mm-hmm.
I've never met Bruce Dickinson, and I've never met Adrian Smith. I'd love to meet both of them, especially Adrian Smith.
I'm sure you will one these days, because I think these people, you can sort of bump into them on spoken word tours and things like that. You can maybe get a bit of a one-to-one with them that way.
I don't know. He's quite sort of abrupt, isn't he, Bruce?
I don't know, really. I've not really seen that.
Apparently, he's a bit of a knob.
All right, one of them. You get the mind. There's nothing worse if you do meet your idol and they turn out to be not quite what you want to think of, and you think, wow. Suppose
when I met the full band, it was the Blaze Bayley lineup, so I can't really speak. I've never met Bruce myself. Grabbed his arm once when I was at the Raise and L thing at Pinewood. He came down, he was like, I turned around there, I went, grabbed his sweaty arm.
So what do you do? Did he get you kicked out of the... Get rid of him,
I caught Steve Harris' sweatband as well.
Did you? Oh, wow. Yeah,
and I lost it when I had the bad split.
Oh, right.
Never to be seen again.
So, on that bombshell, Joe says, thanks for the answer, gentlemen. I look forward to anything connected with Video Nasties. I'm obsessed with them from when I had most of them on VHS, including The Witch Who Came from the Sea on VTC. Whew. Now, that is a difficult one to get.
To watch. It's a load of garbage.
I really enjoyed it. I didn't.
Again, I've only watched it once. I need to rewatch these all again. Like some of the ones I've thought were garbage.
You know, the one where I wasn't expecting the woman in it to be so good. I thought she was I thought it was going to be like very melodramatic, but it seemed to just, especially towards the ending, it just seemed to really come into its own. And she was really good at this sort of like crazed woman in it. Although the whole title, Which Who Came from the Sea, is quite. It's only talking about the picture, isn't it? I think she's obsessed by this picture.
Yeah.
So
like, I don't know where it was filmed, but like, God, some of the back streets, I remember it looked like derelict, didn't it?
It was in a weird sort of like, was it like a weird sort of like sea town?
I think they are near the sea, aren't they? But like some of the side streets are like
Whitley Bay.
I don't know what the hell it was. I don't think it's an American film, is it?
I think it is. She's American.
Oh.
And there's that weird bloke in the tattoo shop.
I forgot about him.
Yeah, who comes out and he's just nuts. I don't even know why he's in the film, but he's
absolute
in there,
creepy as hell, him.
So Liam F says, what an opener Invaders is.
Yes. Very underrated song.
And Mac Chat says, Bad Lieutenant is, he asked him how his Ferox was. And he says, better now.
I think we've created a monster, don't you?
A Ferox monster.
Yeah.
And I have to get a t-shirt with just Ferox written on it.
Definitely. Where's me Ferox?
Right. Liam says some of the alternative titles with the Section 1 titles are mad. They are actually.
They are the mental.
Looking for these, there's some belters coming up, actually, ones you would go, what?
What was that Night of the Bloody Apes? Violence and sex.
Violence, horror and sex, or sexy monsters.
Nothing sexy monsters. There was nothing sexy about that monster with his plasticine face.
Wasn't it? Lewis says half man, half beast, all horror. They stole that from RoboCop poster. Yeah.
Did they?
Well, it sounds like that, because he is like half man, half cop.
I think it says that in the trailer, though. And if it is that, then it's long, long before RoboCop.
Oh, definitely. People who made RoboCop weren't even born, probably. Bad Tense Night of the Bloody Apes, another one of those so bad it's bad movies, like ghastly ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree.
And Michael Hewitt says, hello both. John, I remember you saying to me that you were planning doing a series of videos about horror nasties. I have to say the live stream's amazing. Great insight and chat. Well, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
I think that we both agree that this format that we had to do this is worked a treat. Yeah. And we're so pleased that it's connected with people, and we are
seems to caught on really good, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm so pleased we know that it's not just we're going to say, oh, this is it, we're done. This is the end of it. Mm-hmm. The Section 1, forget about it, that's all it was. To be honest, we're only really scratching the surface here, aren't we? This is and we're five streams in now, and we're still got plenty more to come.
Yeah,
but yeah, so yeah, and we're finding out a lot of stuff actually when we do these. We can put our heads together and say, hey, what about that thing we're talking about with Mardi Gras Massacre with the rights? Maybe from that fella is the one who holding the rights up, and if there's anything to do with what he usually is like, that Bill, I can see him being quite involved with that one. Yeah, Paul Conway says, I miss you, hugs and kisses. Starring Elton Summer is a rare one. Yeah, definitely is.
Well, you've heard, haven't you? There's supposed to be getting released somewhere along the line.
Definite release coming out this year. And by the
I hope so.
It's based on a true story of murder in Canada.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Wow. There's an upcoming. Paul says there's a rumor of an upcoming release from Severin. Yes.
What? Miss You, Hugs and Kisses?
Yeah, it definitely is. I know there is. And it's definitely across upon releasing it, so it's got to be someone like Severin. But yeah, I was in Severin.
Hey, don't they do like a lot of new releases just before Christmas?
Yeah, so
I wonder if it's one of them.
Well, I think it was penciled in for definitely the end of this year.
I do hope so.
So Nas says, as I miss you, Hugs and Kisses ever had a physical release? It was on VHS, wasn't it? I believe.
Only VHS. I don't think it's had anything else since.
Says maybe VHS only.
They're talking to each other.
So I think it's been released in DVD in Europe and the US a couple of times.
I've never seen it. I've looked for a DVD and I can't find one.
I've never seen it physically anywhere somebody's had it to say, oh, look at this, what I've got, ever. So Lewis Tinaco says, gotta go, guys. Love. Yes, stay safe. Yes, thanks very much.
You too. Thank you very much for watching.
Exactly. So let's have a look. Nas says, strange advice for an eBay store that deal with lots of US imports. That's what you were saying.
But they do have a website.
All right, we'll have to send us some stuff like that. Mark Chat says, I never liked Night of the Bloody Apes. I think the sets are a bit dreary looking, or maybe it's the makeup. Looks like Morph's mate.
Morph's mate, Chaz. Mushed in crispy.
Yeah, that's a good one. Night of the Bloody Apes was uncut and Nucleus films in DVD in the UK. So that's Dawn of the Discoholic 66.
Do you know, I'd be curious to see that for the title sequence at the beginning alone. Because I think if it's got the title sequence like how it should be on the DVD, I think it'd be worth getting for us.
Darren Hartley says, 88, I've lost my business because they never gave us the original artwork for Killer's Moon on Inner Ocean. The Nucleus DVD is uncut and a nice print for Night of the Bloody Apes. All right.
Killer's Moon?
You know Killer's Moon? It's come out, 88, I've got it. Have you seen Killer's Moon before? I
don't think so.
Strange film.
Is that on any of the lists? Is that a nasty?
I don't know if it's on any of the lists, but it's got the elements that could be on the list. It's this sort of, I think the local lunatic asylum has a breakout and they all get into the community and they're just...
Oh, I think are they just bringing that out now, or it's just come out?
Just come out.
I think I've got it in my basket somewhere, because I think the slipcover's got like about 4 or 5 people on the front.
Dressed in sort of weird things, bowler hats and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, I like the sound of it.
So Nas says 45 watching 20 likes. Share the love, folks. Share that love. Wow, that's it's pretty mad actually for a live stream. That's excellent, and it's very much appreciated. Got to say.
I very briefly was watching one for a few minutes in America the other night, and there wasn't that many watching, and that was in the States.
To be honest, I'm not just saying it. I think this one gets a really good reception. You know, it gets one of the best ones I've seen out there. And I'm not just saying that. I'm just saying that the fact is that I'm just so thrilled by the numbers on here. And as the fact that it gets to like over 1,000 watches, which is nuts as well. You know, and
is it what we're talking about, or is it our charismatic? What's the word? Personality, charismatic personality, all sensual.
Well, both really. It's got to be. I mean, what other stream can you see? What's your name? The fella off the royal family. And
Ricky Tomlinson, is it?
Tomlinson. I'm Richard O'Brien. What other streams can you see them to in the stream? So there's that. We have
and getting a chafed Ferox as well.
And it's I think it's the Ferox.
Right here, kids.
I think the Ferox has brought the community together on this one. It's all about the Ferox, isn't it? Never mind the Ferox, here's the Nasties.
Yeah. We should do a joint recorded EP and call it that.
Yes, we should. We should definitely make a song.
Yeah.
You know, and do it.
By Mondo Rock.
Mondo Rock, yes.
And we will be doing the Facebook page at some point, by the way. We are going to do it.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, haven't we? The Facebook page. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, definitely. And you're all welcome to join.
Which is also, thank you very much to your suggestion, because I wouldn't have thought of it.
Me neither.
Somebody suggested it last stream. I was like, wow, what a good idea that is.
It is. Yeah.
So we're definitely going to do it. We decided. It's just we don't know when, but it's definitely going to happen.
Yeah. And Barrow10 says Nucleus has also done brilliant Video Nasties documentaries, and I think the 4-volume Grindhouse trailer collection. Yes, that's what we're talking about before. You know, the two Video Nasties DVDs that did Nucleus.
Yeah.
So they're absolutely brilliant. So
they are. I think to be honest, they are probably my favorite DVDs on the planet.
Yeah,
absolutely love them.
And to be honest, though, they don't really need to be on Blu-ray, do they? They're quite good on DVD because what you're watching, the quality it is more than good. So
and those lovely cards as an extra you get in there as well. What a job they did with them.
Yeah. Gary Hedger says, I could send you a copy of Night of the Bloody Apes uncut, John, DVD, John. Wow. Thanks very much, Gary. I would love that, actually, because I've only seen the trailer, never seen the movie. And
then you've got another one to take off the list as well.
Yeah, so yes, that would be absolutely brilliant. Gary, I really do appreciate that one.
Excellent, that.
And I'm just, so before we'll move on to the next comment, Nigel, have to do is the trailer, the speak on the trailer again.
He's going to send you Night of the Bloody Apes. It's a good job we didn't get another fella in, isn't it? Night of the Bloody Apes.
But thanks very much for that, Gary. That would be great as a sort of, actually, I think I might have to do that on it. You know, do like Where's Me Ladders? I think you'll have to make us one of those, and I'm going to have to insert that somewhere when we talk about, even if I show this Night of the Bloody Apes, I'm going to say, look, I've got, and that do you saying that.
Right, I'll see if I can sort one out for you.
Yeah, lovely. I love them little sort of inserts. I think they're great, actually. Where's Me Ladders?
Yeah.
Where's my ladders? Because they're my ladders, and he's got them. I've asked him for my ladders back, and he's like, "Oh, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, they're mine." Anyway,
when you go back to work, say to him, "Oi, where's me bloody apes?"
I don't think you get it. Actually, it looks like a bloody ape. Charlie Bronson says, "Love Nightmare on Elm Street. The remake is excellent too. I've never seen the remake."
Oh, thank you, because I thought I was the only person on the planet who liked it. I love the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street.
No, I've never seen it, but I've heard a lot of bad things about it. Like,
it's honestly, it's not people, and they lie about it as well. They're basically annoyed and spitting the dummy out because it's not Robert Englund. Yes, it would have been better with Robert Englund, but the crap that poor bloke who played him's had to put up with, and he does a pretty all right job. And people go, "No, well, I don't like the fact that he comes out as a child." Yeah. Well, you knew he wasn't just a child killer. You tell me any child killer that just kills them and doesn't do other things with them. Of course he was. It was obvious. They just didn't mention it. But in this one, they just outright say, yeah, he was a... I think what it is as well, they don't like the fact that they've called Freddy Krueger one of them, and they don't like that because it's ruined their horror hero. It's a film, for God's sake. Watch it for what it is and enjoy it.
Yeah. No,
I was shocked, I must admit, even though it was a remake, I was shocked that Robert Englund didn't do it. They didn't even ask him. But I think when it's a remake, they wanted to do a whole new take on it. Put it this way, I like the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street a lot better than the remake of Friday the 13th.
Really? I do really like the remake of Friday the 13th, and I can't believe
I was really disappointed with it. It's good, but it could have been a hell of a lot better.
I saw the pictures actually, and it was.
I did.
Yeah, really.
I think some of my favorite remakes though are the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's amazing. That remake, The Hills of Eyes, is brutal. Loved it. But I really, another one which gets bad reviews, I really like the Fright Night remake.
Never seen it. I don't know if I can because I just.
It's got a patch on the original. But Chris Sarandon does a little cameo in it as well.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I think it's Colin Farrell who's playing Jerry Dandridge, so he's not playing that. But when I see it, I was like, "Oh, nice touch." But if you watch it and forget about the original for a while, I think you'd enjoy it.
I might have a shot of it. I'll never say never, but
I've got it on 3D Blu-ray. It's really good in 3D.
All right. I probably will, but I'm not saying I will. I'm not saying a definite one on that one, just because I've got so much fun memories for Fright Night. I really have.
I think if you watch it with an open mind, I honestly think you'll enjoy it.
I'll give it a
Don't
go.
compare it to the original. There's one thing about it I don't like. I hate him. The bloke who they've got to play Evil Ed. He's terrible. Have you ever seen Kick-Ass?
Yes.
Right. Do you know the son of the rich one in Kick-Ass or Kick-Ass 2? He's got a croaky voice and a lisp.
Yes.
It's him. And I can't bear him. The way he talks just grates on me.
Yeah, so that's enough to put you off.
They could have done far better for another Evil Ed. Having said that, Stephen Jeffries takes unbeaten. He's amazing as in the original.
Yeah, I do. So that says Nightmare Elm Street is
You've read that one, yeah?
8-year-old.
Oh no, Nightmare Elm Street, 8-year-old.
It's a bit mad, isn't it? Imagine that.
I wouldn't have dared watch that at 8-year-old.
And so I'll have another comment, then we'll go into the comments. We'll go into the next video. Darren Horton says, the boys are back. Got my beers and snacks. My first 18 film was in the cinema was Fright Night 2. Put my mate's dad's hunting boots on to make me look taller. I was 50 minutes down the good weight. Tell you what, that's a class, that, mine. I like that.
Fright Night 2. What a sequel. Love it.
It's just you can't get it anywhere.
You can. I've got it on Blu-ray.
Really?
It's Spanish.
Yes.
But they've used the original artwork. It's just the writing on the front. It doesn't say Fright Night 2. It's in Spanish. But it's got English thingy. And I tell you what, a cracking picture as well. They've really cleaned it up compared to the old DVD release. I was waiting for somebody, like, whether it be Scream Factory, Arrow, anybody to release it, and nobody's released it on Blu-ray. I thought, sod this, I'll get this, because I only paid about £7 for it. It was pretty cheap, and this will tide me over. And if a decent, a more sort of decent release doesn't come out, at least I've got it, because it's such a great film.
Yeah, I remember, I haven't seen it for youngs, but I remember really enjoying it. So the next movie is going to be yes. Oh, you flipped your art round.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got the same release, but this is the reversible artwork. This is the original Video Nasty cover.
Yeah.
It's even still got the certificate X on it, look.
I like that. That's really good, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got a booklet in here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a booklet? Yeah. So this one here, I originally got this from Code Red. And I got it on DVD. The DVD was about 20 quid. And then I wanted to get I liked it that much. I wanted to get on Blu-ray. So I went and got the Code Red Blu-ray for 55 quid it cost us. And I know.
Wow.
I know it was a big upgrade on the DVD, but it still wasn't that good. This one for me is much better. The quality on here is much better. Plus, you've got some extra little bits in here that weren't in the Code Red. Though it's not much. It's just little bits of like extra things when they're walking across. There would be a lot more. It wouldn't cut off as quick. It's just a few really weird scenes. I think
but them little bits to me add more to it. When even it might be some adapt, but when it's longer, you're thinking, oh, look at that! I've got that. That's not on the other one. So this is better than the one you paid 50 odd quid for.
Yes, it is. I only paid like 15 quid. I think this is out of print now as well.
It is, because when I got this, I think I paid about 8 or 9 quid for it.
Yeah, and then it just went.
And now it goes for. I think I've seen it go for 20, 30 quid. It's
spine number 12 as well in the one of the early ones in the.
So yeah, this is when I was collecting them as well. It's an early one, isn't it? That one.
It is, and it's also called.
It's called Nightmare in America.
It was just Nightmare on the cover. Is that the same cover as that? But it just had Nightmare on. Didn't have it in a damage.
And that's the artwork, isn't it? In America, that one.
Yeah, it is. But it's blue. It's like a blue lettering. It's not red.
Ah,
Yeah. So Nightmares Damaged Brain, 1981, directed by Romano Scalovini, 97 minutes, quite long. It's also titled Blood Splash,
never read
Nightmare,
that one.
I know, or Schizo. That's quite a generic title. I've heard of a few. It's
I was
called
going to say,
Schizo.
isn't there another film called that?
I'm sure I've heard of more films called Schizo and a few more. And it's got 5.6 on the Internet Movie Database, which is quite high actually compared to the other ones so far. So this one here, you can tell, can't you? I was really surprised when this got released uncut in the UK because you can tell
because I'd never seen it back in the day. I know plenty of kids at my school seen it when I was at school,
yeah,
and they kept saying, "I've seen Nightmares of Damaged Brain," and I got mixed reviews. Some said, "Oh, it's so good, it's like really, really good," and all that, and other people saying, "Oh, God, it's crap." So I was a bit dubious when I got this. So when I watched it, I was actually I was surprised at the gore.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sick one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, when you think of the yeah,
and also as well, it's shot in the seedy part of New York on 42nd Street, and it really.
And I love it when it shows you that.
Yeah, doesn't it really feel as if it's like as if he's like not even shooting a movie at that point? It's like a kind of documentary feel. The fact the way he's going to all these like awful places, and it seems completely legit, doesn't it?
Yeah, and if you look as he's walking, some of the people on the sidewalks, you can see them like looking at the camera passing because they're filming that bit in a car. I think if you look, you can see the reflection of the car in one of the windows with the cameraman. They just went out and did it, and like all people are watching, so you know that like they weren't expecting it. And so it's obviously they're really weird down in that rough area. Yeah,
and it was like a really take your life in your hands when you go to that place.
Peep Show City, wasn't it, when that was made?
Well, the Peep Show part of it. Now, when you watch the Code Red DVD or Blu-ray, well, without going too descriptive, you know when he goes into the Peep Show and the thing goes down, zzz, you put your money in, the money goes down.
Yeah.
The screen goes down. Now, the person on the other end of the thing, what she's up to, it's quite descriptive, but the frame, you know, the way it's shot, you know, the sort of widescreenness of it, the frame of the movie, it cuts off a bit on the top and the bottom, so you don't see exactly what she's up to.
Right.
But on this one, well, you know you do, don't you?
Because on this one?
Yeah, aye. You know when you see...
I can't remember now.
Well, you know when the thing goes like that, and it's obviously paying his money to watch this show, and then it goes, it stops. What he's seeing is like, because the screen goes down further, because obviously the screen is wider.
Yeah.
The frame of it, where it's shot.
Because the video was pan and scan, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I don't know if that was done in a certain way on the Nightmare, the original one on Code Red, that they framed it in the wrong frame, so you couldn't see that bit, or they got that off, whatever. But on this frame, you can see the whole...
Everything.
Yes.
Oh. Guess what I'm watching? This was also the one where the distributor did time. He actually went to jail.
Yes.
For releasing it.
Yeah.
Trying to know what the label was.
Is that one? It's like a VCL sort of.
I was going to say, was it VCL?
Yeah, it comes across like that. I know
it was something like that.
Somebody mentions it, would know it straight away, obviously, but it was one of those ones. It wasn't like a sort of not Vestron, like Vipco or anything like that. It was a real, like one of the odd ones that you don't see many stuff of.
But to actually go to prison for releasing this, because they classed it as obscene.
Yes, it was. It was
Jesus
movie, and then said because he wouldn't because he put it out, didn't he? Did he have a warning or something? I did, and then he put it out, and then just says, right, get in the nick. Did he get something done with that? Did he get it like overturned or something? Or did he get it like written off? Because I don't think but he went to prison for it.
I'm sure he did go to prison. Mm-hmm. He can't have done the full term just for releasing that.
No, I don't think so.
That was it came out on the cinema. and they cut it and made it an X. And I think when it came out on video, he released the full uncut version.
Oh, and then, yes.
And I think that's why he got done for it.
Yeah, because they did deemed it, you should cut it anyway for there. Because it's one of the rare ones that got out in cinema before it got released on VHS.
Yeah.
Because most of these were straight to VHS, weren't they? They never even went down the cinema front. So yes, so that's what. So yeah, so it's kind of that's what they threaten people with. But he's one of the rare people that actually it happened to. And
I think it's a pretty good one. This though,
I really enjoy it. I think it's well
I think
done.
if you're a fan of slasher films, I think you'll like this.
Yeah, it's very much a psychological film, isn't it? It's about this fella's descent into madness.
Yeah, I was going to say he's good. He's good at doing it as well. He's very convincing.
When he keeps waking up screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no, I think it's a really well done film. I think it's one of those ones where it was one of the ones I wanted to see, couldn't see it. It was hard. It was a very hard one to get, obviously, because of the fact of it being like prosecuted badly in the whole respect of it, and this and to also have it uncut in the UK was like, what? It was one of the ones where you think, surely not.
That was definitely one that if you carried around, it was like carrying a bag full of marijuana.
Yeah, you just knew.
Well, not even marijuana, worse, like cocaine, because that's how serious they were treating you. Weren't they? Like if you were found with these.
Yeah, I think if there was like
people went to prison. Can't stress that enough for releasing horror films.
That's one of the top ones that you would think nobody can find this in my house. If anybody did, imagine if you got raided, you would get thrown at you for that one.
There's far more brutal comes out now than this. It's not that bad. You've got to think that when we say, we can understand this being on the list, you've got to think to what it was like back in the 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't long afterwards, really, was it? When you think about it, it wasn't long after the Hammer stuff. I mean, when Hammer were releasing like all the vampire films and the Gorgon and all that type of stuff, and people were genuinely scared when they went and watched them, and then sort of like this comes out. I think that's why they had such a bad reaction to them.
And I think it's a very realistic film as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's done in a way where it looks actually nearly like a documentary.
Yeah.
At times, yeah.
Parts of it is definitely, yeah.
And I love that.
Is this the one where I can't remember that I'm getting muddled up here. Is this the one where it shows you a lass walking and a young lad comes up to her on a bike? She's meeting a friend in a house. It is. I'm sure it is. So this lass is walking to this house to meet a friend. And this lad who she knows, he's young, I don't know if she babysits him or what, he rides up to her on a bike. And then when she gets to the house, something happens. I'm 99% certain it's this.
That rings a bell, actually, when you say that. A lot of these ones, even though I watched them recently, yes, I do need to watch them again.
Yeah.
I would stick any of these films here, I would stick them on immediately and watch them now. Because I think they're that good. You always get something good out of these movies.
I think every time we do a live stream, there's always one or two that I'm thinking, now we've talked about these, I just fancy putting it on, like, now.
Yeah. No, you're right. They're so watchable. It's not as if we're saying, get this movie.
That's what I'm thinking about that one now.
Yeah. That's one of my favourite ones, mine. So that for the Internet Movie Database says that's a 5.6. What would you give this one?
Oh, more than 5.6. I'll give it 6.5.
Really? Oh, I'll give it 8. I love this film. Really.
Wow.
Yeah. I've always liked it since I saw it properly. Because I think I saw it in like a really dodgy video and thought, oh, what's this? And then when I saw it, like,
don't get me wrong, I think it's a really, really good film. It's just like I don't think it's like one of my favorites. But like when I mark these, I'm marking them as the Nasties, because like if I had to mark this against something like I don't know, Halloween, the original Halloween,
yeah,
this would be lower because I'd have to mark Halloween higher because it's nowhere near Halloween for me. But as part of the video Nasties, it's definitely up there with the best of them.
Well,
But like when I think of things like The Burn and stuff like that, I've give 10 to. I've got to sort of mark it down for that.
yeah,
So although these might look a little bit low, I'm not saying it's a bad film at all.
yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, it's one of my favourite ones. It has been since I saw it on the Code Red DVD. But this one here is, for me, is the best it's ever looked. I think it's the best it ever will look. And then, unless you get somebody who's going to do really good, I don't think it would ever see it. Do you think it'd see a 4K? But you never know these days, do you?
I would have thought not, but like you say, you just never know.
You just don't. And then before you know it, you're talking about a 4K of this, and there's how many films have got, you think, I can't believe there's a 4K out of it. Sometimes a 4K looks exceptional as well. So,
me personally, I would rather see an uncut 4K of this than a cut Cannibal Holocaust any day.
yeah.
For me, they should have released this, unless they don't have the rights anymore.
I think maybe Uncle Bill from Code Red has maybe stepped in and done a little bit of a problematic thing. You just never know with him if he's behind the fact that because this vanished quite quickly from being like out. You know, it was out, and I thought, well, great. And then just all of a sudden it didn't, and I thought, now looking back on it, has he got anything to do with this? I don't know.
You never know, do you?
It's awkward when it comes to stuff like this. You could have.
When you look at films like this, it makes you think, doesn't it? Like, Jesus, 88 films. Some of the stuff they've released is unreal.
Well, 88 are massive in this type of stuff.
Such a good company.
Yeah, they've go actively out to go and try and find the most obscure horror that they can. This is the stuff that they've wanted to put out from day one.
But they don't have to do a cracking job. They don't just like say, yeah, we'll put that out and get it off a VHS, or yeah, just get the crappiest print. We will. They clean them up, and they make them look fantastic as best they can.
They've got the best. They've got the best version out there at this point of this. It's even better than the Code Red one. It's got them extra little scenes in it, just a few, but you know, enough to have the full version.
I mean, for saying there was like loads of missing elements, look at the job they did with Delirium.
Yeah, I know.
I loved that film. I thought it looked really good. When they were saying, oh, the picture quality is not as good, or blah, 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 because all these elements were lost, we've done the best we can. I was watching thinking, there's not wrong with it.
Yeah, no, it was good. I really enjoyed it.
And that film is such a blast.
Oh, it's a great film, isn't it? Very good.
So what did you give this 8?
Yeah, I did 8 because I think it's one of the best ones I've seen in the video.
I did on an hour between 6.5 and 7, man, I must admit. That was probably the most sort of difficult one to mark.
So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do another one before we go back to the comments. The next one is
one of the notorious ones, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of notorious films, now, weirdly enough, I got this from that guy there.
Yes, he did.
I was saying, my finger's gone off, but there.
I felt that. I mean, that one, I went the wrong ear there.
I'll just clean it off there. It's got a Ferox all over it. And the
little tagline at the bottom is from this, if you didn't know.
That's right, yes, aye.
The one you've got streaming along there. But the actors and actresses, that one. This
one here, it was great to get it off Nige when I looked at it, because I opened it on camera and I just thought, but the fact of it is, it's got no nothing on it to say where it's from, and it's just basically, it looks as if it's more or less sort of like a CD copy. To look at it,
you've actually got to put your glasses on and squint and really find to see that it's Blue Underground. They don't even like emblazon their name like they do on the Blu-ray. Yeah.
No, you're right. It's but it's great. It's a great version to have it for the fact it's got no extras or no nothing. It's just literally just putting it on. It's like just playing the movie and nothing else. No credits, no nothing, is it? Yes, it's just
no.
But I like
this. That's the actual Nasty artwork cover. That's what came out on video. But when I got this, that was actually the reversible. I thought that would have been the front. The one they use, which I think is the US artwork, which is also on the disc.
Yes, seen that.
So you've got that one side, which is like nearly all black. And if you reverse it, it's like total opposite, really. It's all white.
Yeah, that's one I've seen. cover.
But yeah, that was like I said, that was the video Nasty cover, the black one.
Yeah.
For me, that's like the definitive artwork. That's the one I always remember in shops. And I remember once we went to a rental video shop in Middlesbrough Town Centre. And my nephew I was telling you about, his younger brother, who was a year younger than me, he bugged my sister, want to get this one, and she wouldn't let him. We're not watching that rubbish. He didn't speak for the rest of the day. He sulked because she wouldn't let him watch it, because the horrendous things that goes on in this film that you're told about, you're thinking, I'm not watching that. And I wouldn't dare watch it. Yeah. And when I got my bootleg video of Last House on the Left from Sedgefield Boot Sale for the two lads who got done, he had this. He said, I can get you snuff. I went, yeah. I went, no. I said, I daren't watch it. Then when I watched it, what the hell was all that fuss about?
Yeah.
This has been passed uncut in the UK.
Yes, it has.
But nobody's picked it up and released it. It's been passed uncut now for a few years. Nobody's released it. I think that tells you a lot.
I think because everybody who thinks wrongly that it is a real snuff movie, it's not.
No.
But if they put it out, and people would say, well, that's they would just automatically say that's a real snuff movie, which it isn't. But it's got that reputation, it can't shake it off. It just can't.
Just going to say, this is one that it's so notorious by reputation alone. And I think when you watch the trailer, that was probably the start of it. Some of the things they say, like the uncut, uncensored, unexplained, whatever he says. And they say that the actors were never heard from again, and that then, ladies and gentlemen, the bloodiest thing ever filmed. And like you think, oh, this is bad. When you watch it, you think, I've seen more blood in the butchers.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
But what was it called originally? This was a film originally called
The Slaughter.
Slaughter.
Yeah, and it was like a sort of Manson murders like movie. Charlie Manson.
But you can tell, kind of, the main one, like the leader of the gang, it's definitely based on him.
Yeah,
you can tell a mile off.
But it's
and then they just like ran out of money, didn't they?
Well, it did. And when he says that he's supposed to have this like a bit like a Charlie Manson, like hold over all these people he's got in his like gang, and he's got this. So if they think he can do anything to anybody, and they'll let him, and he gets that woman, and he's sort of like just digging someone into her arm, and he says she'll just lie there, and I'll just do anything to her with an arm. He's got this. I don't know what it is. It's like it, but probably a knife, and he's just going like
that. With between her toes.
Oh, that's it. Yes, between her toes.
He's doing that between, and he's going like, "I want you to feel pain," and I'm thinking, "I want you to learn how to act."
But she's just going, yeah, as if it's like absolutely nothing.
The pain.
Got this little bit of meat in between her toes and that, and you think, "Wow, it's horrendously bad, isn't it?"
Yeah,
yeah.
This to me. I mean, I've watched this either twice or three times, and this one never gets any better.
Right.
It's not, I'm not talking like as in, oh my God, it turns your stomach. I'm talking it is absolute, utter garbage. It's not a good film. It's not well made. When they ran out of money, this director fella, he bought it, didn't he? Or picked it up cheap.
Yeah.
And finished it himself, renamed it from Slaughter to Snuff, and put that ridiculous ending on. Mm-hmm. And you're watching this film all the way through, and you know what's coming. You're waiting, right, this scene's coming up. And my stomach was going, waiting for it. And when I seen it, the one that's supposed to be the real murder, the blood looks more like Heinz tomato soup. When the blood comes out the lass's mouth, you can see she's dying to laugh.
Yeah.
And then when he lifts up at the end, I won't say just watch it. You think, what the hell was that all about? And then just abruptly ends.
Because they go, let's get out of here, don't they? Get the camera, let's get out of here. And you think,
it's the most bizarre film.
But somebody who obviously someone should have watched that and then thought, this isn't a snuff movie. They just probably watched all the blurb about it and thought, right, that's definitely real. Because if anybody saw that, they in their right minds could never think that that was any part of real, could they?
No.
Because when you watch it, you think, this is abysmal. I mean, I've seen movies. You ever seen Guinea Pig? Which is kind of like a little bit more.
Was that the name of the film?
Yeah, Guinea Pig. It's like a Chinese movie, I think, Japanese movie.
I don't think I've even heard of it.
Just it's basically this bloke just gets this woman, I think it's only on for about an hour, if that, gets her, injects her, takes her to a room and then cuts her up. And but it's meant to be as if, well, this is the real version of snuff, and you just go, it's not. It's just, you can tell a mile off it's not real, but it's a lot more real of that than this effort. Wow.
They do it, don't they, though, as a selling point?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, to be honest, well, you were completely thinged by it, and you were thinking, I can't even watch this. That's where you were at with that movie. I remember me sitting going, don't know if I can see this, but I will watch it. And I watched it and went, my God. You feel cheated, don't you? Because you know you've been duped.
That's what I mean. This is definitely got on the list due to its reputation.
Massively.
I think that's the title. It's like in the trailer as well. That's the way it's like the logo they use.
Yeah.
I think that one looks better, to be honest. You'd think, wouldn't you, that was an 88 Films one, because this actually did come with the red case.
Yeah.
I didn't put that on. It actually came with that. It's the only Blue Underground, I think, that's ever done that.
I think it's one of the best titles out there.
Obviously, yeah.
It doesn't say what it doesn't deliver anything of that, but the fact that what it's called, you think, wow, you know, it's brutal title.
I love that artwork, but you know that back bit.
Yeah,
I've seen that used on another film as well called Demonoid.
Demonoid, I remember that one.
Now I've not seen the film. I remember seeing the box and I thought, that's ripped off the Snuff cover, that. But then when you think about this, you think, has Snuff ripped off Demonoid? I don't know.
Well, this is supposed to be from 1975. And Demonoid's about 1980, wasn't it? Or was it? Or 1976?
Yeah, but was it completed in 75, or is that when the Slaughter part was made?
Well, I know the Slaughter was definitely, I think they had that before the film, got the film. Minus some of the dates on these are a little bit weird, because sometimes you can say 75 one day and then 80 the next day. But it's 76 minutes long. It's a long 76 minutes long.
Did you think it was as well?
Yeah, because
it's so slow, isn't it?
I think on the first watch you're waiting for the ending, so you just want the whole film to be gone. And then on the next one you can watch it probably better, because you're watching it for a bit more of the
when you were waiting for that ending, were your guts going in anticipation, thinking about it?
What I was thinking, is this going to really be, is this real? But at that point I'd heard it's not real. But I thought, well, yeah, I'll wait and I'll see it. And I thought, I don't believe that.
And then when you watched it, you were like, what the flipping hell's that?
I could have done better myself with a tin of soup, you know?
You'd have thought they would have at least used a bottle of tomato ketchup, wouldn't you, rather than a tin of tomato soup? At least that's red.
Yes, yes.
The blood was orange.
Well, it was just not unrealistic. So this this movie here has also called Big Snuff. Wow.
Big Snuff?
Yeah, an American cannibal. Which I don't know.
No, you've said that. I've heard of that.
Yeah. So
there's not one scene of cannibalism in it.
No, there's not.
Cannibal Man deserves the title more than this.
You're right. It's got the lowest of all the ones on here, 2.8. It's got in here. Wow. Now, it's directed by two people, Michael Finley and Horatio Fredrickson. Now, what I thought.
Horatio.
Horatio.
Everybody watching called Horatio. It's a cracking name.
So weirdly enough, Michael Finley, the director or writer, or vice versa, he was on a rooftop and a helicopter crashed into him and killed him.
Wow.
Yeah. So, wow, what a way to go. We're talking a little bit Twilight Zone there.
And then it flew off shouting down to him, and that's what you get for making crap like this.
And that's what you call snuff.
Yes.
But so yeah, so wow.
So what do
so
you
what-
rate this?
Well, to be honest, I'll give it a 5 just because of what it's achieved by just basically lying and basically when it's just a bundle of lies. So it's an awful film, but I can see it for it's a talking point. So I'll give it a 5 for
Yeah.
that. But I can't really rate the film as a good film at all.
If it was the trailer and the artwork,
Yeah.
I would rate them two as probably about an 8. But I'm not rating them. I'm rating the film. I'd give it 3, and I think I'm being generous.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with you on that. I'm just probably giving it a 5 just because of the whole, notoriety that it managed to cook up for itself over something. That's
How the hell this got on the Section 1 list? Apart from the reputation, they should have got this and watched it all the way through.
Well, it's obvious they didn't.
It's been passed uncut, and nobody's released it. That says it all.
Yeah.
I've had to get this from America, Blue Underground.
Yeah, I think it's just too notorious, and they just don't want to be set.
It is honestly, the film itself is garbage. But you've got to watch it. Don't leave it out. But when you watch it, prepare yourself for a bit of a long night. And if anybody's not wanted to watch it for the reasons I didn't think, then I couldn't stomach that. Honestly, you've got absolutely zero to worry about. There's nothing bad in it.
It's just a comedy, really, isn't it? More than anything else.
I think it's too bad to be even funny.
Well, it's not. It's not funny. It's funny, ridiculous because you think it's.
And the guy who's playing the Manson type figure, he's more annoying than.
Well, he is.
Menacing, isn't he? Really?
Yeah, I couldn't stand him at all. Actually, in fact, I couldn't stand many of the people in there.
No.
And obviously as well, all the people in it that you see the murders, the woman from the film is getting killed at the end. She's not even in the film, is she?
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, the poor woman who gets at the end who's dying to laugh with the tomato soup. She's not even in the film. They've just tagged this thing at the end. It's totally irrelevant to the rest of the story, I'll say. But the death scenes in the actual film. I remember somebody gets shot like, yeah, that's real.
Yeah. No, it's just a complete travesty, really. But it's
3, and I'm being generous.
It's good. It's a bit of a talking point. It's definitely one that you could talk about quite a lot for not the reason of what it is, just the reason of what it isn't.
It's got to be seen to believe, though, isn't it?
Well, it has. And it's not an easy one to be seen as well. MB22 says, do you guys have our release of the Funhouse window sleeve? I used to have it. No, I have got it, actually.
I thought I did, and I was wrong. I don't. I do have the Scream Factory Blu-ray, and I've just got the Scream Factory 4K, which is absolutely stunning. Yeah, highly recommended.
I'll tell you what, Nigel, I'm just going to nip the toilet if you don't mind. I'm going to blow my nose.
So is that what you can leave for me to talk about? I just said. I'll tell you what, if anybody who didn't see the video, I'll show the Funhouse 4K.
Right, have a show the 4K of that one, and I'll...
I've got things laying around all over camera. I've done the bloody thing. That it? No. I can't find it. I tell you what, if you haven't watched it, go to my videos, and it's the one where I've said my first unboxing. 2 4Ks. It's on there. I think when I opened it though, I hadn't watched it, so I couldn't really leave a comment about it. And then when I watched it, wow, if you do like the Funhouse and you've debated, shall I get the 4K? I would definitely say yeah. When they go actually into the Funhouse, in like the little ghost trainy thing, the colours in that, it's unreal. I've seen the blue and the red and the green, and it did remind me of how people describe the 4K colours in Suspiria. And I thought their Blu-ray looked really good, but the 4K, they've really, really cleaned it up well. It looks fantastic. So yeah, if you're on the fence and you're thinking, shall I or shan't I would get it. That's my opinion anyway. If you get it and you hate it, don't blame me. But yeah, I loved it on 4K. Great film.
Hello.
I talked because I couldn't find it, so I just basically said like how good the picture is, and if you're thinking of on the fence, thinking of getting the 4K of it, do it, get it. I would.
Yeah, I'll definitely get myself. Although I do think that the window sleeve ones is quite a good version actually. I like the window sleeve versions, if I'm honest.
The which one? The window one?
Window ones. I did get rid of a few, but I wish I kept them all actually. I didn't have them all, but I wish I kept the ones that I did have.
I'm trying to get an older one, and I can't get it. And I missed out on one a few weeks ago, and I was gutted because it was within what I would have paid for it. I want the window box Caligula.
Oh yeah, aye.
It's getting old. Have you got that?
Yeah.
The window one?
Yeah.
If you ever see one and see
Oh, yeah,
CX or anything.
I never see it, mind. I used to see it a bit, but I never seen it for a long time.
I remember seeing the video, actually rented the full uncut. Well, I'm saying full uncut. Some of the sex scenes, remember, I don't think all of them, but some of them were in because I was shocked. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I don't normally watch that type of thing. What a cracking film it was.
Caligula.
I thought Malcolm McDowell was brilliant in it.
He was all right when he. Have you seen Caligula 2?
Didn't know there was one.
Yeah, it's an Austrian. It's an Italian one. It's just come out actually uncut in the US. You couldn't get it uncut over here. If you think
what's it called?
Caligula 2: The Untold Story.
Oh, I've got that.
Have you?
That blue box with the coin in, with the 2 in.
Yeah,
it's called. See, they don't call it Caligula 2. It's called Caligula: The Untold Story. Yeah. And then there's another one in the box. It's something to do with a woman's name in it as well. But The Untold Story, that's also got real sex scenes in.
Yeah.
The other one, it does, but they're only simulated. It's not like.
Is it kind of like some
ones?
Macinda and Caligula?
That's it. That's it. Yeah. So you got them in this blue hard case, and you got a Caligula coin. Oh, and you could buy them separate, but I got that one. I enjoyed the Untold Story one more, definitely. But none of them were as good as the original Caligula, the Tinto Brass one.
Tinto Brass, that's it, isn't it? Bit of a strange director he was. So
he was a bit, yeah.
My first pre-survey on Nasty Age 12 was Zombie Flesh Eaters. Thought it was Soil Yourself Scary.
Soil Yourself Scary. We're getting to that.
Yeah, I know. Trev says there is a Toxic Zombies Blu-ray on eBay for $120 plus $20 postage. Oh, wow. So I nearly went for it, but I'd rather eat me Ferox.
$120?
Imagine how much Ferox you could buy for $120. Wow.
Hang on a minute. I only paid about 30 quid for it.
Yeah, but you know, when you get something from $120 and someone's got the cheek to put $20 postage on it, you just think, you're not laugh, aren't you? And if you send them just not the postage off, I buy it. They go, no.
They're doing more and more of that as well, where if you want to buy from America, you'll get what you pay for it, and the 20 or 30 odd shipping, and then you get another 20 tax.
Yeah, it's starting.
I buy less now for that reason.
Yeah, I've got to be. sometimes you don't want to pay that much on actual tax and packaging and postage. You think, wow, I'm paying more for that than I'm paying for the movie.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that way.
And it has got worse. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but it has got worse since Brexit.
Yeah, I think it has. It's not as easy to do it, and it's not as
But everybody was warned it was going to happen. They were told. They wouldn't listen.
Well, it's already been I think they thought that when we were becoming an island, they really thought wrongly it was to do with immigration. It had nothing to do with immigration.
No.
But there you go. What can we say? People just are fools, really, when they just don't think of the big picture. They think, hang on a minute, let's think what we're saying yes to here. And then
it's all we the lads crew with the Union Jacks and stuff. Yeah, we're Britain, we're proud, we're a country of our own. Now you're mourning, aren't you? Because we're paying more through the nose for stuff.
Everything went up because we're left to our own devices, which shouldn't be. We should be.
You can get paid now customs for stuff from Germany.
No, it's
shocking.
It was a stupid thing to do. But what it is.
I wonder as well, is this also in general with food and everything? Is this also why things are going up so much? If we want stuff from France, Italy, Germany, we'll now have to pay more for it.
Well, probably, yes. And don't forget, we used to have everything in this country. We haven't got nothing in this country now. I'm talking about gas and stuff like that. It's all been privatized, which was foolish. We're self-sufficient, and we shouldn't, for any particular thing, it didn't need to be at that point. But now we're on our own. We've got nothing. It's all gone. So,
yeah, we're on the bones of our ass now. We've got nothing. We're skinned.
I know, and no one's going to help us. So
no,
that was a great move, wasn't it?
I'm sick of saying it's on blue in the face, to be honest.
I know.
Didn't want to say I told you so, but I did.
The Bar Lieutenant says if I could do that, I'd never leave the house. That's to do with his ferox.
That's something about munching his ferox, I think, isn't it?
Yes. Trev says, have a good rest of the stream. I'll catch up later. I'm off to watch Mountaintop Motel Massacre. Great film, actually, that. Nice, don't give up on your 31 days of Halloween.
Oh. I know I was going to do the videos. Yeah, all right, then I might catch up and do them then.
Have to watch 5 tomorrow. And then you get yourself.
I've never seen Mountaintop Motel Massacre, actually.
It's all right. It's quite a good film, actually. It's on the 88. So it's...
wasn't that one of the slasher classics?
Yes, it was. It was one of the later
That's one of the ones I didn't get.
18, 19, something like that. That says, I think we'd all prefer to eat our ferox instead of pay for that.
Yeah, that definitely. I can't believe that, honestly. That is absolutely criminal.
I wonder if anybody would ever have done that. And, so Brian's here. Brian says, hi, lads. How you been tonight? Been good, actually.
Yeah, it's been a good one.
Again, we're 2 hours, 43 minutes in. And to be honest, I think it feels more like an hour. It's mad.
Yeah, and this is you saying, I think it'll end sooner.
Shouldn't have said it out loud, should I?
We've only done 3, haven't we?
I know. But the only thing is, we haven't really...
Oh, no, we've done 5, including Mardi Gras. So we are halfway through. We're over halfway through.
So I'm going to get through a few more comments, see where we're going with that one. Paul Conway says, Zombie Flesh Eaters, it was my first video nasty in 1983. My mum left it in the room when she saw the fat zombie. I left the room when she saw the fat zombie in the boat. Well, that was about in the first 5 minutes. So,
do you know when I got the Blu-ray the first time I got it and put it on, I couldn't remember that bit when I seen him on the boat.
Mm-hmm.
And when he come out, I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. I wonder what bumping into him. There's just something about the face. The thing is with that, though, as well, there's like a lot of films, as soon as you get the Twin Towers in the background, I can't take my eyes off them.
I know. I seem to look at the Twin Towers a lot. I was watching.
Can't help it, can you?
There was a movie today I was watching, and it had the Twin Towers in it, and I was like, it was a Ghostbusters, and I thought, there's the Twin Towers. And they are quite... Well, obviously, they're taking on a different meaning now, but...
Such an awful, awful, sad loss that was.
Have
you ever seen Cue the Wind Serpent?
Yes. Way back in the day.
I've only seen that once. I think I've got it on DVD somewhere. but I think he actually flies in between them. You see them quite a lot in that film. I think he
King
lands on
Kong,
top of one of them as well.
yeah, I think he's on the top of the Empire State Building, as far as I
Mhm.
know, and then he's on somewhere else. But King Kong, the 1976 one's coming out in 4K soon, and that's all to do with the Twin Towers, isn't it?
Who's releasing that?
I don't know.
I've got the Blu-ray on Screen Factory, and it's got 2 cuts on it.
But it's a UK Blu-ray.
Oh, is it?
4K, sorry. Yeah.
I bought that without seeing it, and I really enjoyed it.
I saw it at the cinema, actually, and loved it.
Did you?
Yeah, it was great. One of the ones that you think, oh, this is like a good kids movie, but a bit more than a kids movie.
I remember walking past the ABC in Middlesbrough and seeing the quad poster for that outside.
A great poster, isn't it, when he's standing on the Twin Towers and he's got the
one leg on each tower.
Yeah. I don't know if that happens in the film. I don't think it does.
No, it doesn't. He
no,
climbs it, but he doesn't go on both.
Did you
And
not
that
jump
poster as well, it's in broad daylight. When he climbs, it's night.
Yeah, I've got a poster somewhere out of a magazine that folded out of a 1970s, well, 1977, 76, and it's of that picture.
Really?
Somewhere. Yeah, I've got it somewhere. I keep bumping into it every now and again. I'll have to get it out and show somebody, but it's not a huge quad one, but it's a proper poster of it.
Wow.
You know, from this comic. So Bio 10 says, good job you didn't show Cannibal Holocaust then. Hey, I'm going to say, you know, this whole, the 4K of I Spit in Your Graves coming out. I've actually seen it in the shop. I had a look at it the other day. It's a 3-disc 4K. But I think it's a little bit expensive at the moment because I'm thinking, I don't know if I want to pay that. I can see it going, a lovely slip. Now I'm thinking, I'm tempted to buy it. I'll tell you why, because I've got the uncut Blu-ray. I would prefer the 4K to be uncut, but it doesn't really have to be because I've got the uncut one, and I would always
you skip by them bits anyway, don't you?
I would fast forward that bit anyway. So I could see me, and I've had a look at the screenshots. It looks lovely. So I've got an inkling I might go for that when it drops down to price, about 20 quid.
Who's released that?
I'm not too sure. It's
I had no idea that had a 4K release over here. Like,
lovely cover though, mine. Because I looked, I went, "What the hell is that?" I thought it was like that one, and also I thought it had, you know, the Deja Vu on it, but it doesn't. It just has the one movie. It has a couple of movies about the movie. It meant to be quite good, but the picture quality is nice, mind.
I'd like that Ronin Flicks one from America, like, but good God, so expensive, and getting it with the slip.
Well, yeah, but this one here, I think it's about. Actually, I'm gonna have a look on. I had a look to see how is it cut, but I didn't find anything out. It's obviously got to be cut, but I didn't find anything out that was like how much it was cut by. I think it's probably.
It's always that extensive torture of air, isn't it? Really.
Well, yeah, it is. But I was tempted, mind.
That would actually probably be good for you to get because, like you say, when you watch it now, oh yeah, that's shaped like an axe, isn't it? Yeah, it's.
So mine is it's 40 quid on there. I think it was cheaper than that in the HMV.
Looks similar to that, doesn't it? The box.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's
the same company.
You know, what's the company that did that? Did it tell you?
Kaleidoscope.
Kaleidoscope. This is the tally on here. Yeah, it actually is Kaleidoscope. So yeah, it's a 4K of that.
So I'm assuming it'll probably be the same version on this, unless they've let a few more scenes back into it again. I don't know.
I doubt it, like, but I don't mind actually because it's good.
I mean, that would suit you though, because you, like you say, you don't watch it right through. You skip them bits.
I do. I just take it out of the way. I tell you what, though, I don't think that what was it? The whole not 40 quid's worth, mind. I'm not paying 40 quid for it. I'm sure it was only.
Is that what it is?
Well, it is on there. 39 quid. I know it's got
Blu-ray, thanks.
But I think there's only one 4K in it. Yeah, that one there.
Wow.
Nah, not for me. That not for that price. I would
Nah.
definitely get the price to round about 20 quid. I'll go for that. I'm sure it would. I don't think it'll be a big seller because it's
You might
cut.
get it second hand on eBay or something for 20 quid. Or if HMV get it in, if they have a sale, that's where I got that box set, HMV.
Yeah,
That
you
was
see it all
that
the
was
time,
next
don't
to
you,
nothing.
for cheap. Yeah, but you see, to be honest, I know I could say that, but it doesn't really bring anything to the table for me. I don't really want any of the. I don't like the remakes or anything. I would watch the Deja Vu, but I'm not really into them for the whole collection. I'm not really a
I
fan of them.
really enjoyed the remake.
I know you did, but didn't work for me. If I'm honest.
The assault on her was nowhere near as brutal as the first one or as disturbing.
Yeah.
But the revenge violence in that one, oh
Yeah,
god
the violence,
damn!
it's pretty. Well, I'm not saying pretty extreme. It is massively extreme, isn't it?
Have you seen all three of the remake, like the remake and the two sequels?
No, I've just seen the remake. Haven't seen the sequels.
The sequel, the second one, it kind of takes place and reminds me of the same place as Hostel. Now, I don't like Hostel, but I really enjoyed that.
I like Hostel.
And then the third one is more like a direct sequel to the original, because in the second one, it's a different lass. But in the remake, she's back in the third one. It's like a continuation of that story.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed them all, but Deja Vu's really good, which is a direct sequel to the original 1978 one.
I think I'll check it out, actually. I can see
Don't
it,
bear in mind, though, get your popcorn, because Deja Vu's 2.5 hours long.
I know you were saying that. I couldn't believe it. I thought it would be like a really cheap, like quick movie. But
the obvious bits, they're not prolonged like the original.
Yeah. That's
But what a I don't know what it was. I just thought it was a cracking story. I really enjoyed it. Doesn't feel like 2.5 hours.
Yeah. No, well, I will check it out. Nick Hornby says 88 and Severin work together regarding the scan. So I'm not too sure.
Not as much. They had to.
Is that with Mardi Gras, do you think?
I think with everything, to be honest, because
I think they do. I think, if I'm honest, I think that that Severin, is it Severin we're talking about there? Seven. I think they do the donkey work, and I think that 88 might just say, look, can you do this? And we'll license them over here. I think they've got they're bedmates with that, which is good. It gives us a chance to get some stuff out in here, apart from going over there and paying massive amount of money to get some of the thing. I just wait to go to the shops and pick it up.
I think it's good as well that you've got like two really good companies who bring out like really, really good releases who are like working together as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. But Lieutenant says the only memorable bit of the Night of the Demons is Wangate. Otherwise, it's pretty forgettable. I know what you're saying. That's the thing.
I don't agree.
But I think the rest of it, I think it's really good. I think I can see why people don't like it, though. But
I mean, the acting's terrible. Yeah, it is. But trust me, you think that's bad watch stuff.
DVD and film bloke, mind you, Vipco used to lie when they did DVDs. They claimed they were all remastered when they were VHS rips. Yeah, massively.
I bet they did. I can well believe that. I bet that's when Vipco used to bring out the Nasties cut to ribbons with just the black covers. Yeah,
the back covers all remastered. Digitally
the covers
remastered.
plain because we can possibly show you anything out the film.
Yeah.
Rubbish. But you've got to remember that Fairman's had his mitts on these now.
Yeah, but I would agree with DVD and film bloke. They did used to lie because they used to say digitally remastered, and you could tell they're worse than the VHS sometimes. And you thought, no way on earth has this had any form of remastering apart from just saying, here, put that video on that disc and get it out. So cheap.
I never bought a single one because I knew on the get-go that they were still cut. So I thought, nah, thanks.
I think I bought a few, but not many. There were just a few of the more obscure ones like Zombie Flesh Eaters 3 and things like that. Apart from that, I didn't go for any of the big hitters, because they were rubbish.
But wasn't Zombie Flesh Eaters still cut?
I think it was for a long time. It didn't come out. I think it was Arrow that brought out the first uncut one. Paul Conway says Contamination should never have been nasty. I agree. There's not really that much in it.
Contamination should never have been made. That's another awful one.
I like that one.
I need to give it a rewatch. I've only seen it once, to be fair.
It's like the worst Alien ripoff ever in the world.
That's probably why I didn't like it. It's science fiction.
Baloten says, still got some very shoddy Vipco transfers on DVD, although my DVD of Holocaust had the uncut Road to Hell scene in it. Quite strange. Darren Hartley, Night the Demon, another great title from the Iva Film Services, The Professionals at Pinewood.
That's right. I think it actually does say on the back of their video covers that they were in Pinewood Studios.
Really?
I'm sure it does.
Paul Conway.
Sure, Trevor will confirm that or not if he's still watching.
I think he's off now, but I'm sure he'll come back on some way because he's big with the Pinewood company, isn't he? Paul Conway says I love Bloodsong from Iva Films, great slasher that needs the Blu-ray. I've heard of that one.
I've never ever seen it, but I totally agree because I'm dying to see it, and I've looked for it. You can't. I don't think you can even get it on DVD. It's got Frankie Avalon in.
Yes, actually, no, I couldn't mention it. I'm sure that I'd seen it somewhere mentioned, and I was like, yes, that rings a bell.
Is that the one where? I know it's no secret because he's on the front cover and it says he's the killer in it. But doesn't he whistle when he's like stalking type of thing?
Could do, actually. That rings a bell as well.
I think I've only ever seen the trailer because it's actually it's on one of those documentary, the Nasties one.
Yeah,
I've always fancied it, and I used to see it in the video shop. Never rented it, but it's never had another release since, as far as I know, over here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely where I've seen it, and definitely where I've thought, that'd be one I wouldn't mind seeing. But it's another. I
was going to say that's another good one to add to the. I would love to see a Blu-ray release of.
Yeah, but will it? It's one of the other ones that you think, will this ever come out? Because a lot of these, especially the Section 3 ones, you look at them, you think, who would ever go for this one? They're so obscure.
But to be honest, I never thought in a million years that Delirium would get another release.
No, that was a shocker. That, especially even Night the Demon, which is one of the well-known ones.
And Forest of Fear.
Yeah,
I thought Forest of Fear is like that is so obscure.
Mm-hmm.
That's long gone. We're never going to see that. It's never going to see the light of day.
Yeah.
And then when I seen it, I was like, get in. So you never say never. You just never know.
Well, I agree with that. Never say never on these ones. About Tenant, it was a bit of an alien ripoff, to be honest. Question time. Recently saw a horror film where Luigi Cosi appeared as the killer in an early scene. Do you know what that was?
He's not asking us. He's asking at Paul Bit.
All right. Well, I'll see if... Now, he's done the...
I haven't got a clue.
I don't either, but he's the one who done the... Is he a director? Is he actually... did he do the music for something? Because I know that name.
Oh, Luigi Cosi.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of him.
I've heard of him recently. I'm not too sure why I've heard of him, but I definitely have. I'm trying to find these comments. Have all not vanished, but they've been a bit... yeah, there you go. We'll see if I find out that one later on down there. Brian says, I was gutted. I paid £35 for the Severin Blu-ray, and now it's only £7.50 in HMV. This is Night of the Demon.
That's got to be Night of the Demon.
I'm going to sell my Severin one as I have got it.
Don't do that. Get the one for £7.50, but keep your Severin one because they're both absolutely gorgeous releases. I'm not getting rid of mine. Look at that. I'm keeping it.
Yeah. Darren says, yes, Bloodsong is rare. And it's not a great film, but it needs a Blu-ray. And maybe the whistling has caused trouble with the copyright. There you go.
I thought there was whistling, you know. I think I must have heard it in the trailer. Isn't Donna Wilkes in that as well? Donna Wilkes is the one who screams all the time in Jaws 2. And she also played Angel.
Yes.
You know, where she's like a schoolgirl during the day and a prostitute by the night.
Remember that one?
What a great film that is.
I remember
That's Donna Wilkes. I'm sure she's in it, you know.
To be honest, I think you might be right because this trailer's coming back in my mind now about what was You know, it's not with that ringing too many bells for it not to be.
I'm sure that's the one where he's chasing in the trailer. I'd bet me Ferox on it.
Yes, I think we're both betting with Ferox is that's Liam said the last ghost scene when he burns a man's face in the stove. That's Night of Demon, it. I'm pretty sure.
Is it? I don't remember that. That sounds brutal.
Well, you remember because
do you know when he said that there, I immediately thought of the oven scene in Absurd.
Well, you know at the start of the film where the bloke's sitting there and he's got the bandages over his face.
Oh yeah, it's that.
And then he gets.
He's in hospital telling the story, isn't he?
Yeah, because it's funny because his name's Mac as well. Turned him into a Big Mac, didn't he? Badum Tish. No, he didn't.
His name's Mac.
Just made it up.
He's about as big as me. They go, oh, look, there's Big Mac over there. Did you here all week, try the veal?
Down says, a big thank you for making me a moderator. Yeah, no problem. I've made quite a few people and moderators on here. And hopefully that's...
I have no idea of these things.
Well, you just right-click after the stream, you right-click everybody, and I just go through people, and I just click on them to say, make a moderator. And,
so they help filter out the cack, as it were.
Yes, there was a couple at the start of here, but I managed to get them off as quick as I could and put them on one at a time.
Nothing came up. I never seen note.
No, just they were a little bit out me right from the start. At this point,
I don't know what they get out of it. Is that all you've got to do if you're still watching?
Well, no,
are you really that sad? That's all you've got to do.
Watch. They put the thing on, then they get taken off, and then they just say, "Oh, right, we'll go somewhere else," or just not do it anymore. I don't know.
Here's an idea: get off your keyboard and go out and find a girlfriend.
Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? They probably don't know what girls are.
No,
actually.
I'll go to bed and bust one off. Just go away.
Go and get some of that. What's it called? You know, the spray clean and all that, and clean your keyboard up and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
clean your Feroxes up.
Yeah, because you've been frapping over it all day.
So Liam says someone put on YouTube, don't bother with it, cut the shreds. I don't know which one that would have been for.
I don't know which one that is.
Yeah.
I always say, let us know which film, because we don't know what you're talking about, especially when we get an hour behind.
That's true. We're at 8:22 on that comment, but we're a bit behind. I'm going to do a few more things here. The only film I know, Paul Conway said, the only film I know where he played a killer was in Four Flies in Grey Velvet. He was the man in the mask at the beginning. Can't think of any others.
I don't know who he's talking about, but I'm dying to see that film.
This is good. Mac chats, Mardi Gras Massacre is the best film Herschel Gordon Lewis never made.
Do you know, that is the best review I've ever read of it, because everybody else says how bad it is. That has made me want to see it even more, because I love Gordon Herschel Lewis.
That's one of the best comments I've seen, actually, Mac. It's perfect, isn't it? Because you just think, yes, if somebody didn't know anything about it, and you mentioned that, and somebody knew about Herschel Gordon Lewis, it gives them a good picture of what they're in for. So yeah,
I think Herschel Gordon Lewis, I think he was the best at making the most brilliant, terrible films.
Yeah.
Scum of the Earth, I love that one.
Scum of the Earth,
black and white.
Yeah, the black and white one.
I think it's a cracking film. That.
Have you seen that? Like how to Make a Woman? Is it called How to Make a Woman or How to Make a Lady or something? Where they just.
I think it is How to Make a Woman. If it's in that box, it's one of the ones I haven't watched, but I have heard of it. I think it is How to Make a Woman.
What they do is they've got a computer. Well, a computer. It's just a wall with kind of things beeping on it, big cardboard box with things beeping on, and they say, right, how we're going to make this woman? Well, we want this, this, and this. This is all right, brilliant. So what they do is we'll feed it into the computer, and they put it in like a little slot, which is as if
sounds like weird science.
Well, yeah, but a weird science on a zero budget. So they put this thing in, and it just goes blip, blip, blip like that, and then this woman comes out from behind the screen, oh yeah, we've got to. And then they spend some time in this room, and then they say, oh, we'll get another one, and they just do this all the way through the film. But it's really funny as well. But it's so, like, really, like one of his ones where you just think he must have just thought, he must have no money for this movie.
I hope to God it's in that box. I swear, when I do a video on them boxes, I will do it one day. The bigger one. Wait, you see some of the stuff you get, and it is amazing.
Oh yeah, I wish
that's
I got
Arrow
one.
as well. That's probably the best Arrow release. Actually, thinking about it, going back earlier, because there's that much in it. Even if you don't like the films, you look at that box, and when you're opening, you go, "Wow,
yeah,
it's fantastic."
No, it's brilliant, isn't it? So it's a great way to honour him. And I think it was great. He was actually alive when they did it as well. You got to see.
Yeah, I think he does a little intro for, if not all, most of the films.
Yeah, he does, and he paints them in a really good way. He just said like this bit of rubbish that we made. He doesn't like.
Yeah,
think this is an awful film.
He's got such a kind face, though.
Yeah, I think he's one of the best sort of like.
I'd love to have met him.
Yeah, I think it would have been a real blast. He's got just such an not odd person, but full of like character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he comes out with like all these weird films, and when you hear him talk, he sounds one of the most normal people. And he's like happy and jolly and stuff. If
you watch what he watched him, and then you thought, oh, what films has he actually made? And then you went and looked at him, you thought, he's made these films. That bloke there, that nice old man, has made these films. You just couldn't imagine it, could you?
No, absolutely not.
So Darren Hartley says, next up, I presume, is from David Hamilton Grant, who gave us World of Video 2000 on pre-sale.
I'm sure that's him who got done for releasing Nightmares and a Damaged Brain.
I recognise that name.
David Hamilton Grant. I'm sure it's him.
But yes, probably World of Video 2000 might have been Nightmares and Damaged Brain, do you think?
And the fact that he's put as well Next Up and Way Behind, it will probably tie in around about that time.
And I don't know your favourite rock band is Iron Maiden. Mine is Dio. Do you like Ronnie James Dio?
Yes, I do. I don't own a great deal. I've got the Holy Diver album on vinyl. And my favourite song by Dio, as Dio a band, is Stand Up and Shout. If that's one of them songs you never get sick of, it's fantastic. I'd love to do a cover of it. But for me as well, I think that Heaven and Hell is probably Black Sabbath's greatest album. I think he was a far better vocalist, and I love the song Long Live Rock and Roll by Rainbow. I always wanted to hear the album because of that song, but yeah, I think he's a great singer. Really, really sad loss that was.
I know, he was quite young, wasn't he?
Yeah, cancer.
All right, yeah. I remember
I went to see Iron Maiden at Sonosphere down Nebworth in, I think it was 2014, and Anthrax came on. Oh God, they've still got it live, like for saying like they've all aged, they're still, God, can they play?
Yeah.
And when they did a certain song, I can't remember what it was, and I think it was in front of the amps. They dropped down like this big banner, and it was Ronnie James Dio's face, and they were like, did this like tribute to him, and like sort of like acknowledge him and stuff, and like what a great fella he was, which I thought was a really nice thing to do.
No, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really nice.
You got on well with loads of people. You didn't get on well with Richie Blackmore, though. I don't think anyone gets on well with Richie Blackmore.
I was going to say, did anybody?
No, I don't think so, because I think he's
supposed to have been a right dick at times, him.
Well, he is. He's just got this huge. He's got this problem with everybody. That's the way it comes across, anyway.
I don't even think it's just the ego, but I think he got into fights with people as well, didn't he?
Oh, he doesn't look like he's a bloke, but he was always having arguments and barneys with everybody.
He looks like quiet.
Oh, he looks like a real meek sort of like person who would be in the corner. Nobody would, but he apparently was like gun for everybody, wasn't he? Wow. Balitan says, Nige, did you send the 2 lumps with baseball bats to my door because of the Ricky Tomlinson thing? see, that's what you mess. That's what you mess with the Feroxes.
Yes.
Right? You get once you get your baseball bat and your Ferox, you know about it.
Yeah.
Paul Conway, Opera is definitely the one with the bullet through Dario Nicolodi's eye. Yes, it is.
Ah, there you go. I need to see it. I've never seen it.
Great film, and just obviously when you watch that scene, you'll just know how good that whole effect is. It's really good. It's one of the ones where you think, "Wow, are you going to see this?" But you do.
I think watching them 4Ks now, it's made me sort of get into Argento a bit more. So I want to see more.
Well, you can appreciate it for what the vision he had, and you think, yeah. So Balutin says Dario Argento films could have been made for 4K release because the films are so beautifully shot.
Yeah, they are.
Exactly. Bumpers Movies says Brides of Dracula is a great Hammer film. Yes, I like that film.
I wonder if that's the one.
It doesn't have Dracula in it. It doesn't have Christopher Lee in it. It's
like the one I seen was a female vampire, like a hooded thing, and I'm sure it's going across like a garden or a field, and somebody's walking towards them, and they lift the head up, and they'll just close the teeth, and I just ran. I was out the room, and I've never seen it again since. I want to know what the hell it is.
We're going to have to try and find what movie that was.
I don't think it's this, but I will.
I'll let you know what about it.
I don't think it is.
If I'm honest. Bogey Cat says, Michael, I have met Ingrid Pitt a few times, and she was lovely. Yeah, that's what John Hall.
He's been about a bit as our Michael, hasn't he?
Oh, he's
met some amazing people.
He's one of the ones he's probably got a good story about quite a few of these legends that we talk about. Paul Conway says, love Ingrid Pitt in The Vampire Lovers. Yeah, she was great in everything she did. That accent she had, even though sometimes it wasn't her accent, somebody was like, she was quite broad when she started out, so somebody was like copying her and overdubbing her. I think in some of her earlier films, maybe not the Hammer stuff, but
stuff before.
She was someone else. Like,
yeah, I don't think I've ever seen The Vampire Lovers.
They're great movies. The Last Dragon. Hey guys, picked up Christmas Evil limited edition with Mountaintop, Mount Motel Massacre from HMV, £15 for the two. Excellent.
Wow, that's good.
Two great films. Christmas Evil is a great film. I haven't watched it yet, and the only reason why I'm saying it's a great movie is because John Waters does a commentary on it, so that makes it instantly good.
I think it's Christmas Evil is a section 3.
Yeah, yes, I remember you saying that. I was thinking, what really is it? I didn't know it was.
I've got it on DVD. I think it's actually a Trauma DVD.
No, it's Trauma. Wow. Uncle Cesspit, I love it. St. John says.
Uncle Cesspit.
Remember when you said Cesspit, like Cesspit? Ingrid Pitt, Cesspit?
Oh, yeah. I spout that much crap, I forget what I've said. I just say stuff at the spare of the moment, and when you said that, I go, you know about?
Paul Conway says Dracula AD 1972 is underrated. I agree. I love that film.
I think it's very underrated. It's probably the strangest out of the Draculas. Either that or Satanic Rites of.
It's funny because it's one of them ones where it was made in the 70s era where they just had to say all the 70s, like, hey, you guys, hey, Hippocat and this and Far Out and Groovy, and it's full of that. But that's the one with, no, it's not. Or is it? Yeah, it is. It's Johnny Alucard, isn't it?
Yeah.
The fella who says, I'm
Caroline
Johnny
Monroe's in it, isn't she?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And is it Stephanie Beacham?
She may be in the Satanic Rites. No, she may be in both of them, actually. Because she plays.
Is Stephanie Beacham the one out of Heart to Heart? No, that's Stephanie Powers. Stephanie Beacham, who's in it.
Have you seen Stephanie Powers in the Hammer film called Die, Die, My Darling? Or Die, My Darling?
No.
What a movie that is.
Really?
Yeah, because the person that's in this house with her, Tallulah Bankhead, this person, what a person she was in real life, this like larger-than-life character. And she plays this person who's a bit sort of like a bit drunk and a bit, like a bit weird in this house. But she is drunk and weird in the whole film in real life. She was mortal when she was doing this film. But
wow.
What a character she is, Tallulah Bankhead. So even the name, Tallulah Bankhead. You know, I just think, even not knowing who she is, you think, and she had this colourful life from, you know, young kid to obviously as an old, out of like, she was out of the loop at this point. But Stephanie Powers is brilliant. I think she's brilliant in everything, actually. She's amazing, I think.
Took me a while to realise what was so different about AD 72 and the Satanic Rites of, and that's what it was. All the others are quite gothic and set in like the early whatever it is hundreds, aren't they? And them two are like modern day as they were filmed. Took me a long time to think of why are they not the same.
I think as well, it's got two murders in it. I think Dracula gets killed at the start and the end. That's not a spoiler because obviously he gets killed in every single thing he goes in. But that's one of the only ones that he gets killed at both ends of the movie, I believe. Dawn of the Discoholic 66 says, Nige, the Hammer film you're been tracking might be Lust for a Vampire. I've got that one, I haven't watched it.
Is that the one with the bearded fella in?
I'm not too sure. I just know it's got this blonde lass on the front. We
talked about one, and I think I said at the beginning of it, I said it's not that one, but I can't remember if it was that or not. I'm sure it was right at the beginning, but I could be wrong. But all I remember is this hooded, you couldn't see the face or nothing, and it was dark, and it was going across this garden. This is all I remember as a kid. And I know somebody's walking towards them, and they just lifted their head, and the first thing you saw was the fangs, and I was off. I'm sure that was before even the titles, or just after the titles.
I'll have to watch.
So if anybody knows for sure what it is.
Yeah. Because you've been searching it for years, haven't you?
Yeah, I've never seen it again, and I'm dying to see it again.
So Paul Conway says the Creeping Flesh, Legend of the Werewolf, and the Ghoul all need releases. Yes, I think they're all brilliant movies. Especially
the Ghoul.
The Ghoul, I think, was that one where not
the Boris Karloff one?
No, not the Boris Karloff one. I think it's a fellow and he lives in this sort of a hut. There's a hut in a garden for some reason, and there's like grounds of something that had this person in this hut. That's coming to my mind. I might be wrong about that.
I think I've seen that
Creeping Flesh. Remember that was the Creeping Flesh was something like knocking on the door, and it was just like a ball of like that had no skin on. Remember that was, and it had like a finger missing or something. I think.
I don't think I've seen that. Is Peter Cushing in that?
Yes, I think he's in both of them. I don't know about Legend of the Werewolf.
There's some more I want to see.
So, like it says, I'd love to see Arrow or 88 films release. Night of the Lepus. Yeah, that's a good one. Food of the Gods. Never heard that one. Hunchback Hairball from LA. And the video.
Hunchback Hairball from LA.
Yeah, I've never heard.
What it?
Brilliant, though, isn't it? You just think that's the type of things that you just want to watch for the title. The Video Dead.
I've heard of that.
Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely
Oh,
brilliant.
have you seen it?
Yeah, you can see it on YouTube, uncut. It's 1987. You'll love it. Really good film. And it's you can't get it in the UK, but you can get it. I've got a Screen Factory one, I think. Double bill.
No, you've said double bill. I think I remember the split cover now with that name on. I knew I'd heard of it.
And it's on with what the hell is it on with? It's in my mind. I'll have to look it up now.
Is that where you've got the double bill one?
Yeah, did I?
I've got 2 or 3 of them, I think, double bill, but I haven't got that one.
What the hell is it?
The 2 double bill ones I've got. One's got Bad Dreams and Visiting Hours. Oh, yes. Hospital one. And I've got, oh God, and I swear to God, it goes for a fortune. That's the one, Video Dead, Terrorvision.
Terrorvision, that's it, yeah.
And the other one, I've got one of the, oh God, what do they call it?
So
the 2 Blackula films.
Original. Blackula, yeah.
Now, you can get them over here, they're cheap. The Screen Factory one goes for I've seen it go for 70-odd quid.
I know.
I got it absolutely dirt cheap compared to that.
What I was really interested in was, like Blackenstein. You've got Blackula.
It's the same people, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never seen.
I'd like to see that.
I think I've seen a bit of Blackenstein on the telly, but I haven't seen No, Blackula, but I haven't seen Blackenstein. Just like the look of him, he just looks, what a total mess he looks. Just like someone's kicked his face around because he's just like, I don't know, just looks just mad. So I'll put this on and then we'll, all my comments have just vanished now. There you are, come back there. But I tend to have a sniff of Lambrini. If I had a sniff of Lambrini, I'd be dancing around the room naked with a traffic cone on my head.
What a thought.
Michael says, Steve Harris should be knighted. Seriously, I've met him a few times and he's down to earth. It's
unreal, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so.
And I agree, because that band have done more for music than any of the buggers that are out nowadays.
Tom says, I'm a big fan of AC/DC, and I'd actually say I'd shared a stage with Bon and Angus.
Wow.
All of 4 seconds then being thrown off stage. But I did get the group autographs from the Head tour. Hey, I said, he's not lying. He was there before he got thrown.
I don't know how true this is, but somebody told me that AC/DC don't really give autographs. So if I think you've got them, you're lucky.
Or maybe the ones that sort of like went away from it.
They don't strike me as that type of person. Like I think that they would probably meet their fans and stuff.
Well, if I went to somebody and I said to them, anybody, I said, "Can I have your autograph?" And they were like, "I don't do that." I'd be like, "What?" It was just, if I was there, even though there's loads of people there, fair enough. But if just like a one-to-one, you thought I would.
Dave Grohl doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah, but he's got that whole thing where he knows it gets sold, doesn't he? He doesn't, because like say some, because there's video.
Even so, does it matter?
But he'll say, because it gets they get sold by somebody for lots of money on eBay, and he said he would rather that money go to like charity. Or something like that. So he would rather sell to somebody, rather give it to a thing who are going to sell it for something. They were going to sell it, like a company or whatever, for a charity event. Because if he said there was like millions out there, it wouldn't be worth now. So he's stopped doing it now because people are just basically coming up, getting it, and then selling it immediately.
So that's checking out the genuine fans who actually want something that they've got signed and he won't.
That's it. It's a bit of a shame, like, but he's against it now. And I could see him thinking that he's just like getting these people are just like, like just make money off him. Which, because I know he's a decent bloke. I wouldn't say he's a bad fella at all.
Oh, no, I do really like him. I just think it's a bit of a crap thing that he's done. Like, I get why he's done it, though. I do get it.
Yeah.
But it's just, I think personally, I couldn't do it.
Well, I wouldn't mind.
Not that I'll ever be in that position to be able to do it. But
autograph, all I do is just go, that's a big X. But I don't want anyone copying it, mind. So,
trademark. Copyright, sorry.
Copyrighting that. I do like, it is quite neat X. I'll put this one up before we do a next title, and it is from the XYY man. Looking slick tonight, Nige. When John goes to the bog, nip next door and turn his heating up. Poor bloke looks freezing. I thought I was watching Nosferatu. I'll tell you what, it's not warm in here, And I've got this on, I've got T-shirt, I've got...
That's the father-in-law again.
Yes,
XYY, man. I've just remembered we were on about this. I said, what does that even mean? And you said, didn't you?
Yeah. So I feel like Nosferatu, I tell you. Speaking of which, I'm sure that's coming up in 4K soon. But
I don't get that silent, but there you go.
Oh, it's great. I can't speak highly enough. It is quite frightening as well, in a way. It's so creepy. It's unbelievable. And I would imagine it'd be ultra creepy when it came out in 1922.
Yeah.
So
got one of the scariest vampire faces ever. Like, I'll give it that.
He's a total weirdo, and he looks as if he could literally be like that in real life. They've just got a real person to do it. So yes, we'll go for our next title here, and this is SS Experiment Camp. Yes, I know.
And it's only a cartoon. It's a painting, for God's sake.
But the thing was with that they had to it's funny they've got that cover on, but they had to draw the underwear on her because there wasn't any underwear on the original one.
I've never ever seen the original. Have you?
Well, I've seen a picture of it. It's obviously just that picture with without the false underwear on
Without
it.
the pennies.
That's it.
Like even the video cover I've seen, it's always looked like that. Like for me, I've never ever seen it without.
All right. I honestly thought that's why it was on there. Maybe I'm
No,
wrong.
no, it's one of the videos that they actually had to change the video sleeve as well.
Because
I tell you what, if you've got that unedited, I bet that's worth a fortune.
Oh, I bet it is. Have you got the oh no, it's just I thought it was a booklet, but it's just a sort of like bit of paper thing in it. Yeah.
I tried to rewatch this today because I've only ever seen it once. And I know full well that the first time I seen it, I did enjoy it.
Yeah. But
I was in and out and getting all my stuff ready. I didn't really hear much what was going on apart from there was quite a lot of sex scenes and orgies in it, wasn't there?
Yeah.
But I do remember, and I did skip through bits. I thought, yeah, right, remember that. I need to sit and watch it from start to finish. But I do remember thinking this was one of the better of the Nazi exploitation ones.
Quite well done, isn't
this
it?
Is far, far better than that SS Love Camp thing. Love Camp 7, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, because you don't rate that one at all. Would you say that's one of the worst Nasties you got if you had to get the whole lot?
No, I did rewatch it. And I thought it was a little bit better than what I first thought. It had improved with second watch. I've seen far worse, but I think this and what was the other one called that you found a bit hard to watch?
Gestapo's Last Orgy.
Both of them are better than Love Camp 7, I reckon. Yeah. Far better.
I agree with that. Actually, well, I haven't seen Love Camp 7, but I do agree that those are two quite good movies that you could see. I mean, I'm going to use like Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS. That's quite...
I remember you're on about them, yeah? I've never seen any of them.
The first one, Ilsa's really good. It's got a great ending, but it's quite like low budget, schlocky, as well as being everything that these are. These other ones here, these two, the SS Experiment Camp and Gestapo's Last Orgy, are quite well done movies in their own fashion. Ilsa's not. It's just a blatant rip-off of these movies. If you can get a rip-off of a Nazi exploitation movie. So you've got, this is 1976 and it's 94 minutes, directed by Sergio Garrone. It's also called Captive Women 2, Orgies of the Damned, SS Experiment Love Camp, or SS Experiment.
I've heard that one with Love Camp in.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that was like took because of the other one, but they didn't need to. This one was better.
So for me, the reason I like this one, I was talking about before, the fact is that when I was watching the movie, I thought, right, well, fair enough, it's got the usual tropes in of the fact that they got these weird sort of generals who are doing these experiments on people. Fair enough, that's what happens. It's happening to all of them.
Boobs, and then they're gone.
But the fact is that I didn't really realize this until like a little bit later on, is the fact of this sort of like, say, Nazi general. He's in the war, isn't he? And he gets Ferox's shot off. And he's Ferox less. So for some reason, he decides to say, right, who's the biggest like stud out of my team? So he obviously has these experiments with that's how all these experiments are going on. And he finds out it's this bloke, isn't it? And then he obviously takes him off him and gets him attached to himself. And then the bloke is like after him, isn't he? He's trying to catch him for the rest of the film to get his Ferox's back off him. I think, to be honest, I think it's just a really good story. You know,
I remember the opening. Well, it wasn't the opening scene, but it was right at the beginning. And when I watched it, I do remember watching back in the day. There was actually a documentary on the telly about video nasties, and it's not one that I've seen on these extras that you get on DVD. I've never seen it again because I do remember it showing, as much as the Dare show clips of each film.
Yeah.
that did show you a little bit of the Evil Dead. I remember that. But it showed you a clip from SS Experiment Camp, and the bit it showed you, it was like it shows you all these women's bodies that were alive, and then they light the gas on them. So you see them in the flames, and like one of the bodies moving around. I remember doing this, like, looked like she was dancing laid down. And I seen it then, I was like, God, I remember seeing it on the telly. That I remember thinking at the time, though, God, that's a bit naughty, that, isn't it? But I do think that these Nazi ones, concentration camp Nasties, I'm sure quite a lot of them are based on what happened, like on fact.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if certain things were just from truth that have been what they would have got up to, the Gestapo, and because you can imagine they could just do whatever they wanted to.
I was going to say, well, they just thought they could do whatever they want, so they did.
I know. So I don't know. It's one of those. It's a weird one that to think that you could be watching some of it. It does sound quite like farcical, some of the stuff in it. You think, really? But yes, I do think that things like that and Gestapo's Last Orgy could have come from truth, down the line.
I think it did on all three of them. Yeah. Have some element of truth in.
But there's some really bad. Not to be honest, I think this is not as bad as Gestapo's Last Orgy. I think that's a lot more mean-spirited at times than this one. This is a bit more campy. I know it's a camp, but it
is,
campy camp.
I mean, every time I looked at the telly, there was somebody up to it. I thought, do you ever get tired?
Yeah, it's just non-stop, isn't it?
And I tell you what, as well, I noticed, I turned around and there's just this woman's laid there moaning, and it was like, I thought, you're enjoying this, aren't you, love? She put my eyes out. I'm glad it wasn't in 3D. SS Experiment Nipples, Air Camp. But there's one of the commanders I did remember, because he reminded me of a cross between, what do they call that actor? Bloody hell. He's in Beverly Hills Cop. Is it Stephen Berkoff?
Oh, yes, Stephen Berkoff, aye.
Can you imagine crossing him with that comedy actor, Rob Schneider?
Right.
That's who this German commander in that film reminded me of. And I think, for a joke. Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
As they always do, they were having an orgy for a change.
Yes.
And he's like swigging this beer down. And the last lady on the floor he's been with, she goes, oh, can I have some? And he just pours the beer from a height. And she's going, no, not like that. I thought, prisoners wouldn't talk to the officers like that. But it is the type of thing I could see sort of happening at the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think there was, God knows what happened behind closed doors with these lot. Like, yeah, you just dread to think. But that
doesn't even bear thinking about, really, does it?
In these movies, they just showed anything they want. I think they're always trying to outdo each other. Like, I mean, this 1976 is one of the earlier ones. And to be honest, I think only went on about 1980, and I think they were done with the Nazi exploitation ones. I think that was their time, really. And
I think, to be honest, though, for 1976, for saying it's not an out-and-out, straight-up adult film, I thought, even though they're only like softcore scenes, it's still quite explicit, really.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. It's there's a lot of it, and it's
they all do seem to be like that, but I don't know with that one. There seemed to be more of it. But I must admit, like, there was a scene in Love Camp 7. I'd never seen a scene like it before. It was pretty bad. I'll try and say it without, it doesn't spoil the plot, but this lass won't do what they want to do, so they get her and they tie her up so she can't move her arms, so her arms are in the air like that, and she's like sort of hanging above the ground, and then they get this what looks like a wooden billboard thing, put it on the floor between her legs, and like she's like clearly on it in discomfort, and then when they finally let her off, you can see the blood on the thing, and I was like, oh, that was a bit unnecessary. And then I thought, to be honest, though, that and probably far worse went on.
No, I can imagine it. Yeah, I don't think that any of this is like fantasy sort of things. I think it's a thing that could happen in definitely in real life, and like I say, and worse. Which doesn't bear thinking about, does it?
And like I said, there was plenty of like sex scenes in that, but trust me, there's nothing erotic about it.
No, it's no, it's absolutely nothing like that. You're right. So we'll get through a few more.
What do you rate that?
Well, Internet Movie Database rated as 3.5. I would put it more than that. I'd put it about a 6 because I enjoyed it for that whole.
I had it as a 6, then I knocked it down to 5.5. So it's like between a 5.5 to a 6.
If it
had far worse out there, it's a pretty good film. I enjoyed it. I do remember enjoying it.
Well, you know that story of the backstory of the bloke. If it didn't have that in it, I don't think I'd say, what's the point in this movie? And I was beginning to think, is this movie got a point? Of course, when I went to that part, I thought, oh yeah, and I enjoyed it because of that. Just that whole weird twist on the story. I thought, where they got that from? So I'll get through a lot more. There's a lot more comments, but I'm going to try and get through as many as we can. A Mind for Movies with Alexander Wayne. It's Alexander Wayne, by the way. My channel is A Mind for Movies. I haven't heard that channel before, have you? Nige? I just heard the sad news about Angela Lansbury.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, just when I went through the toilet, I said there was, guess who's died? Because she's a big fan of Angela Lansbury and the Murder, She Wrote.
Oh, what a shame.
So yeah, so they're all saying that, and that's it is a big shame because the bitch was around, been around forever.
I bet you knew did it though. I've heard of early, but that's ridiculous.
Tom says there are quite a lot of VHS collectors. Are they reissuing new VHS players? Makes you think that somebody might do that.
I thought the same thing because there is a lot of VHS collectors now.
Yes, but they're very expensive. Better risking £30 for recon. And
have you noticed now people don't call them video recorders or videos anymore? They're now calling them VHS players.
Well,
and you do hear people call record players / turntables are now called vinyl players.
Well, you know the fact that would they even make ones that you can like record off TVs anymore? Because you know, like if you try, you can't really record off, say, Disney Plus. You couldn't record off that, well, legally. But if you stick a videotape and you can record it, but they might not allow that facility on anymore because I don't know what you could actually tape off a telly these days. Could you?
I can imagine them if they come back out, it won't be a video recorder, it will be a video player. That's just a guess.
I've got 3. I've got 3 video players.
Have you really?
Yeah, I have actually, and I've got a DVD. So a DVD that records as well. The DVD.
Please tell me you can convert VHS to DVD.
Yeah.
Will you do one for me?
Yeah.
I'll have to bring it. It's an old camcorder tape. Me, skinny, long hair, and my eldest daughter, who's now sort of 32-year-old, is a little toddler. And my mum and dad and Nana are on it as well.
But you can't watch it, can you?
No.
Obviously, yeah.
So once put onto a DVD.
And it's only £50 for a minute.
I'll have 2.
Per minute.
Oh, hang on, he's having to go to the Lambrini.
That's it. Once I'm on the Lambrini, I'll be hiding us through the window and everything. Yeah. So, yeah, that's no bother. Yeah, I can do
it. Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
But I will, I would say it does play well. If it does get damaged, I've got to give it thingy.
That's going to be the risk with anything, isn't it, really?
I can't, because that's the one thing about VHS. You think if I do it, I just want to know that I'll never try anything to do that. But, that's
I think the only important thing to remember, as long as the players are right, is, and I always remembered this, you never take a tape out of the cold into the warm and place. You've got to leave it at least an hour to get to room temperature. Otherwise, that's when it starts sticking to the heads.
Well, that's it. And what I'll do is I'll clean it all up before I use it, and then I'll let it heat up. I'll not just put it in and say, hey, there's a thing, and put it on, and then disaster. But yeah, so yeah, that yeah, I've got all the stuff. I've got the leads and all that type of malarkey.
I've actually got another thing that you might be interested in as well, because we were talking about this. Do you remember when I said to you, I've seen a version of the Great Rock and Roll Swindle with the Catwoman, but without them painted knickers on?
Oh, right, yeah.
And I said to you, I'm sure the first time I saw that, I could be wrong, but something's telling me it was when I rented it out, and it was the X certificate one before he got an 18 on it. I've got the X certificate tape.
Right, so if we could get a copy of that, yeah, maybe I'll be quite interested to see that.
Somebody was going to do it for me, and they never got round to it. And he said he watched it, and he said to me, it is the version with the painted things on, but I don't know. It's worth looking, having a look.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll have to find them now.
No, check them out. And so you need some blank DVD. I think I've got some blank DVD-Rs. I think I've got them. The ones that you can copy on.
Yeah.
Would you like minus Rs? I don't use plus Rs because I think plus Rs are.
What's the difference?
I think it's just a different bit of format, a bit like sort of VHS and Betamax, different frequencies. I think that they play on the same disc players, but some of them don't use plus Rs, vice versa, minus Rs or plus Rs. But anyway, the ones I've got are usually the ones that people can watch on anything. If I've got them somewhere, if I haven't, I don't know how you might have to pay a tiny bit of money to buy one, but I should have some blanks somewhere. I did have one for loads and I've never done it for years, so I need to get all my stuff off VHS. I took it to the Ben when he's growing up and all that.
I'll let you know when I've found them then.
Tons of stuff. You up? Oh yeah, right.
I'll let you know when I've found them.
Yeah, definitely. So Paul Conway says Signal and One are apparently putting the Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires as well, putting out. I love that film.
That's not the one with Roman Polanski in?
No,
that's like a comedy one, isn't it?
That's Dance of the Vampires.
That's the one. And
or
Errol got killed in the Manson things, isn't it?
Yeah, Sharon Tate. Yeah.
I remember seeing that as a kid, and that terrified me. As soon as I seen Vampire Fangs, I was terrified. I think that's why I like the Bela Lugosi one so much, because I could watch it and not get scared.
He's got no fangs. Well, you know,
I love Christopher Lee, but give me nightmares.
You know that Roman Polanski film? You know how he's got like the old bloke with him who looks like Albert Einstein?
Which one?
It's Dance of the Vampires, when Roman Polanski's old bloke with a fella, he's got the big nose and all that.
I forgot about that because I haven't seen it for that long.
Well, do you know who he is? You know, The Exorcist.
Yeah.
You know the bloke, the sort of bloke, he's like a bit of a lush. He keeps drinking all the time. And he's got that, like that, with a sort of hair.
Yeah.
He's the director in that. That's him.
That's the old fella.
Uh-huh.
Because he died, didn't he, not long after making The Exorcist?
Just after that film.
They were saying like his death was part of the Exorcist curse.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, if The Exorcist from 1973, this fella was in 1967, was Dance of the Vampires.
Yeah.
And he was like he wasn't an old bloke, obviously, he was just done up. I never knew.
Well, I never knew that.
And I was like, that's never him. So there you go.
That's come out on Blu-ray in America in their Warner Archive collection. Now, if they're going to come out over here, they're usually on the HMV Premium collection.
Yeah, I've always thought that would come out, but I've got the DVD of it, and it's got a really odd DVD extra in it with Max Wall, and he's talking about the whole, watch this film, but he's got the whole, and he's got the whole Max Wall thing. Yeah, and he's doing that whole thing.
Still for me, boxing.
Yeah, so he's doing the whole, and actually the extras on it is amazing. Just him just talking about this movie. Have a look at this.
Oh my God!
So yeah, so that's nuts. Actually, they aren't manufacturing new VCRs due to the cost and discontinuing of parts. I mean, we need someone to start manufacturing video heads, because that's the thing that went, didn't it?
Back over, aren't we, if that happens though?
Yeah, so Facebook page, nice. So I'm going to get through. So I used to have the UK Inter-Ocean VHS of I Miss You, Hugs and Kisses, but sold it years ago. I still have the USA VHS code Left for Dead. Looking forward to the Severin releasing it. So yeah, that would be amazing, night, wouldn't it?
So have you heard of Severin releasing it again, or are you just going by what John said?
No, it's definitely the one that's coming out. Is that one? Yeah, it's coming out this year.
I was asking Dawn of a Discoholic. I wonder if he's actually, does he know it's coming out, or is he just going by what you said?
I'm pretty sure it's like widely known. It's just when it come out, it just went flashed out, and then you thought, well, who did that? And
I hope it's not another Mardi Gras Massacre job.
Well,
because I've not seen a thing about it.
It's a definite thing. So James Tristram78 says, so if Hulu made the new Hellraiser movie and Disney owned Hulu, does that make the female Pinhead a Disney princess? Well, yes, it might do.
Yes, it does.
Mac Chats, Mondo Rock, Feeling the Ferox.
Feeling the Ferox.
Now. Get the album or get the Ferox out of here. That says it all, doesn't it? I like that.
Feeling the Ferox.
Oops. Stephen Jeffries was awesome in Evil Ed. You're so cool, Mondo Rock.
Do you know what Stephen Jeffries ended up doing after his film career?
No.
Really?
No, I didn't. No, I just knew he was in that 976 Evil, wasn't he? I think.
After that?
No.
How can I say it?
Sounds ominous.
It is. I'm going to say this. I'm sure you'll know what I mean. He was in male-orientated adult films.
I see. Okay.
Man on Man.
Right. So that was his. That's where he went.
I have never had my gas so flabbered in all my life when I witnessed it.
Right.
It's just a pretty sight.
He wasn't dressed up like a werewolf, was he?
I do still think he does like conventions for Friday and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen
it's
him
a shame he gave it back because he's such a good actor to play a part like that.
Yeah, he didn't. He just vanished, didn't he?
Yeah, that's where he vanished doing that.
So
Darren quite a few of them apparently.
Well, yeah. Well, sometimes you might have to go where the money is, but it's just it's crazy sort of to think that you go, well, if you want to, I don't know if you wanted to do it, fair enough.
Well, apparently he actually is gay, and I didn't know that. Well, I'm not going to know, am I? I won't going to know a thing like that. But I was shocked when I found out because I was like, no, we're thinking of the wrong. But he wouldn't do something like that. Like, not even necessarily like gay, but even straight. I thought, nah, not him. Evil Ed. Then when I seen it, I was like, oh my God, it is.
Wow. Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? So David says, yes, David Hamilton Grant did go to jail for releasing the
it was him.
Sentence more than the BBFs. Yes, so that's exactly.
So he did time for the sake of 58 seconds. Have you ever had anything like it?
Well, it is, but it just shows you how bad this thing was. You know what
I mean? Well, but he loved it.
So I'm just going to go past a few comments here because we're going to try and get ourselves a little bit caught up here. We're going to be miles off here, but it is what it is because we're. But we've had a good chat, and hopefully people in the comments are chatting to each other and they've enjoyed that. Dawn of Discoholic 66, Nightmares of Damaged Brain was out on World of Video 2000 label. Originally got that VHS for £1 exchanged from a shop in Glasgow circa 1987. Swapped into the Dragon for it. Wow, it's amazing what you could have done, or got.
I bet. Have you got rid of it? And if you have, I bet you regret that.
I think a lot of people, when they do that, it's good at the time, isn't it? And you just look back and you think, oh, that would be nice to have that.
Isn't it insane to think though? Some of these like original VHS. I mean, I bet even the Betamax ones though, but mainly the VHS. It's insane to think that you're sat in a little gold mine with him.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. Now, if you just known, The Last Dragon, my first video nasty was Zombie Flesh Eaters at the age of 7. This was the good old days of pre-search, so I absolutely crapped myself. I bet you did. 7, you know.
He absolutely soiled himself.
Snuff was Darren says Snuff was passed on cut by BBSC in 2003, but never released for some reason.
I said that earlier. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's got to be the fact that it's that so bad, as in crap, not brutal.
Yeah. Paul Conway says Driller Killer was the most disappointing nasty. The cover was a huge exaggeration. I do like the movie, but I can understand someone going, hang on. Is that
when
it?
I first watched it, I thought the same, but that's one of the ones that the more you watch it and the older you get, you sort of appreciate it more. That's what I found with it. The last time I watched it I think it was just before we did the first live stream, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah. I think it's, yeah, I agree. Richard Vausen, hi guys, you mentioned Fright Night earlier. It takes me back to 1985, a great year for horror films, Reanimator, Day of the Dead, Life Force, Demons, and Return of the Living Dead, to name but a few. Yeah. Absolutely amazing time when you look back at it and think these just coming out one after another.
Fright Night is my favourite vampire film of all time.
It's right up there.
And the 4K is arriving tomorrow.
It's got a good write-up about the 4K. Dan says you're right, Nige. Demonoid does have the snuff art.
I thought it was Demonoid. Never seen that either, but that, you know, when you see something, it sticks in your mind and you think, you've nicked that from somewhere. It was one of them.
Yeah, I know there's a few of them and like that, and you just think, hang on a minute, I've seen that before. And you just think, how can people do that? Because sometimes, you know, when you do something and someone gets a copyright theft and all that, and somebody does that and it just comes out forever, and you think, how is that possible?
You've just reminded me there saying that. Have you got Brave New World by Iron Maiden?
No.
Right. I don't know how they've got away with it, but it's the one Michael might know about this. You know, have you seen the cover where it's like a futuristic view of London, and there's clouds above it, and right in the middle of the clouds is Eddie's head. Have you seen it?
I think so.
Right. If you look next to Eddie's head either side, there's like other monsters shooting off into the clouds. It's not been repainted. It's been blatantly stolen off the Fright Night artwork.
Oh, right. So yes, so the Fright Night have just put Eddie on the top. Wow.
So you see London, loads of clouds, Eddie, and if you look, you see like all these like little monsters shooting off, and it's not repainted. They have nicked it off the Fright Night cover.
It's a bit naughty, isn't it?
And I don't know how they haven't been. And I'd seen on the internet the other day, in fact, I think I've saved it on my phone. Somebody's got the Fright Night artwork and stuck Eddie in the middle to show.
Wow. I'm going to have a look at that. Studio owned by Iron Maiden. Yep, there you go.
Right, yeah. Now, you see those little demons to the left of his head? And there might be some above as well. Right, you look at them, and then you look at get the Fright Night artwork and put it next to it, and you'll see.
I will.
I didn't know. I seen somebody on about this, and I thought, nah, what a lot of garbage. So I got Fright Night out and Brave New World. I was like, oh my God, they have. Whoever the artist is, they've nicked it. The only part of that, there you go.
Yeah.
You can't see, like, you've got to get them both again. I think it's like right at the end, like the far side. But if you go through, you'll see them. You'll be able to match it up.
Yes, and I think, yeah, I know, but that's a bit, you think with the fact that they've got all that stuff going on, you know, like with the money and stuff like that, you think they would not
but
do
hallowed
that.
be their name carry on and all that lot.
I know, it's a bit, you know.
But then again, I thought that isn't really them. They didn't paint. It's the artists. They're not going to say to the band, are they, "Oh, we nicked this off Fright Night, by the way."
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there you go.
Chances are that, oh, that's good. I like that. Yeah, we'll have that. They probably won't have even known.
Yeah, maybe not. Not like big sort of like horror. They might not be in the horror stuff. You know, I don't know if they are really. If you know,
I need to start and do some Maiden videos. I think as well.
Yes.
Because I think even if you don't like them, I think a lot of people will appreciate the artwork and some of the additions and stuff.
No, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people just I watch a lot of vinyl unboxings, even though I don't collect vinyl. I watch a lot of them on the TV, and I just like the way that they just feel, the way they look. There's a bloke in Germany does them, and it's just like the way he just talks about them. And it's sort of stuff I wouldn't really go for, but I'm just thinking, wow, this is like so good to watch. Like,
the Japanese editions, they're beautiful. Out of the albums, there's only 2 I don't have. And it's the 2 expensive ones. And it's my 2 favourite ones. My 2 favourite Maiden albums, Number of the Beast and Seventh Son. They're my 2 favourite albums of all time and Maiden albums. And they're the 2 I don't have.
So
you get Number of the Beast, but you've got to have it with the poster. It's getting it with the poster that's the problem. And Seventh Son, it was just so limited, the press. It's getting hold of it.
Yeah.
It costs a lot of money.
It's amazing what actually vinyl. Well, you must have went through the point when you were like literally couldn't even give vinyl away at one point.
Exactly. Yeah.
People just looked at you like you were nuts if you had a vinyl. You know, when CDs come along, you go, look at this, and it was just like, yeah, get away from me.
I got Led Zeppelin 2 original pressing with the plum label and orange label, wherever it was.
Yeah.
I got that off Sedgefield Car bow sale for 50 pence.
I know.
I don't have it anymore. Again, I lost it with me splitting that. I had Led Zeppelin 3 from the same fella, 50 pence, with the wheel in working order. That wasn't the plum labels, though, but even so. You wouldn't get them for 50 pence now.
I know. I got Parallel Lines picture disc from a car boot sale for 50p. Is that the one where she's like licking the disc, isn't she?
Yeah, that's the picture disc sleeve. That's on one side, and then it's got the Parallel Lives album on the other.
Yeah, 50p.
You paid 50 pence?
Yeah, 50p on in a car boot sale, and that was yonks ago, obviously. And then
mine was 40 quid.
Well, did you buy it second hand? You might have even been that one, because I think I sold it. I don't know. I think I did. I don't think I've got it still.
Second hand.
Might have been that one.
I've got the original black vinyl as well, and I've also got the HMV exclusive red vinyl. That's a bit like Rocking Horse doings now.
I've got the original Parallel Lines down there in black vinyl. Yeah, got that one.
Such a good album, that, isn't it?
Got off Where's Me Ladders. Yes, it is. It's a brilliant album. It's one of my favourites.
Yeah, let's get back to the plot.
The best album that they did.
We'll save this for the next one.
Yeah, we'll have to do it vinyl.
Where anything goes.
Vinyl live stream. So we'll get a few more in here because I'm going to skip through a few. Apologies to anybody that we've missed, but there's going to be a few. But hopefully you've just been talking to each other and you're having a good time doing that and watching as well. 80s Geek says, I was 10 years old when I watched the original Evil Dead. That was probably about the time, I think.
10-year-old, you must have been traumatized.
I think
I saw it when I was
like 12-ish or something, but
I was older than that.
It was the music, the music. It was really sort of like used to petrify us, like I used to couldn't watch it by myself at all. Brian says, if I saw snuff really cheap, I would pick it up, but I wouldn't pay a lot as it's that bad. That's a good way of looking at it, actually.
I must admit, though, I think the Blu-ray does have extras on it.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's not many, but Shooting Snuff, an interview with filmmaker Carter Stevens, Up to Snuff, interview with filmmaker Nicholas Winding Refn, Pornbuster, interview with retired FBI agent Bill Kelly, US trailer, poster and still gallery, German trailer, controversy gallery, Snuff the 70s and Beyond by Alexander Heller Nichols. So there's quite a few one, actually. There's more than I thought. If you do
What's the-
like the film, somebody's got to like it. It's worth getting the Blu-ray.
So what's the picture quality like on that? Is it all right?
I'll be honest, I've only watched it once, but if I remember rightly, I think it was a little bit better, but not much, because I thought the DVD looked really good, to be honest.
Yeah, it did actually. Yeah, it wasn't bad at all.
You could have got away with that of being a Bluray, I think. You'd think, well,
Yeah,
God,
yeah, I think you're right.
because it's an old crappy film, but it looks good on this. Yeah, but it's DVD. But yeah, the Blu-ray was good. I think I mainly wanted that for the extras.
Yeah.
And the better artwork. But you actually like that packaging, don't you?
I think it's quite unique actually. I like the fact
It is.
that if I ever got the Blu-ray, I wouldn't get rid of that one. I think it's so good. It's a bit of a kind of one of the things you can talk about. Bit of a talking point, you know. I think. Paul Conway says, I remember the MPs saying Anthropophagus was a snuff film. Wow. Can you imagine that? As if. Turn the Blue Iris says, I have the original quad poster for Q the Wind Serpent.
Wow, I've never even seen it. The poster, I mean.
I think I've seen it probably when it was out, you know, the picture of it, but never seen it after that.
I've got some cracking quad posters, but I need to dig them out. I don't know where they are. I don't want to say they are because I do want to show them in videos.
Yeah. All right. No,
one of them is absolutely, oh man, it's beautiful.
I don't think
and
I've
it's
got
a nasty.
I had the Elephant Man quad poster, but I don't think I've got it anymore.
Oh God, that would have been nice.
That was great.
Love that film.
Yeah, but definitely had it. Well, I did because I hadn't pictures. I've got pictures of us playing a drum kit in my grand's bedroom. Well, not my grand's bedroom, but my grand's house. And behind it is the Elephant Man picture. So I know I've got it. I've had it. Yeah, I think I paid £10 for it in Newcastle. Can you believe it? Steve McNulty.
Even that's dead cheap. That's an absolute steal.
That would have been in the 80s. That would have been around about 85 when I bought that. Just as you mentioned Q the Winged Serpent, do you remember a show on BBC Two called Movie Drome? They double billed it with Alligator back in the day. Yes, I do remember that Movie Drome with Alex Cox. Remember him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him. He was the one who introduced BBC Two, showed the, I'm going to say uncut, but it was more like the normal version and the TV scenes added version of The Warriors. He did the introduction for that.
Yeah. No, he's
brilliant. If you've never seen that version, you've got to try it down.
Yeah. Down says Movie Drome was introduced by Alex Cox. About 10. Yes, I do. Some obscure films. That's where I saw Down by Law. Actually, my favorite movie of all time. So if I hadn't been for that, I might not have even known about that movie. So I've got LP here. Hello all.
Hey up.
9:55.
Oh, geez, are we nearly 2 hours behind?
Yeah, I didn't realize we're that far. I thought we're quite hanging up, but we're not. Like, Paul says the new Conway. Paul Conway says the new
Conway
is still cut by nearly 2 minutes. Cost a fortune as well. Well,
2 minutes is a long time in a
40
film.
quid, like, yes, 20 quid. I'll go for that because I would fast forward that.
40 quid for that.
It looks nice though, but there's no way that I'm gonna pay 40 quid for that. Not at all.
If it's cut, I don't think I'd give you 40 pence for it. I was gutted when I seen it in that box set, how cut it was. I couldn't believe it.
I know it's a massive shame, isn't it? Right where we are. Ragnar 666. We need Peter Jackson's Bad Taste and Brain Dead uncut and remastered already. Yes, we certainly do.
I didn't like Bad Taste at all.
They're supposed to be waiting on a 4K of them, you know, but then nothing.
Is Brain Dead that priest who says, I'm here to, in the name of, I'm here to kick ass for the Lord or something?
Yeah.
Somebody lent me that and I hated it.
Really?
Yeah, I hated both of them.
I would
give Brain Dead another go though, to be honest.
Brain Dead was just so mental. It was absolutely brilliant.
Bad taste. I just did not like that at all.
Dawn of Discoholic 66, a USA DVD company called Bryanston.
They did the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Bryanston.
Did they? I never heard them before. Brought a Blood Song on DVD and a double bill with Mausoleum.
With Mausoleum.
Anamorphic widescreen years ago. Wow.
Wow.
Mausoleum, I remember that one.
Oh, I hope I can remember. I'm going to have a look for that.
Aren't they the film that disputed the Texas Chainsaw Massacre by Lieutenant says?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, they did. So you're right.
There's a big hoo-ha about it, wasn't it? Because Bryanston made or bought the rights for Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and then it came out. I think it was run by the mafia, and that was why like the actors and people they weren't getting nothing. No one was getting any money for it because the mafia had like scooped it. I don't know how we got out of it because obviously they don't own it now.
Michael says, in the end, the Anthrax song was written about Johnny James Dio. They did it another night when I saw them in Bristol. Great song. I was at that Sonosphere show too.
Oh, wow. I was only there for the one day, though. I regretted it ever since. I wished I'd stayed and watched Metallica the next night. But at the time, I'd totally gone off them. And it wasn't long after that I started to like them again. I thought, I wish I'd seen them now.
I know. I could have saw Metallica at the City Hall in 1988, but I just says I can't be bothered. Can you believe it? Saying I can't be bothered going to see Metallica.
I saw them in '92 at Whitley Bay Ice Rink on the Black. It was the Black Album tour as well when they were massive. Now they are in this decrepit ice rink. What a gig that was!
Yeah, I can imagine that because it's a right hovel, the ice rink, isn't it?
Yeah, but it sounds amazing in there.
I've never seen a gig in there. I've been in there a few times just to watch a pathetic ice hockey match where they were just beating each other up, really.
I've seen Maiden twice there. I saw David Lee Roth there, Metallica, and Kiss.
I didn't even know they were all there. If I'm honest, I would have went and saw.
Isn't that weird to think that they've all been in Whitley Bay, of all places like this? Not Newcastle, Whitley Bay. Not exactly the most like well-known place in the world type of thing.
It's just around the corner from me as well.
That's what I mean.
I know.
You probably could have walked it.
Oh, I could have done, definitely. But I didn't even know it was there. So sometimes, you get the thing and say, oh, Metallica are just down the road. And you've gone, oh, aye. But I never got any, didn't even know that till you said that. And I live here. Wow.
All of them gigs I saw, they were all in the 90s.
To be honest, I didn't live here in the 90s though. Moved away from it in the 90s, from about 90 to 89 to 2000. So I wasn't here.
So you'd have missed them all anyway.
Yeah, that's right. So a lot of talking about Inseminoid and stuff like that.
I've never seen Inseminoid.
So Psycho Puppet says it's definitely Lust for a Vampire starring Ralph Bates. It's based on Camilla, which is Blood Splattered Bride, which was also based in It's a Girl's Finishing School. So that's what.
Well, that would make sense because I think there is a big building in the background.
I mean,
I wonder if maybe it's not right at the beginning, then maybe halfway through. But I walked in and seen it. Lust for a Vampire. I need to get it then.
You can get it on Studio Canal Blu-ray. It's a very nice looking Blu-ray as well.
Excellent. Have you got it?
Yeah, slipcover, nice slipcover as well.
Wow.
And if you look, you can get it for about 12 quid. On a good day.
I'll have a look for that then.
So got Gary North here. Good evening, Gary.
Good evening.
And 80s Geek says, Cut and Run is a mid-80s cannibal film I found recently. Is that the one that said?
Oh, isn't that the one with Michael Berryman in?
Yes, with a sort of weird blade. Is that the one with the weird blade?
I've not seen it, but when I was watching, it was one of the Nasties I was watching, I think, and you got a bonus Blu-ray in it, and this film was mentioned, and I think he's still there with like a big machete like that. But I'm sure, isn't there some animal cruelty in it? I can't remember. I've never seen it.
I've seen it a long time ago. It must have been cut the one I saw because I didn't think much of it. But this is a long time ago. I think it's called Cannibal.
I might be wrong about the animal cruelty, but it's either that or it sounded like really violent. I fancied it. But I've never. I think Ruggero Deodato did it.
Yeah, Cannibal Holocaust 2 was talked at, it was mentioned as, although it's not really Cannibal Holocaust 2, if I'm honest. So I'm going through quite a few comments here. I'm sorry about that. And so we're gonna go for the next one, which is I would imagine you've got the same as me, and it is Tenebrae. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Steelbook, Synapse. That's the first one I got. And I got this without seeing it. And when I watched it blew me away. I loved it. I don't know if it still does since the Arrow one come out, but this used to go for a fair bit.
I've never seen that one, actually. I used to have the Arrow
back.
Yeah.
3 discs, Blu-ray, DVD, soundtrack.
Nice.
And there's that must have been like the thing that you got in the back, not a J card. It was just a sheet.
Aye.
And a booklet as well. So, I mean, for a steel book, you get quite a lot in there because normally you get a disc and that's it if you're lucky. That's a I didn't realise, actually, because I've only had that on once. I didn't realise it was 3 disc set, and I certainly didn't realise it was the soundtrack in it.
Lovely.
I've got the vinyl soundtrack. That's the cover I was trying to explain to you.
Yeah. Aye.
And then the other one I've got is the same one as you.
Yeah.
Which is an absolutely outstanding release.
The 4K is just unreal, isn't it?
Yeah.
One of the best ones you'll ever see, in my eyes.
Did you change yours to that?
I did, yes. So that's also known as Shadow, which is on the cover of that, isn't it? The spine. That's what that one's called. That version's called Shadow, yeah. But in the disc it says it's called the Unsane Cut, which is the other title it's got for this one. And also in Sweden it's also called Inferno, believe it or not, which is a bit strange since Inferno was this movie before this. So it's from 1982, 101 minutes, and by the amazing Dario Argento.
What does unsane mean then?
Unsane.
Yeah.
Well, I know what insane means, but unsane doesn't mean...
Unsane. It's got to be cut. You get nice cards with that as well, like lobby card reproductions.
It's a great package, that. I mean, the picture quality on this is one of the things that you...
Oh, God, it's more like a novel, that, as well.
Yeah. I know it's a spectacular... I mean, all are spectacular, but the booklet in here is huge, isn't it? So, unsane means lacking in sanity.
These posters smell amazing.
They do, don't they? I know. Great poster, that, isn't it?
I think that's sold out now as well, you know, that version.
Yeah, I think this one will go quite quickly. One of the best ones out there. And the best thing about it was there was never a sort of previously 4K released 4K remastered Blu-ray. They went from the Blu-ray that was like pretty adequate to this 4K. So I like the jump up in the quality that you got. It wasn't as if you just had the 4K remastered Blu-ray like out last year, and then they brought that one out. So this was a nice big upgrade for me, for once. But
I know when I got this, I had no idea it was on section 1. No idea whatsoever.
I didn't either. I thought it was in the Nasties, but not that high up.
I was unsure when I got this. I think it was because I was starting to get a little bit curious about Argento. And I thought, oh, what a nice steelbook that looks. And I ended up getting it off eBay. And I think I was lucky when I got it, because I got it for a lot less for what it was going through at the time. And when I watched it, I was like, oh my God, that was so much better than what I even expected.
Oh, yeah.
But it's weird to think that you get a film that's outright banned and now you've got it in that quality.
Yeah. You're right.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's unreal.
I love the fact that
What a film that is as well.
yeah, it's great when the ones with to me though, it's I can see kind of why it was banned, but basically it's mainly a slasher movie, isn't it? A slasher giallo, and it's just a violent, gory slasher giallo. And to me, because of the cover, the fact that Dario Argento had another couple of movies on it, did you think that might have led them into? I don't know why they put
it may well be that, yeah.
Yeah, but the section
like,
one,
it's like with Toby Hooper when they found out like some of his, I think like the Funhouse should never have been on, but I know why that was on.
Yeah,
but even so, no, I don't get. All right then, yeah. If you want to put it on, it should have been on 2 or 3, but section 1.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a section 1 one. I think it's too much of a well-made film. It
is an absolutely amazing film.
You know, I mean, for me, it's if you look at them like for movies that were like art, really, this one's right up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not made as a sort of slasher, like an awful exploitation
movie,
is it? No.
It's like you say though, it's definitely got a strong giallo feel to it.
Yeah.
It's not like an outright slit your throat, slash all the way through. There's far more to it.
Yeah.
I think what I love about these Argento films as well, it's not just this, it's like everyone I've seen so far, except for Suspiria, because that's just like a strange thing all of its own. But all these, as well as like being horror, giallo, whatever, they're always keep you guessing who the killer is as well.
Yeah, they do.
They're like whodunits as well, aren't they?
Yeah, this one's a really good. To be honest, I've watched this a few times, and when I watched it again, I thought, hang on a minute. When certain things were happening, I thought, I can't remember this being the end, and it's not the end, and it is the end, and it's not. And I'm thinking, I like that. And I was thinking to myself, I mean, I knew what it was all about, the thingy, but the little sort of twists on it, I wasn't really prepared for them all again. And
no.
I thought, oh, hang on a minute. This is a lot more twisty than I thought it was. Clever.
And you know, I don't think that I've guessed one right yet, one of the killer. Because it's like, I got you, it's you. And then it gets right to the end of the film, and you think, oh my God, and just when you think it's them, you find out who the killer is, and you go, geez, I didn't see that coming. Weird. And for saying how old they are,
yeah,
and they still keep you guessing if you've never seen them. So well thought out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you've got it's a bit more than the average just like horror movie. It's got a lot more going on. It's a lot more kind of cerebral, if that's a thing. You know, you need to use your loaf a little bit in these movies, you know, and the look spectacular as well. The look of it is, I mean, 2 scenes that stick out for me is the fact that when they've got that camera shot, which they don't need to do, when the camera goes all the way around the house, on the outside of the house, and pans across the whole thing.
It's like one what do you call it? In one take.
Yeah, and you think, why did it even? I love looking at it, but why did he even need to do that? And then the other one I like is when John Saxon, he's kind of in that square, and I've got the right film here. He's going, and he knows that he's going to meet somebody, and he's watching all these things happen.
Yeah.
And he's sort of like,
I'm sure it is this one, you know.
Yeah, I think it is. And it's and he's, you know, then, you know, there's like people are coming up and all that, and he's like wondering if like someone's coming up, and I just think it plays out for a long time. I think it's just a really good scene.
It is.
Yeah.
And he sits down and talks to the woman a bit, doesn't he? And then they get up and walk away.
Yeah, but it's not as cut and dry as that.
Just something happens.
Yeah.
And you, what the hell?
And you think, hang on a minute, what am I saying here? You know, I just thought it was really clever.
I'm trying to see his name on here and I can't see it, but I'm sure it is. I think it's because I've watched all these that close together.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, there he is. John Saxon. It is that one.
Because you sometimes get him mixed up a bit because he's been in that many movies. You don't know which you think, was it that one or was this one?
Which is the one? Because this is another cracker. I think this might be the Cat of Nine Tails, but I can't remember. There's one where somebody's at a train station.
That's Cat
And
of
as
Nine.
the train pulls in,
Yeah.
is that Cat of Nine Tails?
Mm.
I absolutely love that film.
I like the fact that the train crashes into the bloke's face,
Yeah.
and you think, well, that was a bit extreme.
And of all people to be in a film like that, Carl Malden, for God's sake.
I know, because he was in the streets of San Francisco around about that time. You know, you
But
thought,
that little girl who's his niece, I think she is.
Yes.
She's in Cannibal
Apocalypse. There's John Saxon's daughter.
Neighbour, the one, yeah, she has a big crush on him, doesn't she? That's her, yeah. Weird.
You know, circle of life in it.
Yeah.
So this movie here is it's got 7 out of 10 on Internet Movie Database, which is the highest on this particular. Without giving any spoilers away, this is the highest one in this list. So what would you put it as?
10.
10.
Mm.
I'll put it 9 because I love it, but there's more ones that I like above it, if that makes sense.
On the Nasties list, it's a 10. If it was against like all other stuff, it definitely would still be about 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Because even if you take away the fact that it is an X video nasty, it's just such a fantastic film.
It is. I think of it. Excuse me. I think I've enjoyed it more on the 4K than I've enjoyed it in any other format, because the 4K just shows it off to its best.
Well, when I first got this, I think it was one of the earliest Blu-rays I got, and we'd only just got the telly was brand new. It was one of the first films I watched on that telly. So I mean, I didn't have 4K. I don't know if 4K was out. It was out and I didn't have it. It must be because it was it's a 4K Ultra telly. So when I watched this, the tellies had been upgraded as well. It blew me away. And I thought that can't get any better than that. So I think it's a really, really good Blu-ray there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving those halls some stick, aren't you, mate?
I am, You've got and then you went through the whole lot. You're getting high as a kite off them.
I thought you got your cigar out there.
I see.
Pick a card.
Yeah. So this one. Valentine says, I was very kind. I thought saying John looked like Richard O'Brien. I could have easily said Michael Berryman. That's terrible.
Michael, oh my God.
He's a nice bloke, though, Michael Berryman.
He is. Yeah, he seems like one of the nicest people you could ever wish to meet. He seems a genuinely lovely bloke.
Paul Conway, I have 3 copies of SS Experiment Camp on VHS. Wow.
No way. Send us one each.
Star Wars Last Orgy is the king of the Nazi exploitation. It's probably the best done. It could be the sort of the ultimate one.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what it is. It's the way it's shot and everything. It's just, it seems so much more, for want of a better word, professional than the others. The acting's better.
Yeah.
The storyline. Even like, well, you know yourself, like the shock value of some of the stuff that's done. But it's all done so well. Yeah, I was really sort of like amazed by because usually when you see movies like this, you see like Elsa first and Beast and Heat, you always think that they're all going to look like that. But the fact that this one looked like a proper movie, I went, wow, this is like a big budget thing. I was quite shocked at that. Actually, I think you could class the Beast and Heat as this kind of thing, couldn't you? Yeah, definitely. For me, Gestapo's Last Orgy, cracking film, I think. No, I agree.
Mac Chats, a videotape has to be at room temperature before cracking it open. Well, tickle my ferox. I never knew that.
Yeah, because if you think about it, I said the same. I didn't say ferox, but if you think about it, you go out in a cold night and you bring your cold tape in, and your video's been plugged in all night, and you've got the heating on. The moisture that will form, it makes the tape stick to the heads.
Yeah.
So that's why they say leave it at least an hour to so they're both on the same temperature, and then you're good to go.
I fancy getting one of my VHS machines out and just getting it out and just giving it a bit of a run through and just I might actually, I'll tell you what I might do. I don't know if that's even a thing you can do. I might do a video of it, just putting the tape in. Obviously, I've got everything set up. Put a tape in, you know, like when you take the top off and you put the tape in and watch it like unspooling and going where you rewind and fast forward it. I might just do one of them just to say, look, this is what it's like inside. If anybody, you probably see a million of them online, but I thought I might do one. I think I've got a Toshiba, maybe a very cheap one, like a Bush or something like that, and then another one which is quite good. I can't remember they are. I've got a silver one.
Do you remember Nikam stereo?
Yes, I'm sure this has got Nikam stereo on the silver one. So
Nikam stereo was the Dolby Atmos of the 80s and 90s. Oh, while we're on the subject, what is Dolby Vision?
Dolby Vision.
Yeah,
it's like the Vision version of Dolby.
So what's different?
I don't know.
People go, oh yeah, it's got Dolby Vision. I go, yeah, it's excellent. Yeah, what's that?
Well, you know how you get like HDR. I think I'm right by saying this. You know, you've got HDR and HDR10 and stuff like that. Well, Dolby have got a version out called Dolby Vision, and it's just their version of HDR10. It's a bit like they're saying it's HDR10. It's our version of it, but they call it Dolby Vision, like copyright. So you can't actually, do anything else with it. Like you can't.
I thought it was, when you go on about the colours and the blacks. I thought it was that, but I thought no, because that's what's the name of the telly?
OLED.
Oh, that's OLED, which has nothing to do with Dolby Vision. Yeah.
No, it's just the panel is like an OLED because I think it's because the lights turn themselves off when something's black, it turns it off. So it's just black.
And Dolby Atmos, you have to buy the setup for it, don't you?
Yeah, you put it on. If it's on your TV, you've got a Dolby Atmos on your television to a certain fashion. But I think that it's got. You'll have to buy the soundbar or the version of it in your room.
But you know that
the speakers play above your head. You see
that Richard Diaz, what you call him in America, who we were on about. He did a review of Fright Night, and he said it's got Dolby Atmos on it. And he said there's a bit where where you hear the vampire run on the roof. He said you're lucky. He said I actually thought there was somebody upstairs.
That would be creepy, that, wouldn't it?
He said I couldn't believe what he could hear. He said it was absolutely fantastic.
I saw that.
That's what's made me ask about, because I thought, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I've got every intention of getting Dolby Atmos. I haven't got it, but I would like to get it. That's the only thing I'll probably upgrade to. Maybe something.
Oh, if you do, you can do a review and let us know what it's like, because I've heard really good stuff. It's supposed to be amazing.
Yeah, I think that's only unfortunately I've got a Sony soundbar, which is quite good, and I want to get a Sony version of it. So I'll take the soundbar off. I'll put a Sony Atmos soundbar on, and I'll keep my subwoofer. But I still think you're talking maybe 400, 500 quid, and I'm like, no, that's a bit too much just for something that might go over my head, and it might not. So I could be wrong, maybe 300 for it's a bit of a expensive upgrade at this point anyway.
Yeah.
I think I'll just
stick with your ferox.
I'll just get Deborah to stand on the roof and just bounce something down on the roof.
I forgot about that. So this is another Waxwork release. And they actually sent like a sort of a postcardy thing out with this one. It's a double album again. This is gorgeous. This. So it is a great gatefold sleeve. That's inside.
Yeah, that scene. Yeah, that's brilliant.
And then the inner sleeve for record 1. Is
That's
that.
nice. Yeah, look at
So
that.
they've cut that, so that'll show through. I think there might be different colours these as well. I can't remember, but that's the inner sleeves.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh God, that's bright. That's bright red, which I'm assuming is like for the blood.
Yeah. Very nice.
Record 2, I'm not sure yet. Right way around would help. And that one's just in like a plain. It's polyline, but it's like a plastic, just a plain sleeve.
Mhm.
Oh, this one's. I think that's supposed to be silver, you know, like for knife blade or something.
All right,
But that's
yeah.
the second record.
That's nice.
This sounds amazing as well. This is. I
love
love these Argento soundtracks.
I love the sound. Yeah, I think they're all good.
I'm trying to think who did this one. So yeah, that's the vinyl soundtrack. I think there probably was an original pressing, but I don't know that that's the only one I've got. But yeah, that'll do me.
So Pete Playtendo guy says, Tenebrae is my favourite Argento movie. Such a superbly shot film, yes, with a great soundtrack and keeps you engaged till the end. Totally agree with you.
Definitely up there with the best of them, that mind, I think.
Yeah. He also says, hasn't Tenebrae got the highest body count of any Argento?
I could well believe it, but I don't know. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me in the least.
It could be right, because, I mean, sometimes even like Bird with Crystal Plumage hasn't got that many killings in it, has it? As such. You know, and so I can see where, because it is quite one of the most violent ones of his movies. Yeah. Even though there's been a lot of violence in his movies, added like towards women as well, which he got into some flack for. But he's just, well, I think that's just of its time, isn't it? You can't really say that he was deliberately doing that because he hated women. I don't think that's true at all. Just because that's what happened in
I
movies.
think it's probably my favourite Argento one, but then when I think of some of the others, I think I don't know, because I think like Cat o' Nine Tails and Deep Red and Phenomena. I love Phenomena. It could be, it's out with them too, maybe, I don't know. But they're all close. Even The Bird with the Crystal Plumage, what a film that is.
Deep Red for me. Deep Red's got everything, I think. The shorter movie.
That doll on that bike still creeps the hell out of me.
That's definitely, Saw's got to be ripped off of
Long before Saw, yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah. No, definitely. Right. Right, so should we go to the next one, which is one that we don't have. And it's the werewolf and the Yeti.
Yeah.
So a little bit of info on it is The Werewolf and the Yeti, 1975.
That old?
Yeah, I thought it was actually I thought it was about 1980, but it's not.
Yeah, I thought it was like late 70s, early 80s, like.
By Miguel Iglesias, Julio's brother, not. Yeah. And I think it was about...
When he changes it to a werewolf, he's going, when they begin.
I think he made about 6 werewolf movies. No, he could have even made 4. More. It was also known as The Night of the Howling Beast, which is a great title. The Curse of the Beast. Or Hall of the Mountain King, which is a bit odd.
Huh?
I know. So I don't know anything about this movie apart from the fact is that I did have a copy of it once. of John Hall, and it didn't play. I think I played the first 15 minutes of it, and it froze, and it just wouldn't work after that. From what I saw of it, was all right, but I didn't see any of the story. I just thought it looked a bit like a typical Paul Naschy film, which is like the Spanish low budget Hammer very
really?
and Hammer. Oh yes, his movies are like a sort of imitation of the Hammer movies.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Now I want to see it more.
In a fashion. But
I've never seen any of his films. I've never heard of the bloke until Scream Factory released the box set.
I've got a one with it's from the Movie Drome. You know, remember Arrow Movie Drome DVDs that they had out way back when? And I think it's called The Man with Two Heads or something like that. It's quite a good movie actually, but wow, it's really bizarre. The fact he's like got two heads. Obviously, I think it's definitely something like that. And
there's another one coming out soon, isn't there? I think it's Severin or Vinegar Syndrome are releasing another one.
Oh, Werewolf Woman or something.
That's yeah. It's like they're coming out. They will not release this bloody Werewolf and Yeti for us. You can get it, but as like we said before, it's in a Scream Factory box set.
Yeah, and I think there was what it was like fell foul for was because it was like disemboweling. I think there was a lot of disemboweling going on in the movie, I think. And I think that's what it was for. Apart from that, I don't really know anything about it. 1975, you wouldn't imagine it'd be too over the top. But then again, there is some movies from 1969 that could be well on this list, you know. So it's
Night
really
of the Bloody Apes.
You've got to do a soundbite of that for me.
You could have to remind me, Matt. Very shocking.
Oh, definitely will. And so I'm thinking it's one of those movies I would love it to come out. I can't understand why Arrow haven't got the hands on it, or 88 have got the hands on any of the Paul Naschy films, because he's made that many. He's made hundreds of them. And
I've not seen a one.
Well, he was huge in what's he called? Spain, where he was from.
Spain.
So he was like their version of Christopher Lee or Peter Cushing
or Vincent Price or somebody.
Yeah, for that thing, you think his movies would be like really. I mean, you know, like Arrow bring these box sets out of these directors and put like 10 movies in it. Or something.
Yeah,
they just haven't done a Paul Naschy one, even the ones that. And when they released that one on DVD, I thought, oh, we're getting some more Paul Naschy movies. There might be another one out on DVD, which I haven't got. And then that was it, just vanished. So
bizarre, isn't it?
It is, because
you'd think if they were going to release any, it would be the one that most people have heard of over here.
Well, there's another one called The Werewolf Shadow as well, which is meant to be. John Hall loves Paul Naschy. He's talked about him for years, even before I knew anything about it. It's one of the first things he talked was about way back when. And I think he's probably got. You must have The Werewolf and the Yeti. I'll have to ask him about that one.
You can also get it as one of those German media book things.
Mm.
They're not cheap. They're really not.
The problem is if you get it and it's like really like a horrendous film, you just don't like it. You think you feel a bit of grief.
Which I haven't got that now, but
yeah,
I wish just somebody would release it over here. Just the one film on its own, so we can get it.
Yeah, when you buy, see if you says right, I'm going to buy the bullet, buy it, 50 quid, I've got it. Then I mean that's what happened with me with Nightmares and Damaged Brain. I never thought for any way that they would get like a UK cut release, and it's come out here and it's in a better cut than it was the one I paid for.
I know.
So that was nuts. So that just shows you we've all been there.
I didn't know that till you told me though.
It was just because it was that. I think it was because it's getting back to the fact that Bill releases it, but what he would do is he would only make, say, maybe 10 copies, release it to Diabolic, who would then go and put them out, and then people would snap them up and they'd be gone. So you'd have to go to second-hand market, which is what I had to do. And you could never get your hands on them when they got released. And even when they got released, they weren't cheap. But on the second-hand thing, I mean, I got one on eBay and I bid on it, it was 50, 55 quid. But I thought, no, I've got it and I'm done. I sold me DVD for, I think I sold it over 20 quid. So I got a bit of my money back. And then it came out here and it was like 10 quid. I bought it in the shop. I was like, I don't believe it. but it happens, doesn't it?
And
You
a
know,
longer cut as well.
longer cut, better picture quality, more stuff in it, as you know. With the way
Really
it was
good film.
filmed.
I want to watch it now. There's another
Yeah,
one.
to be honest, I'm looking at all these. I could watch all these tonight, and it's sort of like a massive, like back-to-back bill, if that's a thing.
Well, the fact that I couldn't take in and watch and listen to SS Experiment Camp earlier on, what I saw, it's making me want to start again and watch it again. So I want to watch that. Nightmares of the Damaged Brain. Now I fancy Tenebrae again. It's just, as you talk about them, it makes you want to watch them. It's weird.
It does. I mean, I'm dying to get Snuff watched again because I haven't watched that on this version.
I'm going to watch that again.
But I'm going to watch that one. And I mean, Zombie, we're just going to talk about the last one on the list, actually. I've just let it out the bag, which obviously this. So what we're going to say now is that this is the last movie in the section 1 from all the 39. And
we've finally got to the end of section 1. Can you believe it?
The end of section 1. So what we're going to do is we're going to show this movie and talk about this movie. But what we'll say is the next stream after this will be a kind of just like a normal stream. We're going to talk about hopefully get to like more comments. We haven't got like a section. We haven't got these things to talk about. You can talk about Video Nasty if you want to, but we will start section 2. Will be the one after that. Section 2, video part 1. Like we're done with these ones. It'll be the same format. We'll pull out however many we're going to do for that video.
What we've got, yeah,
because it's not as easy as it all that to get these movies. Actually, the section 1 is probably the one we've got the most of. Believe it or not,
it's the shorter list as well, though, isn't it?
Well, it is, isn't it? Yeah, and if they get longer, especially section 3, I think is the longest, isn't it? Longest.
Yeah,
list.
that's huge.
That's true. So, yes. So the last one in this series, part 1 of this series, is the amazing Zombie. Yeah. This for me is my favorite horror film of all time. It hasn't always been my favorite horror film, but it's been for a lot of years. And I'll run through a quick specs on it. It's so Zombie 1979, 91 minutes. Directed by Lucio Fulci. Who else? It's also called Zombie 2, Island of the Flesh Eaters, Zombie Flesh Eaters, Island of the Living Dead, Zombie 2, The Dead Are Among Us, Nightmare Island, Zombie, The Dead Walk Among Us, and Voodoo. So there you go.
That was the first edition I got. And then I got these.
I know they're lovely, them lenticular cases.
There's one I don't have, but look at that one.
Oh, well, look at that. And that's probably what it got in the most bother with, was that. I know that's amazing, isn't it?
And the other one, I think, is the zombies walking across the bridge. Did you not get the slip with that?
Yeah, this is the one that I got off. This is the other one that I got off on a subscriber mail from Chris Soto. Sent it to us from America.
Oh, I forgot you got another one. That's right.
Yeah, and I just pulled this one out, and I thought, you know what, I'd show this one off because this is the one I'm going to watch next. It's the same copy, but I've got 2 copies of it now. I know it's not in case anything.
I think apart from the artwork, these are all identical. Do they have the same altogether? Actually, no. I don't know why, but that one's got that. And that one's got that. Unless that's the reverse, I don't know. I think they've got the same contents, though, once you take this off. Artwork aside. You get the film on Blu-ray. Blu-ray full of extras. Oh, don't know what side I'm going here. And the soundtrack. And I think it's criminal that you don't get the soundtrack in the 4K.
I must admit, like, I would love the soundtrack because I love the soundtrack. That's one of my favorite ones. I have got.
Do you want me to do that with Elephant Man for you?
Well, actually, if I'm honest, I'm sure I've got. No, I haven't. Yes, I would, because I think I've got. I thought I had it because I thought I had this on US DVD, a Blu-ray, sorry, but I haven't. So no, I haven't got the soundtrack of this, no. Because I was going to get that one, but this one come out, I thought I'll get this one instead.
Did you get a booklet? Did you get a booklet with the 4K?
No, you don't.
They really went to town on these. I can't understand why with the 4Ks they didn't put all the extras in.
Yeah, you get your disc, which is the disc you've got in there. That's a Blu-ray disc with the extras and the 4K.
Yeah. I don't know what this is. It's like a little fly. It looks like graphic. Maniac, the original classic motion picture, is now a gut-wrenching comic series.
Is that Iban Press? Or Eben Press?
Yeah.
Yeah, they put all them things out on the graphic novels.
But it looks like they've done the same for Zombie as well.
Yeah, I think they put out a few. They look really nice.
I think either, though, whether you get these 3-disc Blu-rays with the lenticulars, if you can get the lenticulars now, or whether you get the 4K, I think all of them are absolutely stunning releases.
That's it. They've all got the merits, haven't they? But
yeah.
For me, the 4K on here is just, I've never seen anything like it. This movie looks like a different movie. It looks like, I mean, obviously, if you know yourself with the colours on them, it's just like, like it. In it, it's
I was going to say I could tell the difference from that to that.
Yeah, definitely.
All Blu-ray, all the same company.
I used to have that one. That's that one, the Blu-ray you've just put up. That one. I used to have that one.
I found out a couple of years after I got that it actually did originally have a slipcover.
Yes, mine had a slipcover, believe it or not.
I was gutted. But then when they come out, I wasn't bothered anymore.
Yeah.
I would actually get rid of that one. I don't particularly want to keep that one.
Yeah.
If somebody said to me, well, I'll swap you for that, or do you want to sell that? I'd say, yes, I do. But I got these. These were an absolute steal, really. You know, I said to you, I got about 4 of them for 50 quid.
Is that because the fact that this came out? Do you think?
I think so. That was one of them. Sorry, that was that one. And then I got that one on its own. I don't think I even paid 20 quid for it.
That's lovely.
I think I paid somewhere between 10 and 15. But she was all 12 quid for that.
It's worth getting it just for the cover.
But you still see sealed copies of these because they're probably deleted now. Look, they go for 40 and 50 quid.
I wouldn't pay that now. I wouldn't pay that now.
Not now the 4K's come out.
Yeah, but then again, it's got the soundtrack in, so that kind of puts it up a little bit. Because I think what they did was because everyone was like, there's a bit of an outcry to say, hang on a minute, we've just bought them, and then you're going to put these out in 4K. So I think they said, oh, we're going to make it that those are still going to be so collectible because we're going to leave them alone because the 4Ks are just going to be the 4K disc to make it like not like rubbing your face a bit. But unfortunately, the fact that the 4Ks aren't cheap, so you're not paying a small amount for this, so you're not really getting anything compared to them.
That's what I mean.
You should have at least got a soundtrack, which I think is a bit.
I think so.
But
I know you got a slipcase with that, but these are far better, aren't the slipcases?
Well, if it had that, I mean, I love the slipcase on them, but they're all embossed and all that. But if I'd had them slip covers on them, it would have been even better, wouldn't it?
That's what I mean. You thought that they put more effort into the 4K, especially if they knew they were going to be doing the 4K. But they must have done because this is the 4K scan.
Well, yes, because I think it come out very. I mean, it does say on here when it came out. I think it was 2018. 2018 restoration on the Blu-ray, and this one here I think it was 2020, so it's only 2 years.
There's only 2 years between them. So
they knew what was going on. So I think they're going.
And they also released this with 3 covers, not 2.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So
I need the other one now. I know I've got 2. I want the other one as well. So I've got.
It is kind of money making thing, but then again, I don't think Blue Underground do it that much. And they're not really doing it all the time then, you know, for like taking the mick a bit, which they did. But I think that for me, that you can obviously see why this one got cut, taken out. And it was always cut in the UK to start off with, and then it got uncut. Arrow it was the first one to get it uncut, actually.
The first time I saw that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh!
Because you know when you get most of these videos when I started watching them, when I watched on dodgy video cassettes, which you'd hardly see what's going on, but you would see what was going on. Most of them you're saying, so what was this good for? What was this good for? But when that came up, I thought, nah, I can really tell.
Yeah, I know why that was good.
That was one of the most goriest ones I'd seen in the ones that I originally saw. Which I thought I could really, hands down say, yep, that was, and I did get like the payoff from it as well, because sometimes you buy these movies and go, like Driller Killer, you thought, is that what I'm going to watch? And I do like it now, but I didn't like it at all when I first saw it because I couldn't see what was going on. Such a dark movie, although it's not now, but it's been released and cleared up and that. Although it's not.
Looks amazing.
What you would think
on
it is.
Blu-ray, the Driller Killer.
But for me, Zombie, even though it was an awful copy, it's paid off from day one. On I've got loads of different versions of it over the years, but it's always been the one that I've thought, I don't think it'll ever get past this one. I don't think that even the 4K, I don't think will ever come out any more than the 8.
Ooh.
And
they've even used the video cover look.
Yeah, that cover.
And they've even put that on like the video.
Yeah, I love that when it come on there. That's nice.
I think this is like again, I think they've played on the zombie coloured flesh thing. Like a green vinyl. I love the picture labels on this as well.
I love that cover. You know, the hand. Yeah. Lovely.
And I think I'm going to do something now that I've not done before. Because since I've got this,
You first.
I've always left it in. So I don't know. It's got a gatefold sleeve and I don't know what's in there.
So are you going to do it?
And you're going to find out now, yeah. I've never seen myself. Well, that's slipping straight off that as well, look. I could have had a look, I didn't realise. But I've got some proper record covers now, plastic PVC ones.
The double.
I like their little
ones.
Their own version of Obi strips they give as well. Gives you like loads of stuff to read, write-ups and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think I bet? Oh, look at that now. That's out the way. Look at all the zombies.
That's nice. You could frame that.
That's amazing. I like that. I'll double check to make sure I can. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it'd be good if I had one of them little things you could like slip it in and do it like that. Sliding thing.
So there you go. We've all seen that together because I've never opened that before.
Brilliant. Lovely that mine, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about somebody getting their eye pierced with a bit of wood, but it is a nice iconic picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just think that that movie there is like the perfect movie, horror, zombie, you name it, action. Even it's like an action movie at times. It's got some great movies.
So it's your favorite zombie film. Sorry, it's your favorite horror film of all time. So does that mean it's also your favorite zombie film?
Yeah,
it must be because it's your favorite film, horror film.
Yeah, it definitely. It is. It takes the top.
You like that better than Dawn of the Dead?
I never used to. I used to like Dawn of the Dead much more than that. And I think Dawn of the Dead's always been top, but this one's just come up behind it and just overtook it. I just found I was watching that a lot more than I was watching Dawn of the Dead. Although I think Dawn of the Dead's a masterpiece as well. I can't stop thinking how good that movie is. It's just a delight to watch, I find.
When I was still working, one of the patients used to talk about films and stuff because like he's a big horror fan. And he was a massive, massive Jaws fan as well. He's still there, actually. Apparently, he was asking about me the other day.
Yeah.
And when he spotted that, that's when we started talking. He was on about all Jaws stuff. And he walked in this day. And is it this one? No, it was that one. And I've seen him with it on more than once as well. I thought, where the hell did you get that? Black t-shirt with that on.
Mm. Yeah, nice.
Even that We're Gonna Eat You was on across the top. I thought, I want one.
I think I've seen one, but I would love that one. That's like the ultimate cover and the ultimate t-shirt for me. It's just absolutely brilliant, isn't it? But so that is by far, for me, it's getting further away from Dawn of the Dead all the time, which is strange because it used to be neck and neck and then a little bit more, but now it's just flying.
Because of the type of film it is. Because it's just an all-out typical sort of zombie thing.
Mm-hmm.
I keep forgetting it's actually a Lucio Fulci film. I keep forgetting. Because it's not like his other stuff.
It actually makes sense all the way through for once and kind of just comes to a proper conclusion.
And there seems to be more of a, like, there's more seem to be going on story-wise than what there is Dawn of the Dead. Although I love Dawn of the Dead a lot more. There's more going on for that. Like, listen to what's going on. Whereas Dawn of the Dead is like the zombies either out there in the shopping mall and like, yeah, that's it. Let's get them. But with this, there's like there seems to be more going on.
Yeah, you've got the whole the island by itself. Is it voodoo? Is it not? They think it is kind of that, and they don't really say it's like a zombie outbreak. I think they say it's more like a voodoo thing. That's why I can understand why it's called in Germany. It's called voodoo or voodoo, is it called? Because they do a W, don't they? Not a V.
Oh, voodoo, like virgins.
Voodoo, yes, that's right. And so I can really understand that this movie can. I don't know. It just seems to just have everything in it for me. If I can say of a movie that ticks every single box, it's this movie. I mean, a shark fighting a zombie. You know.
God, I always forget about that bit. And then when it's mentioned, like, geez, yeah.
And it's a proper. It's getting a hold of this shark, and it's like bite
real
zombie.
Shark as well.
And it's just to do that, and you think, how did it even get into the fact where they say, "Oh, we're going to do that"? And could it even be filmed now? It's not even no CGI.
No, it couldn't.
No, I don't think so at all.
Not only would anybody not be daft enough to do it, but they would probably class it as like, well, you're torturing the shark, animal cruelty, and shark. A lot of sharks are endangered now, aren't they? So there be a no from all angles, really. I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just that I don't think that it could be. It's of its time, but it's a one that even if you did a remake of it, they could never top it because it's got all the bits in it that I want anyway. So I can't see it getting beaten ever. So
I don't know whether I need to ask, but what have you give this one?
Well, it's going to be about 4. No, I've got this one as a 10. It's
a 12, yeah.
10. It's probably a 10, 50 out of 10.
I was going to say 8, but I've given it an 8.5.
I mean, as movies go, it's a solid movie.
It's definitely one of the top of the list Nasties, especially in the section 1 as well. It's definitely up there in the top sort of 3 or 4. I've
got a little thing here that maybe on this this other, like the next live stream we do, is a sort of little homage. The last thing we could do with section 1 is we could do our top 10 of the section 1.
That's a good idea.
So we're not on this. Well, I'm telling everyone in the stream. We'll not tell anybody. We not tell each other what we've got. So let's say we talk about number 10.
So what's your number 10, and we'll just
talk about these movies in the past, so you can go back and you can check all these movies out that we're going to talk about. So if I say, right, we're going to go down the 10, so number 10 is, and then we'll pull them out, together. And
we won't go on as much, seeing as you want to see it's like an open stream and anything. But we'll definitely.
It's just like
good idea that.
Like 10 minutes on that and see what we've got, and then
that rounds section 1 off very nicely. Thank you very much.
It bookends the thing, because to be honest, I was going to say to you, what's your favorite 10 here, but you might not struggle, but you would need to go away and have a look at them and say,
I would.
To be honest, though, it's going to be hard to pick 10 out of this list because there's some belters in this list.
I know what my number 1 is, so I know what that is straight away. But to pick 10 out, yeah, because there's more than 10 good ones out of that lot.
You're going to have to leave some crackers off the list.
I know.
Which is always like a pain to do, but let's see.
In fact, I think I know what number one and my number two is, to be honest. Thinking about it now. I've just remembered one that I'd momentarily forgot about.
Spoiler alert. I mean, everyone knows that one. But yeah. So we'll do that.
Don't tell me anymore.
No, not to say anything. I mean, obviously everyone's going to know that one, but nah, I might shop myself actually when I'm looking at them. So yeah.
So that's it.
Well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say to everybody in here, I'm just going to put up a few things on the screen because I'm well behind on here.
I'll quickly show you what Michael sent me.
Yes, please do.
Right, I even got a note. So he told me he was sending me a copy of the Evil Dead soundtrack.
Mm.
This turned up and I thought, that's heavy for a CD.
Yeah.
Not only was it not a burnt copy, but he sent me an official DVD of the documentary Invaluable.
Yeah.
And I was like, Invaluable, what's that? And I seen Bruce Campbell, and he said it's an official documentary, and this was just busting open.
He sent me one. So I've got a copy of Invaluable myself. He sent me.
Is it good?
I haven't watched it yet, but I flicked through it. Yeah, it looks really good. I reckon the stuff in it. Every time I stopped it and had a look at it, I hadn't seen any of the parts in it, which is unusual for the.
I'm going to get the note out just to tell you the other bits of this, because some of the stuff in here I didn't even know it existed. So I'll quickly read out what he says. I'll do the rest as I go. But he's put, "Hi Nigel, here's a little package with some Evil Dead bits, some rare stuff." That got me straight away. That did. Yes, so disc 1, Evil Dead original soundtrack.
Brilliant.
Disc 2, Evil Dead the musical. VHS quality, sound is not great, but it's unreleased. Evil Dead the musical.
I was just going to say, I didn't even know that there was a thing, but unreleased.
Disc 3, Back K Zara, Bollywood remake of the Evil Dead. That is the most intriguing.
It's nuts to think that exists.
Disc 4, Hail to the Deadites documentary.
Yes.
Brackets, Look Out for Me. So that's the one he's in.
Yes, I've got that one. He sent us that one.
And the last one, disc 5, is Elvis Dead. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't heard that one.
Brilliant one-man show mixing Elvis and the Evil Dead.
Wow. Now that talk about obscure things, that'll be right up there with that.
How fantastic is that, though? Like,
I know.
I'm expecting a CDR of the soundtrack, and I get that lot. I was blown away.
So
that will probably be my first and only ever subscriber mail opening, and I'm chuffed to bits with it.
It's brilliant because it's stuff that it's not as if you can go in the shop and get any of that stuff.
I've never heard of it. Half of it. Well, more than half of it.
There's Michael.
To be honest, I'd never even heard of that until I think Michael had mentioned it once, and I heard you mention it, and I was like, "What's that? I've never even heard of that." I'd heard of Hail to the Deadites, but that's about it. The rest,
well, I'm busy.
Never heard of it.
I'm thinking I'm watching a few more Evil Dead stuff, and then I will get from that DVD there. And Michael says Evil Dead the musical is a stage production, so that might be sort of like a amateur stage production, maybe.
I can't wait. I really can't. I've had that much going on the last few days. I think tomorrow, I don't think I'm doing anything tomorrow, so I'm going to start it all tomorrow.
Well, I think that the fact that you've got someone there that's been a fan of Evil Dead and knowing you've probably never seen any bits of that at all is nuts, isn't it? In this day and age, do you think that there's stuff out there that you're kind of not ever getting your hands on and thinking, or didn't even know to this day that it was like the thing? I think it's great.
He's got replicas. He's got actual props.
It's got some brilliant stuff. His pictures.
He's got the UK quad framed, and he and he won this. He entered the competition. He won this. He's got an original painting by the bloke who did the original with the Evil Dead people on. But coming out of the cellar is a photo of Michael, a painting of Michael. He's actually in the painting.
Can you believe it?
How can anybody top that?
Well, to be honest, I think it's one of those things where you just say it's a one-off, isn't it?
Yeah,
and it's a one-off. I didn't even think that anybody would even get a thing, you know. Michael said the director Ryan Mead, who made Invaluable, gave me 5 copies to give my friends, and I had my last and two my last
2 copies.
2 copies. Wow!
And I got one of them. How nice is that?
It's amazing to think that you've got something that you'll know will never ever see the light of day as well. That's quite
exactly.
He says, "You two are meant well." Thank you, Mike. Honestly, I really do appreciate that, because it's something that you can't get, you know. And it's
yeah.
But thanks for doing that, and thinking of us to do that.
I can't thank him enough. I've told him how grateful I am, and I do genuinely mean it. I wouldn't have had that stuff if it wasn't for him. And I was excited just to get the soundtrack.
Well, if I ever saw anything to do with the Evil Dead that I had, you can have it, but I can guarantee you will have it. But you never know. Maybe some.
I'll have it.
Michael.
Oh, I was going to say he'll have it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you can. Well, say if I find something really obscure.
I meant to ask Michael and I forgot. Did you get Michael, if you're still there, what do they call those 4Ks that HMV get exclusive? Is it's Cine Edition?
Oh yes, the one of Evil Dead.
Yeah. Did you get the Cine Edition, Michael, of Evil Dead?
I'm sure you did.
I got that, and God Almighty, it looks amazing.
I've got the 4K Evil Dead, and I do think it looks really nice. Michael says Invaluable is getting a Blu-ray release soon by Lionsgate, but that version you guys are direct from the director. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
therefore, the director has actually had his grubby mitts on these.
And yeah, well, I like the fact that it's come from the man who comes, and then he has got the Cine Edition. Yes.
Yeah, I thought I was a stupid question. I know it is. It's stunning.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the fact that I would love to. Well, I wouldn't love to say, but I'd love to say to Michael, have you got? I would love to have something and say, Michael, have you got this? I haven't got it. That would be the ultimate thing, wouldn't it? Say, I would obviously give him. But I honestly don't think there's anything.
Because to be honest, I think no matter what it was, I'd probably say, right, give your address, it's on its way to you.
I would straight send it.
I'm sure out the back there, I'm sure I've got a figure of Bruce Campbell. I don't know whether it's a McFarlane one or what. I don't know if you've got that or not. I'll dig it out and show you.
Yeah. But yeah, that would be a good thing, because he does.
I only bought it a couple of years ago, but to be honest, he deserves it.
Well, I think when someone's a true, and I mean, there's loads of people I knew are true collectors. They collect X from whatever they want, and that if you've got something, you would say, "Oh, it'd be great in their collection," because maybe it might be stuck in a drawer somewhere and you would never look at it again. And I think that these things I would love to give them to the right person if you're giving them away. But obviously with Michael, Evil Dead would be, the thing you would immediately think of, because he's a true collector, and people are true collectors, and he is the Evil Dead guy for me, true collector.
I've never seen anything like it. When you were saying to me, you've not seen nothing, I was thinking, yeah, he's probably got a decent collection. Then when he showed me where he's got, I was like, Jesus. And then when I thought I'd seen it all, he sent me more. And then he sent me more. He said to me, tell me if you're getting sick of it. I went, absolutely not. I want to keep seeing them. And he was going, I was like, wow. Didn't even know more than half of this even existed. How the hell he's got his hands on some of the stuff?
I know. Oh, it's mad. It really is.
And it doesn't stop at like DVDs, Blu-rays, records, and CDs.
Well, it's
absolutely unbelievable, some of the stuff he's got.
He also said that I'm sure there's loads, so I don't have, so keep trying. So yes, if I don't know if anything ever comes up, you're more than welcome to have anything I've got. But I can't imagine us having anything that you were going, oh, there might be some really weird, obscure thing in a magazine somewhere that you might want. But yeah. So
I'll have a look, Michael. And when I find it, I'll send you a photograph. Photograph.
Well, so yes, so he says I have a few of the McFarlane figures, but not all. So then maybe you've got something there. And also he says, just so you know, I don't send the stuff to get something back because you give me enough from your channel content. That's both of you. Well, honestly, that's
I didn't think you did. But I just think that, I mean, I've only had it a couple of years, and I got it because I bought a load of stuff off this lad. And he said, oh, I've got it. I'm sure it was Ash. But Ash here, I went, oh, yeah, I'll have that. And it's been in the same bag that I brought home, and I've never took it out and looked at it. And after seeing his collection, if he hasn't got it, he totally deserves it.
Yeah.
Got nothing to do with what you've sent me. I didn't expect. Honestly, I didn't think that for 1 second.
No, not at all. But I appreciate you saying that though, Michael, because that's not a thing at all. It's not as if we're saying, oh yes, we've got. It's not. I honestly think that you've we know how much of a sort of a collector and that you love the Evil Dead. That it would be great to actually give you something to say. I've got. See that collection over there. I've got something that's went into that. That'll be good. That'd be like a bit of a badge of honor in a way, wouldn't it? Say like I've contributed in a very small way to that thing over there. So yeah, no.
I think when I seen the collection, I was like, oh, wow. And I just think now, like, because of the stuff he's collected, and I dread to think how much it's cost him. And I've just thought that, well, if he hasn't got that, he absolutely 100% deserves it.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that somebody would think that of me if they thought of something, whether it be Jaws or Iron Maiden, because that's my two biggest things. Very, very closely followed by Friday the 13th. They're the main three things that I'm massive on. And I'd like to think if somebody had some Jaws or Iron Maiden, think, well, I don't even want that. He can have that.
Yeah.
Somebody I don't know on Facebook a couple of years ago, they're saying I'd put a lot of posts and stuff. And he said, I've got some Iron Maiden stuff spare if you haven't got it. I said, well, if I've got it, it'll either be an upgrade or I can definitely find out. He said, I'll send you it. I don't know it. I don't know him. There was the Best of the Beast DVD, double DVD.
Yeah.
Dance of Death on CD, which mine's got a big scratch in it. So I thought, what? I don't have to buy it because there is replaced.
Yeah.
And there was a few other CDs. I was like, and he just sent me them. Didn't even know him.
Yeah.
Just a lad on Facebook.
It's amazing, man, that somebody can just think of you and just say, oh, do you want
it? Restores the faith in humanity, doesn't it?
Well, it does. And I always think that that when somebody's if you what's it called, like paid forward and that I like to give people stuff, and I think it's nice to keep it going. Like if someone's giving you stuff to pass stuff across, or that there's not much I can give to anybody, if I'm honest. But I always say you can have one of me Mondo Chelloveck CDs if you ever feel that way inclined. I don't mind that at all.
I don't know what I've done with your CDs. I've put them somewhere and I can't wear it because I wanted to play them.
Well, if they ever fall into the wrong hands, they'll get out there.
They'll be on eBay going for millions.
Well, people will be putting the records at #1, and stuff like that. Like,
they're in here somewhere. I haven't took them out and lost them. They are in here.
Saying that,
because I want to put them on my iPod. I found my or dug it out, should I say? My laptop today as well. So I thought I can do your 2 CDs out.
Yeah, well, plenty more songs. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I've got an album, but I keep on making albums, but I'm going to do one of just the I'm going to make like soundtracks that sound like songs that sound like soundtracks. I'm going to put that out. So that's going to be. I've got all my things. I'm going to have to clear some space on my studio, the actual hard drive in my studio, to make sure that I put these songs on there. But I want to put them on. I want to make them sound like something out of an old horror film or anything.
Oh,
really.
well, I'll have one of them.
I'll show you that actually. I've done the cover. See what you think of this. It's not just something I've just made of just total rubbish. It does actually. It is for a reason. This cover, though you might not think that. So that's the album there.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. So
I don't know what that bottom word means.
It's German.
Spuren.
Actually, you were very close. Spuren. I can't say myself.
Spuren.
Yes, Spuren.
Like Rammstein.
Exactly. That means. What does it mean? Actually, I have to tell you. Oh, I can listen to this. Hope we don't get a copyright strike for using these translator things.
It means ferox.
Actually, that would be good, wouldn't it? I wish it did.
Call the next album Ferox.
You could do it. I'd have to, but there is a song on me songs way back when. It's called Baby Ferox. I don't even know why that's called that.
No way.
Yeah, but this is ages ago. Baby Ferox. There is a song, but it doesn't really sound like anything. Right, I'm trying to find out where me and this history thing. Yeah. So maybe if anyone's German here, you would know what this means. But so this is what it would sound like. I hope it'll come across. Put it up there.
Tonspuren.
Do you hear that?
Tonspuren.
Tonspuren. You thought he was there talking back there, didn't you? Tonspuren.
Yeah. Well, it means soundtracks in German.
Does it?
Yeah. So there you go. So I don't know why I did that, but I did. So yeah. Where's me? Oh, right. So what about this one?
Where's me ladders?
Mm-hmm.
Oh Christ. Oh.
This one?
God almighty.
What about this one? If I get a bit bored one day, I'd like lose my voice.
Where's me ladders?
Welcome to Mondo Chelloveck movies. My name is John.
So I just do let them talk the whole video. Or this person.
Where's me ladders?
Where's me? I like the way she said it. Where's me ladders?
Is there some more comments before we wrap up?
So there's just sort of, I've missed out quite a lot of.
Is there anybody watching?
Yes, there's still 30 people watching. Can you believe it?
God, this happened last time.
Brian says I've downloaded your video, Nasties videos, so I can watch them again when I have time. Wow, that's amazing. Actually, can't believe that. But yes, the response we've had to this. I mean, we all keep saying it, and it does sound like we're sort of saying it, but we do mean it. It's mad, isn't it? The fact that you've got this. 30 people for me is like a good stream when you're actually in the middle of a stream. But
when you're getting towards the end, it's getting late.
At the end, we're wrapping it up here. We have missed a load of comments as well, which, I do want to apologise for that, but I hope that you've had a good time talking to each other, and you've had a good time sort of like, just watching the thing and all that, and this whole. So the next time, when there's the next time, I'll put up as a thing as soon as I can, and it'll be to do with, we'll talk about the top 10 video nasties from section 1. and then what we can do is we can bookend that, and that'll just be a small part of the stream.
Yeah.
And the next stream is going to be just us talking, kind of just like a sort of like a normal stream for
Anything goes.
Anything goes. And bring along your feroxes. Every ferox is welcome.
Yeah.
And so, and I just want to thank Nige once again for joining me for this stream and all the streams actually.
And thank you very much as well.
It's all right. I think it's just good to do them, and I wish I could do them more regularly. But we all know the fact is I can only do them when I can do them, and I'm pleased that people stick around for the next one. You know, because some people may just say it's not as regular as I would want them to, but it's as regular as we can make them. What I can make them anyway. So I appreciate.
I tell you what, though, for all the people who have been on like week after week after week after week and stayed right through and watched them all,
I know.
Fair play to you. Thank you very, very much.
It's 5 minutes. It's 5 hours 20, which
this is you who was going to shorten it because you don't feel up to it.
Well, that's it. But I tell you what, actually talking now has made my voice better than it was when I first come on. It was a bit rough. And
weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So maybe talking for 5 hours, 20 minutes is the best thing you can do when you've got a sore throat.
Especially, it's something you're really interested in. We've had like a laugh as well. I think that makes you feel better. I'm only having a bit of a laugh. Don't you like a bit of a laugh?
Well, I tell you what, though. I tell you what I'd like you to do is a bit of a request for me. I would like you to say the night of the bloody apes thing again.
I was just going to say it there as well. Hasn't you had a bit of a laugh? Yeah. Night of the bloody apes.
Absolutely amazing. Just love that. It's so true.
Everybody's going to go off here and they're all going to hunt down. And the views for the trailer of Night of the Bloody Apes, it's going to go through the roof.
You will love it because I tell you what, that's exactly what it's like as well. It's not close. It's exactly it.
He sings it. Bloody. And then he gets a bit towards the end. He goes, the bloody. He must have got sick of doing it. And then he does another one quieter. Bloody. And then he's back on bloody. He must say it about 5 or 6 times.
Yes, I know. It's just like constant, isn't it? As if it's going to make it more.
When I first watched it, I had to keep watching it because it was that funny.
Yeah, I do remember that. It made me want to see it. But
and then listen as well for in the background. Wow, or the cougar, whatever it is.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then that noise never appears once in the actual film.
Exactly. So there's that. And Dawn the Disc, Aholic, 66, fantastic show, guys. Absolutely, well, great for anybody came along. Really appreciate it. And just we will see you very soon with our interim live stream, which won't be a Nasties live stream, but we'll talk a little bit about them, and then we'll be back after that. The next one after that will be section 2, part 1.
And we'll probably have, definitely there'll be videos out before then as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we'll definitely have videos. With us having a little bit of a daft throat, a bit of a not too good throat. I don't know if I'll get another video out this week. I would like to, but I might not. But if you don't see one, just know that I didn't do one. Hey, what about?
And there you have it.
That has got to be the stupidest thing I've ever said on YouTube. Wow.
Hey,
yeah. Anyway.
Bloody hell.
Right. So thanks once again. Really do appreciate that. 28 watching.
Wow.
5 hours, 23 minutes. I don't know if it's the longest one yet. I think it might be, but
I think it is just now, yeah.
I think it's the longest.
I think the other was 5 hours 20, and this was going to be the shortest.
But it was because we had the less to talk about. We had the less films in here, but
less films, and you weren't feeling great. Instead, it's been the bloody longest.
Well, there you go. I've enjoyed it that much. It just shows you. So,
but yeah, massive thank you.
And can you read the last comment out there, please?
What's he said? Oh, he says, Night of the Bloody Apes.
And that bloody bombshell. We'll see you next time, okay? So Thanks once
Massive
again.
thank you. See you later
Yes.
soon. See you later soon. See you later, everyone.
There you go. Right, okay, so we will see you the next time round. Next time round, wow, what was all about? So, see you
Where's
next
me
time.
bloody apes?
Okay, so thanks once again.